Where is it written that all our dreams must be small
must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
We have a dream. A dream where equality and equity in sport are possible. Where discrimination and lack of support are a past topic. Where there are no athletes asking for money on the street to be able to compete or study. And the only challenge they face is fighting for their dreams. They are not alone on this journey. This is how All Player was born in the world of sports marketing. An application converted into a community of support, a family where talent and hard work are the main value. It doesn't matter your background, race, or gender. What matters is your passion for your goals and the desire to succeed. In our world, every blow, every fall, it is an opportunity to get up stronger. Join us on this journey towards a future of sports and gaming, where dreams become reality. Together we can change the game.
Can you believe we are already in the final stage of this season of Voltage League? The terrifyingly quick pace at which time moves aside, we have two very exciting quarterfinals for you today, starting off with Rocks Horizon versus Unguardable, and then topping it off with ITB Academy versus NXT. And with me today, I have Reference and Perfect Bob, who will be guiding you through all the action happening. Guys, we have two very, very big quarterfinals today. What do you think is going to go down? And any kind of early, anything you can kind of hint at, or any kind of predictions? Obviously, we're going to main predictions later, but like so far, for the overall quarterfinals, what do you think is going to go down?
I mean, what's going to happen? A lot. We have two quarterfinals ahead of us. After that, on Wednesday, we'll be right back and have the semifinals coming up as well. So there's going to be a lot of siege for Voltage League just this week alone. I mean, I'm looking forward to every single match. BO3s, we're finally in the good format. And playoffs, it's going to be exciting. Every single game's elimination.
Yes, 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 yes. And today we're going to be seeing. I mean, okay, for the first map, personally, I'm not too excited with what we have. With out of all the picks we could have gotten, Oregon is personally not one of my favorites. But for what I've seen from Rocks Horizon and Unguardable, I've seen them in Voltage League this season at least once, and I think they're both great teams. So it's going to be a fantastic BO3. And for the second one, I'm not too sure just yet. But, we'll have to wait and let time tell us.
Yes, as you guys mentioned, there's plenty of siege ahead of us, so let's actually take a quick look at the bracket and see what's ahead, because again, this is just step one of a long journey towards crowning the finalist, the winner, and you probably already saw what kind of money is on the line this season. Like, what would you guys do if you won a kind of money? That's for the taking here for the best team.
I mean, as a team, for the most part, you're going to be investing a lot of it back into, entries for other qualifiers and whatnot. But with the chunk that you're going home with, I mean, 1,750 euros to go home with if you take first place here, including, some R6 credits to buy yourself some nice skins and the custom mouse pads. I mean, there's some, free reign that you have over some of that money. I'd probably save it and end up spending some of it on either upgrading PC or games. I assume that some of these players would try to use the money for similar purposes. But I don't know. What about you, Puffo? Any interesting aspects that you could pump your money into?
I mean, I think I'm the only sane person in this call because honestly, the right option is to buy every Tachanka skin on the market, and the rest of the
It's a good
money
option. It's a
goes
good
to
option.
Tachanka
Yeah.
figurines. So what else are you supposed to spend the money on? You can already play Siege. You just need Tachanka skins.
Exactly. Now, let's see where we'll be actually going for this very first matchup. It is a best of three. That means that potentially 3 maps that have to be played. And, well, you will be the guys talking over these maps. So what do you think about what you're stuck with?
Well, this is once again very, very basic. We're playing basically, I mean, this is 3 fundamental maps. We've got Oregon, we have Clubhouse in here if we get to it as well. The second map's a little more out there, Bank. It's at least somewhat interesting because it's a very big map that kind of forces teams into being quicker about their clears. There's a lot of control that you can contest as an attacker, but it's also risky to put yourself out there because there's many wallbang opportunities on top floor. It's very, very open. So not necessarily an advantage to be on a bigger map for the defenders. Looking forward to that one, but we will have to start on Oregon, and for that, at least I can say it is a fundamentals map. You need to be able to play the most basic competitive Siege. You need to know how to drone, to work as a team, how to set up executes, and how to pull through with them. And if you can't do that, you should honestly not be in the playoffs. So whoever, if there's a shutout on Oregon, I would expect that we would see a very quick 2-0 coming in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from my side of things, look, I can hate and love Oregon and Clubhouse at the same time. It's a love and hate relationship between me and those two maps because they're kind of played in a similar fashion. The holds are always the same. The meta kind of stays on a similar range, unless if a new broken defender comes out. But I'm always excited to see something new. Each time we always say that these maps are kind of overplayed. I'll say it in that type of sense. But I feel like, even if they are, there's always something new to see. These players always manage to get something out there just to make us scream more than we already have to. So, I'm excited to see more of that and Bank all around. There's just going to be an exciting maps.
Now, I'm getting a signal that the lobby is pretty much ready, so let's just quickly go over who we'll be seeing in a said lobby. These are the names that hopefully you guys at home are getting used to quite a bit over the next, let's say, hour and a bit. Quite a few standout names. If you could actually go into a breakdown of what we can expect from all these players, I do see we have some stats ready up as well. If we can just quickly go onto those and see what the players will be offering us in this game. Like any kind of standout names for you guys here?
Well, I mean, the standout name that I see from the new lineup is obviously we've got, I think it is, let me check. We've got Evan and Semper in. These are relatively new additions that we've got over on the side of Unguardable. For Rox, it's most of the same stuff. Rox, of course, being, a French household name that we've seen in Voltage do quite well, both during the group stage and also in the Swiss before that. So I think this is the baseline team. This is what we're going to base our predictions off of. And the question is just: is this relatively new, unguardable team going to shake up the playoffs, or is this going to just be a run through for Rocks Horizon?
I'm not very familiar with probably anyone here. I've maybe seen some from Unguardable because I have casted them last time I think they played. Not too sure about that, but yet again, I'm open for any surprise they bring.
Okay, well, let's go over into team stats and see how these players have been performing thus far. Again, we have quite a bit to go over, and especially in a sec, if we also go into the unguardable roster, you may notice something, and that is that a lot of them have a big fat 0 next to their name. That is because, and we can also see that for one of the players on the side of Rex Horizon, that's because they are new additions to the team, and that's why we don't have any stats for them. They just haven't been like sitting doing nothing the whole season, basically just letting the teammates do all the work of getting to the final stage. They are just brand new additions, so there's plenty that they have to prove in the most difficult part of this journey in the Voltage League. If we can just quickly have a look at those unguardable stats as well. Again, they won't be telling us too much because of what I just said, but still, hopefully you will see those 4 new players filling in those stats very, very quickly. Let's just take one final quick look at the predictions because the lobby is pretty much ready. And when it comes to this, it is kind of split. What do you guys think about that?
Right. I think it's interesting that there's some people going for unguardable. It's a bit of a wild guess. I went with Rocks because I said, it's the safe bet to make. I'm obviously looking for an upset. I wouldn't mind an upset. I'm just here to watch good siege. I don't care who wins. But ultimately, I just went with the safe bet to see if I can maybe up my percentages in terms of predictions. I just have this habit of wanting to be right. So I banked it on the team that should be the favorite going into this. But who's to tell?
I'm gonna keep up my tradition of kind of going with the underdogs. I've always been the type to do that, and even though most of the time they don't come out as the winners, which shouldn't be too much of a surprise. When it actually does happen, the hype and the happiness is just over the top of actually being right on the safe bet. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep my tradition of underdog betting.
I think when the season's over, we need to go through the stats and see who from the talent got like the most correct. I actually think we should do that. We'll get someone to analyze the data for us. But in the meantime, guys, it's time to go to our very first map of the day. Take it away, and let's hope it's a good one.
All right, looking forward to this. We've got an Oregon. I'm not necessarily looking forward to the map specifically, but Oregon's a bit of a blank slate. You can play it however you want to. There's many opportunities to just maybe even experiment to see if you can try something new with a map as tested as this one, because by all means, it's a figured out map. It's a boring map, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's still a very, very good map. It's a solid map to bring into. There's a reason it's been in the competitive rotation for so long. But the thing that I'm more excited about is that I get to be casting with Buffo Bob. How you doing, man? It's been a while since I've seen you around. You've recently re-entered the scene, and now I basically have a whole week ahead just with you.
I'm excited for it. I feel like an old relic, kind of returning to the scene. I have no clue what's going on, no clue who any of these teams are. I have a bit of an idea, but I need to get myself a bit more knowledgeable on how the T4 seasons have changed. But I'm excited to be casting with you as well, Reprints, you and many others to be upcoming. But we used to be kind of a bit of a duo, I'd say it like that. And I hope we can kind of continue that. But without further ado, let's actually get on to the bans. So, this is Oregon, like we said, same old, but not the bans. Okay, Cade is very understandable. Same goes for Ying, but I'm actually quite surprised about the Blitz ban being from Rocks Horizon. Now, what do you think the decision behind that was, Reprints?
Oh, I mean, I would even argue it's a bit of a understandable ban for the side of Oregon. I think the philosophy that I'm coming into this with is Blitz is a very powerful operator to try and push elbow and to push blue with. So just for defending basement, taking out that blitz, making sure that there's not another shield that you may have to deal with, because as we can see, Evan's already on the Monty, and the Monty is another operator that you might bring out in combination with the blitz to just get complete elbow control very early on into the round, to just contest all of that space and basically cut the site in half. And so just denying that, the shield operator that not only has a shield and a pistol, but on top of that, he can flash you if you're up close and personal, and that is basically a guaranteed kill even if you're not in melee range, and that makes Blitz very, very dangerous even at mid-range. And so taking him out, understandable. I think for Oregon it's a bit more of an understandable pick, but at the same time, you're kind of forfeiting the ability to maybe ban out something more, important for something like Oregon. We see that there's no hard breach related bans. I mean, arguably Kai for the defense might be hard breach related, but all of the hard breachers are up, and so this is going to make opening hatches, for instance, very, very simple now. Yeah, sure, you don't have to deal with the blitz in basement, but if all the hatches are open and they've got a minute and 30 to try and set up their execute with, it doesn't matter that the Ying is banned. It doesn't matter that they don't have elbow control yet, because they can still util dump you if they pick the right operator. So we'll have to wait and see if that pick pays off or not. But for now, Rux, they're going to start on defense, and they're going to decide to start on top floor with a heavy extension over into small tower and dining.
Yeah, I did ignore a bit of the shield rework, but as that's happening, we see over a lovely den, the mute player, the C4 gets chucked, and that's going to be almost an early kill. The Demos just managed to sneak away in time, and that's going to be the first pick of the match. That's going to be coded with 1 on 7. That's going to be, I do believe, the Nomad out of the match. Also a very good operator for late game, especially because those flanks. I mean, we see these attackers, they're pushing tower, they're going for small tower. These are kind of a bit more away from the site. I guess you could call them places to push. And with Nomad, it really takes off the type of, I guess you'll say, heat of the flank. But while that's happening, a triple kill comes out. 2 on the side of Rux, Horizon, and Cyanese. They're getting 1, getting 2 on fire. That's going to be a 3v2 situation. Gets 1 Warden hanging on the wall, gets down, and that's going to be a late trade. And now it's all down to the butt. Zemper right now in a tough situation. BMS finishes the job, and with that super shot, he's going to be there to even out the score. And oh my, this went very quickly, 1 second we were talking about one of the first picks, the Nomad getting taken off, Evan just, kind of decimated, and all of a sudden, 3 people are just suddenly gone, and it kind of continues in a very aggressive tradition, I'll say it like that. And yeah, now Rocks Horizon with the first round counted up for themselves and put it up on the score as, Unguardable had a very rough start to begin with.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, all right. A pretty fast start for Rocks here on the defense. Bit of a fight back coming through in the mid-round for Sionista to try and keep this one close, but ultimately too little too late. As we have a comfortable first round, and now we have the basement. And of course, with that Blitz, with that Mirror Ban, I mean, sure, the Mirror Ban does make basement weaker. The Blitz makes it stronger. Again, I wonder what the philosophy is going into the bans for Rocks Horizon, but at the very least, basement now going to be defendable. We did see them really extend out into small tower in the first round, so I'm kind of expecting a bit of a heavier roam to come out once again. They do have the Oryx in play, but you got to consider for the attacking side, there's now a Dokubi in play, there's a Deimos in play, so there's going to be a lot of roam hunting going on. So Rocks, they have to be careful that they don't get caught off on their rotations. They have to make sure that they fall back properly, or, just pick the right fights, get some of those operators out of the game early.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, just like you mentioned, we already have coded very aggressively on the side of Split, going towards meeting, trying to take out any players, just, being a bit too fast on their way. But it's going to be, the attackers, Unguardable is going to be drawing nice and safely, just to make sure their surroundings are clear. I don't think they've spotted coded just yet, maybe now, but the Oryx is also going to be backing off just for a bit. But they want to contest meeting for a bit. I mean, these hatches going directly to E-Box and such are a real pain to go through once they're opened, and so goes for tower side. And these major points, you really do want to keep them as long as you can. And as we're speaking of that, Evan's not going to be keeping himself on the board for much longer. Skoden's going to be getting his first pick yet again. Evan's going to be the first pick. I mean, Evan's not having the best of luck in these past few rounds, the first two, to be honest. And, with a minute, still 2 minutes on the clock, this is getting very aggressive. I mean, Koda's still holding his ground very strong. Fugo gets one for himself. That's going to be Rock off the board. The Demo track comes in, and it is going to be the battle of the duo. I mean, kind of a trade. Deimos' ability works in a really interesting fashion. How he
Attackers
kind
have
of
recovered
turns
their diffuser.
any type of battle into a 1v1.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Ooh, is now then gets another Pyuko onto one more. Does finally get traded by the shotgun of the Deimos, who tries to push himself down backstairs, but he gets taken down by fire as well. And once again, another really, really comfortable round for the side of Rox Horizon as they claim their second. Basement now locked. They will have to go to the tertiary site, but they must be comfortable with that because at the moment they're completely controlling the pace. They are picking the fights whenever they want to, and they do it quite early. These rounds have not lasted long. We are in round 3, and it's been like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I mean, just mostly Coda right now was just a combination of the entire team, actually. Not Coda. Coda was a bit of a distraction and aggression all at the same time, and he was playing on split, going from meeting,
Attackers need
just
to locate and
holding
defuse
his
bombs.
ground on the side of main. And while that was happening, he got himself one pick. Pyuko pushed up with him, got another, and then they just kind of exchanged. But the attackers managed to get only one kill on their side. That was the Deimos with the shotgun late kill right before getting taken out by the Warden and ending the round. Meaning, so the first 2 rounds are going to be going to Rox, but a very aggressive. And also aggressive at the right time. They're not just throwing themselves at these enemies. They're throwing it kind of calculated, I would like to say, no matter. They're doing it at a specific time. So, how would I say this? Basically, good distraction for Morix after he gets a pick. Makes a perfect gap for Pyuko just to get himself one frag for his own. And they kind of, went and did a number 2 after that as well. So, nice and very controlled rounds from the side of Rox. And, maybe we're going to be seeing more of it. Just like I mentioned earlier, players make this map a lot more interesting than the map itself. Just as we're mentioning Coded right now, just crouching in the side of Garage, gets spotted, and manages to get away without any damage taken. I'm going to take that back.
Yeah, he's still going to try and stick out this position. He's a little stuck here. Unguardable have to make sure they don't let him escape, but more importantly, they have to make sure they don't allow him to get a kill as he's finding some damage onto some of these players, and there we go, he even drops the diffuser. Sirocco goes down to this. That's not a good start into the round, and once again, it's Rox Horizon who just completely control the tempo as Pyuko takes down BMZ as well. BMS takes down Semper too. Now finally a trade comes through from Evan, but it's already a 4v2. It might be too little too late, as Rox, they know when they want to fight, and they're fighting outside of the building. There's a Cav who's just downing a player over on School Bus, almost connects that impact to try and finish off that last kill. Now there we go, Evan with the double kill for himself, but he will have to try and find 3 more as they're just gunning it for him. There's 1 more injured. He might be able to turn this into a triple, maybe even a quad, as long as he can deny that pickup coming through over on Zulu. He knows where the last player is too, as they've given away their position, and there's the triple. There's still 1 more injured, and suddenly Evan, basically a 1v5, he's turned it around into a 1v1. He's finished off that kill. It's only down to Pyuko. He knew where Pyuko was about 20-30 seconds ago. Now he can hack the cams as well. He's got so much time to work with. He has another phone call to work with, and there's bullets coming his direction. He knows where Pyuko is. Finds himself inside of the site, almost gets his head taken off. Tries to start putting the plant down. And that phone might be able to cover the sound for it. As the plant's almost down, it will be stuck out. Now 40 seconds in the post-plant. Evan might be able to clutch this out. A round that was definitely in the hands of Rox, but now he's going to be able to hold this from up above from the hatch, Puffo.
And with that is also going to come an ace if it comes all down to the gunfight. Now, the Melusi right now, I mean, it's basically down to him flanking or even going up to the position of the Dokkaebi, trying to search just to deny any type of frag or I'll say more like critical gameplay. And so it comes to it. The Dokkaebi drops. That's going to be Evan just nicely retreating, playing it with his time safely. He has 10 seconds on the clock. The pistol is out, and it's going to be going for a defuse. If he fakes it now, it's too late, and it's basically a win for Unguardable. Rox Horizon, earlier I said how strategic they were and everything. They're making me eat these words because they just threw themselves one after another after getting a 5v3. But even if they did throw themselves, okay, at the end, it was a complete throw. But Rox Horizon, they got the first 2 picks. They made it a 5v3 like that, like a snap of my fingers, and without much issue. I mean, come on. Coded again was just sitting in garage and got droned out. This was stuck basically between a crossfire. Still managed to take out the ace, the Heartbreacher of the enemy team. And just with that,
Attackers need to
Buco
locate
followed
and
along the
defuse
track,
bombs.
and BMS as well, a 5v2 instantly. But Evan thankfully managed to clutch it out. And let's hope this one round isn't going to be the bane of Rock's Horizon.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get the ace for himself. He definitely would have deserved it after the performance there. Yes, sure, he was given the fights, but more importantly, he won every single one of them. And he did play it properly, you know, getting that phone call through, planting while the phone call is active, not giving his own position away while he knows exactly where his last opponent is. And then he just plays Ring Around the Rosie, just keeps himself away for as long as possible, and goes for the swing after the time is already
10
ticked down,
seconds to
just
go.
forcing him to come off of that diffuser or die. Yeah, okay, he does come off the diffuser and
5
kill Evan,
seconds
but
left.
ultimately, there's nothing much that Yoka can do there other than just
Attackers
claim the
must
kill for his
locate and
stats,
defuse a bomb.
potentially in the league, as that is a round done and dusted for Evan. And so Rock's Horizon maybe a little shaken up by that. They certainly had the confidence going into round 3. How much of that is left after that slap in the face that they got just handed down personally from Evan? It's a bit of a question, but I doubt they'll be deterred for long as they go back to top floor. It was the tertiary side. It's not something that you usually expect to win, but with how comfortable they looked, it is a bit of a just giving away the round unnecessarily. And so going into this one, just playing a little slower. We can see 40 seconds off the clock, no spawn peaks, no nothing. They are actually giving Unguardable just a tiny bit of space to try and fight this, but here comes the run out. I spoke too soon as now the Azami's outside the building, then able to get Sirocco once again. It is a 5v4 almost immediately. Man advantage, no trade coming through despite the player being caught outside of the building. He's allowed to rotate past this, able to put up 2 of these barriers, but no, there we go, you can still walk past them. And Semper able to clean up that kill as Sionista able to get one more as well. So man advantage finally turned in the favor of Unguardable. This is one of the first few times that they've actually had man advantage. The question is, what can they do with it now? They must know where some of these Rocks Horizon players are. They should be able to just, you know, encroach on the defense now, and maybe even try to put together something resembling an execute. This would be the first opportunity they're given, as so far Rocks has been so incredibly aggressive and punishing every single move of Unguardable. But now they have an advantage. They might be able to do something with this.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, I mean, Rock's Horizon is very aggressive. They have been punishing them quite well, but I
Attackers
feel like
recovered the
Unguardable is
diffuser.
flipping the table all of a sudden. They are definitely taking these little gaps. Rock's Horizon is leaving in the background and taking full advantage, just expanding it to get as many kills on their side as they can, because they managed to do a 2-for-1 trade, at least. Now, you know, this is probably one of the first rounds that happens. I mean, the previous round, it was kind of a 4-for-1 trade, but, you know, out of actual mistakes, not people just throwing themselves at the enemy. And with that, I mean, we have the man advantage for Unguardable, but they're still on attack. You know, they're still on the time limit. They still need to go in, plan to actually kill these players, and BMS is going to be taking those words. He's going to be taking the advice for himself, and he's going to be going on the aggressive side instead of the attackers, getting 1 kill for himself, evening out the man lead. Oh my god, 2 kills coming in almost. Fire gets 1, and there's a second one from the Warden, and a triple. I don't think he even saw through the smoke, but his pure sixth sense just decided to lead him through, and a very nice pre-fire. All he needs is an MPX, and those Google glasses, they don't even need to be turned on. He just needs to have them on, and he'll be getting himself a nice triple to finish it off.
I mean, yeah, okay, sure, there was smokes in play, and the Warden does perfectly counter that, but fair enough. I think the smokes weren't placed particularly well, because he could see right past the first one, was able to clean up 2 kills, even without the goggles working actively as he was moving around a bunch. Fire's still able to pick up those 2 players on the big window, and then, you know, that final spray, they did know a player was on top white. Bit
Defenders,
fortunate,
protect
but if
your
he would have
bombs
stood
from being
still for,
defused by
you know,
attackers.
half a second longer, he probably would have been able to see the player outright and would have killed him like that. I don't think it makes any difference. And so, very well played. Did pick the right operator, but ultimately with bad utility placement from Unguardable, he didn't even need to play the Warden. So, as you pointed out, Puffo, the Google Glasses, bit of an accessory more than anything. But hey, at the very least, you got to pretend that you had, you know, some sort of use for them.
Yeah.
As now, Rocks, you know, they win again. They go back to basement. We just continue this rotation. They are not at all deterred by their 1 loss. They definitely know themselves that they kind of threw that one away. But if that is the only thing to come out of Unguardable on this first map, I am not worried for Rocks Horizon.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
And,
it.
you know, we can't necessarily say this map is defender or attacker-sided. Percentage-wise, we could say defenders do have a bit of an easier time, but come on. This map is constantly played and has always been, not and hasn't been changed for basically ever. So, you know, attackers don't have any tougher of a time going through this map or clearing it out or, you know, just knowing the spots and nooks and crannies. But with that, you know, we're back at it again. Let's see what Coded has up his sleeve. I mean, he's getting the Dokkaebi call. Even Den is up there with him. Playing Caveira of all operators. The most deadly operator in the silver lobbies is right now in action. And he's ready, you know. Him and Coded are probably going to be going for some, I'm just going to assume it right now, some nasty double, triple kills. Maybe it's not going to work out all as good as it always does, but Fire's going to begin the first pick. A trade coming in for Zemper, and that's going to be very aggressive from the side of Puko. What gets a bit of a trade onto Zemper. Now it's a 2v4 situation. Puko gets a double kill for himself. Puck is off the board. BMS joining on I can't say that word. The kill train. There we go. As it's down to a 3v1 situation, the Evan goes for a very nice shot. We even had some explosives coming out, but then, and with the power of Pokeballs, Noah's going to be getting a nice finishing touch for himself.
I was going to say that there was finally something new that I would see out of Unguardable. It was the fact that, yes, Fire was able to get the opening pick once again. Rox Horizon very clearly in control of getting the opening pick, but there was an immediate trade, and I like that. I was about to comment on it, but the moment after that, the entire round fell apart because Unguardable, off of finding a single trade in the 4v4, found enough confidence for themselves to start pushing deeper angles, and they got punished across the board. Rox Horizon just completely putting Unguardable right back out of the map and locking Evan once again into a 1v3. This one he doesn't win out. Can't win them all.
And defuse as many bombs
He does
as they can.
get, you know, forcibly hunted down over on Bunker, and it's a bit of an advantage for the side of Rox Horizon. They look very, very comfortable, not just on the strategic aspect, because ultimately I don't know how much strategy is coming into this. I think at the moment it's just they're reading the proper aggression, and they're currently just winning gunfights individually, and the problem is Unguardable is largely giving that to them. I did see one trade, as I said in the previous round. I was gonna comment on that being well, but moments after that, Unguardable immediately split up again and got picked off on different angles, and so they just need to get on top of that. They have to solve that problem. Because at the moment, you have 5 individual fraggers that are absolutely tearing you apart.
And defuse a bomb.
Yeah, and it always happens also in a similar fashion. I mean, besides just going apart, it always goes from 1 kill, down to 2, down to 3, and down to the entire team being all forced to count on Evans or the Hibana from the previous round, and not too good of a situation. They spot the Vigil, go for a wall. Oh, a wall. They try to wallbang him. Unsuccessful. The Vigil with the Baji, a very cocky side from Rox Horizon. I mean, they're being full confidence, all bark and bite. And, you know, Unguardable's not being too good at countering it at the moment. You know, they're still playing a lot more defensively. Earlier, you mentioned the trade was extremely nice to see. But at the end, they need to kind of keep up that sort of gameplay. They can't just the second they get a kill feel this time much more comfortable, because then happens like this. Evan gets one, but that all happened under a trade, and then got one for then got Evan, and Sinasta was getting taken out as well. So it was, you know, it was still, again, a 2-for-1. They're in a minus. They're not profiting from these gunfights, and they're definitely not in any better situations as attackers because they still need to take sight.
Rox Horizon is controlling every square centimeter of this map, and that includes outside. At the moment, they are just so firmly in control of this map. They have a chokehold on Unguardable, and there's nothing that they can do to try and get past that. There was one trade that came out, a direct trade, both of the Korean operators just immediately taking each other out, reducing the number of Koreans from 2 to 0 in the split of a second. And at the moment, I just don't see a way for Unguardable to win this. Rox Horizon are playing with 0 respect. They got punished for it once, and as I'm about to say that, there's actually 2 kills coming through. Sirocco and Semper able to find not 1, but 2 kills, able to equalize back into a 2v2. And I said, Rox Horizon, they're playing with absolutely no respect, and the problem is, it doesn't come back to haunt them once again. And it would be on the tertiary site a second time, as once again there's a plant coming down. This is reminiscent of Evan's clutch. Can Unguardable put this together? Sirocco, yeah, there we go. He's able to find a double for himself in the round. Now it's only down to Puko, who's playing the P90 on dock. The amount of disrespect from Rox Horizon is immeasurable, but so is the counterplay from Unguardable. Maybe you should have given them just the tiniest inkling of respect. But no, Pyuko says, absolutely not. I will still peek you even with the P90. I will win that. I'm just going to reinforce in a post-plant situation. I'm going to bait it, and I'm just going to win against
Oh
Semper.
my.
Have eyes on the
Pyuko with a double in the round, clutches it. 1v2. It is 5-1 for Rocks Horizon. And
Defenders
despite
disabled the
showing
diffuser.
absolutely no respect
Defender
toward their
mission
opponents, they're
successful.
still able to close out these rounds.
Oh my god, man. They spawn peaks. They use the P90. They rush. They run out. And they use the Baj G. These are mercenaries of this match. And I mean, even with everything they're doing, they're still at a 5-1 score, looking as comfortable as ever. And Unguardable, they're struggling. They are struggling to get through at every single gap, nook and cranny, whatever you want to call it. Wherever they may be, they are not safe. Even if it's outside the map, even if it's in a positive situation, Rocks right now, they're playing with their food.
Attackers need to
At
locate
least
and
that's what it
defuse as
seems
many
like, and I'm
bombs as they
definitely
can.
continuing on with that assumption, because I mean, they're it's just brutal. And
Attackers have
even
located a
from
bomb.
the layout we're currently seeing, or I'll say more of like the lineup, Unguardable switched a bit more to Clash, which is going to make the gunfights, or I'll say the process of elimination for Rocks Horizon a bit slower, especially with that shock. It's funny and all, but oh my, Rocks Horizon are absolutely merciless right now. And even Pyuko, we can see him, earlier he went with the P90, also
seconds
joined
left.
with the Baji. I was going to mention the Cali, but it did switch over to Dokkaebi, so I'll be,
5 seconds left
taking
before
that
insertion.
back.
Attackers are moving
Alright,
to defuse
the
the
Kali
bomb.
is not stuck. I'm a little disappointed in that. I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, sure, Pyuko is your top frag. Maybe don't put him on that, massive rifle, but I still wanted to see it because at the moment, Rox they haven't really been giving him any respect.
Sending drone!
And somehow they've been getting away with it. Aside from the clutch, Evan, great individual performance, but other than that, Unguardable have looked almost scared. I mean, the operator lineup that they're bringing is just an indication of how scared they are. There's an Azami to put up a bunch of barriers. The mute's kind of a common pick on Oregon because of the amount of, hunting utilities such as the Dokkaebi and trying to deny walls and stuff. You don't really need electrification. So yeah, the mute's a general pick, but like the Azami and especially the Clash just kind of show that Unguardable are afraid of taking gunfights against Rocks Horizon and that they absolutely do respect Horizon's capability of fighting. But there we go.
Oh.
Once again, Sionista tries to go for a C4. It would have connected onto 2 players potentially, but instead it's just a firefight. Fire. He's able to get that pick. It is man advantage for Rocks Horizon again, and very early on. It's been only a minute inside of this round, and we might be looking at a match point very, very quickly here. As Rocks Horizon continue to just move forward, and Unguardable have nothing to put up in opposition of it.
You do not need a Goyo to bring heat. Call Rocks Horizon instead, because that was an insane shot. And what's even worse is, Unguardable tried to get some revenge of this disrespect. We saw the Azami attempting to run out of tower, but she didn't even break the barricade fully, and that's just the level difference we're currently at. Bimsy gets one for himself, a nice little kill on Decoded, who has been popping off. I mean, basically every round he's been the star of this match along with Pyuko, but still, I mean, that confidence level just kind of showed it. I mean, Azami definitely, every single run out or type of, I guess I'll say, out of place play from Rocks Horizon has definitely been successful. That Azami just kind of proved that Unguardable right now in confidence, they're nowhere close, but Zemper gets one for himself. That's Pyuko off the board. That's the 2 top fraggers, and now it's going to be getting a bit more heated. They still have a Clash who could zap even the line to death. BMS gets one for himself. That's going to do 3. A double on fire gets taken out. It's the smokes going down. Double for Rocco, and now it's down to the Clash in line, and
Oh, he's gonna die.
HP. Yes, he is. And the Clash ended up working out just fine as Evan gets one for himself. Evan was the first pick in the majority of the first few rounds, but he decided he wanted to put some respect on his name, play that Clash, and deliver that shocking experience to the enemy team as we get a 5-2 score. And Rocks Horizon is still leading with 3 rounds.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight back if Unguardable want to bring this, over the line. we are in a BO3, so maybe losing this map and putting it away quickly isn't that big of a deal for Unguardable. But of course, the closer they make this,
Attackers
the
need
more
to
they make
locate and defuse
Rox Horizon
bombs.
question if, maybe you shouldn't be going at this with this much disrespect. Maybe it is just that the map was defender-sided, even if Rox Horizon were playing questionable operator lineups. It may still be that this is fairly defender-sided and Unguardable have a chance to maybe put themselves back into this, at least for a moment, as match point has been averted. And I was going to say that, Den not getting taken down and being 2 HP instead was very, very unfortunate. Something that could swing the game the other way. Just by a hair, he was able to survive the first gunfight. And that
10
followed
seconds
up
to
with
insertion.
just a 2-player punish from BMS who was able to find himself inside of the site.
5 seconds
But
to insertion.
ultimately, it just set us up for a very beautiful clash kill to just get that BM going the other way as well, as both teams now got some funny kills. And maybe this is a way for Unguardable to just find themselves mentally back in this game, because ultimately after that first half, there's not really much to celebrate.
Yeah, I mean, they still have ways to go to even, reach the even level when it comes to rounds. Bringing out the Blackbeard, I see Coden, he wants to protect his head, and that's completely fine. Helmets don't work in Siege. The Blackbeard shields do. So while we're at that, I mean, yeah, Rox Horizon is still at a pretty big league. And lead, not just league, a pretty big lead. They have the advantageous hand, and they've been leading on defense at least. Attack is not going as well for them, but that could just be mostly them messing around. For all we know, they could still be hiding something. They could still be, disrespecting and just playing along as we go. As a trade comes out from Den and Frenzy, and that's going to be a down coming onto the side of Yuko. Yuko gets one for himself. Rocco takes out Fire. Attic is taken over. His Emperor takes out Coda. That's going to be a 2v3 situation. And Sophia still playing around in the kid's windows. Emperor gets one onto BMS. It's a double kill for him. And now it's a 1v3 situation. And, Unguardable is actually taking this in their hands for, one of the fewer times. And a very good one. Not Sophia. Finka. I keep on mispronouncing that for some reason. Finka's still having 2 boosts. She's not looking too bad on HP, unlike the Frost. But it's a 1v3 situation. But it is Puko after all.
At the moment, I think a bit of an inverted trend. I was trying to put together some sort of metaphor for, rocks crashing like waves against the rocks on the shoreline, but because at the moment it's inverted. They are not the rocks, they are the waves, and they're currently crashing up against a formidable defense of Unguardable, who's just allowing this to come through. They are allowing Rox Horizon to still dictate the pace, but whenever they do find it in, now it's finally being punished properly. There's some counterplay, there's some gunfights being won, and there's some people stacking up to try and go for trades. It started up with just an instant direct trade of just, once again, Den being involved in a double elimination, killing everything, including himself. And so now it's only down to Pyoko. He does have enough ammo to potentially kill all 3 of these players, but as long as they play this crossfire right, and you can see it's a 3-way crossfire setup. The moment he pushes in, this is going to get risky, and here comes a double swing. There we go. Sienna is able to take that one down. And once again, we avoid match point for now, and this is the point where maybe Rox Horizon have to consider, maybe we should give this some thought. Maybe we should try and think about how we want to attack, and maybe give them at least that inkling of respect. Because at this point, maybe Unguardable have earned it. You should watch out that you don't let this one slip away.
Yeah, they definitely... Rox Horizon has been bringing the heat to most of these rounds. I mean, even this attacking round, they were instantly pushing windows. They were just opening up everything. But at the end, on attack, it's not going nearly as well as it was on defense. They're not controlling it as, the remote's kind of slipping away. So right now, it went from a 5v1 or a 5-2-1 score to a 5-3, and if that number keeps on going up, Rox Horizon is going to be looking at a very close match, even closer than it already is. And you kind of just want to get at least one round right now in this or the next match, or this round or the next round. Getting that in just so you can get that match point pressure would be absolutely fantastic. But it's all up to them. I mean, the way they want to attack, if they want to keep on being very aggressive, we can see seeing Unguardable right now. They've been adapting to it, at least from my perspective. They seem like, they're actually kind of getting used to it. It's probably unusual seeing how you go into a comp match, and in the very first few rounds, you have just rushes, you have runouts, and that constantly, and that they're very good at it, you kind of need some time getting used to it, and I think that time has come. So with that, Fox Horizon, I would very much, say to take a different approach for every now and then. I mean, we see it already. They do seem to be slowing things down a bit, so they kind of change. They can kind of change the pace of the match.
Right. This is the make or break point for Unguardable, I think, because now they're onto the tertiary. Yes, they did win 2 defenses in a row, but they now have to go over to meeting and dining. This is, of course, a lesser favorite, I think, among the defensive sides, because sure, Oregon once again tried and tested map. I think you can find ways to win every single bomb site as a defender and as an attacker. It is a fairly balanced map now that, it's been explored quite decently, but it's still one of the weaker ones. It's still not one that you would want to go to an overtime in your first round when everything's opened back up, and so this is the point where Unguardable have to prove themselves, and it's not off to a great start as Den is able to take down Beamsy. There's no trade coming through, and that is tower control gained, and it looks like Unguardable were trying to hold this for quite a while. The recoil for Den just getting away from him a bit in that fight against Evan, neither connecting onto each other. As Evan's allowed to pull back, allowed to keep himself alive, and these are some really long angles from Unguardable. They're holding into this very, very wide.
Both teams to be splitting a lot more safely than they, did so previously. I mean, the Finka, okay, yeah, Den did seem to slip away with his recall, but, he also slipped away from the enemy sites. He backed off a bit, went onto the drone, used his Finka boost, actually kind of rethought everything that's going around, even helped out the Nomad since she's not looking too good with her HP. They do have under a minute, and the Puko gets one on Evan. That's going to be the second pick on the side of Rocks Horizon for Unguardable, and the flashes are starting to come out. The utility is being thrown. 1 kill onto BMS. That's going to be a double on Cyanista, and we get 1 trade on from Puko. Puko, the absolute frag master right now, just going off, still keeping up the tradition of just, being the star alongside with Coded, who's still alive on Nomad, still kicking with that 70 HP, but starting to get a lot more aggressive. That's 1 onto the Bandit. That's going to be a down for the side of Rocco. 1 kill for him. That's going to be Coded. And now it's a 2v2 situation. Also 2v1 because honestly, the Bandit is down. You can't necessarily call that an alive and good kicking player. So it's all down to Rocco. He gets 1. That's going to be a double for him. Does he secure the triple? He has the red ping, and the attacker is on a time limit. He's going for the plant, and it's behind the Osa shield. There's no impact on him. And he whips! And Coda gets himself a very nice finishing kill. Actually, finishing it off very nicely, and okay. Prince, you want to take it away? I think I just shat myself.
I mean, what a round that was. That came down to the wire. 1 second left. Falls off of the plant. He tries to commit to it. Puko, I respect the balls. He's being red pinged actively behind his Talon shield. He still sticks that plant, and he uses that cover beautifully to his advantage to take down the last player. But what a throwaway. This was Unguardable's round to win. It was a beautiful setup into just being able to find these picks. Unguardable found the long angles where they needed to. They found all the picks that they had to. They had the information where they needed it. I assume it was a bulletproof cam inside of the site that must have not been cleared because there was live information onto the last player on stage. And with probably like 0.8 seconds left on the board, there's a gunfight ensuing and you lose it. And you're not close enough to cover to just try and hide away, to just bait out the time. That's so unfortunate. But what a round for Rocks Horizon to just steal away from under the noses of Unguardable. And so now we have 3 match point opportunities instead of a 5-4 scoreline. And this is a big difference for the side of Unguardable, as they now have to complete a perfect rotation. They cannot slip up here if they want to make this to overtime. Otherwise, map 1 will be done and dusted. We'll go to map 2. We'll go to bank straight away. Rocks Horizon going to be putting themselves up to map point. I can't believe that fight got away from him.
That's insane, dude. That is actually insane. I mean, it's a really tough decision to make in those final few seconds for both players. I mean, the Legion, he either went and disrupted the plant because he didn't know exactly how long Yuko was planting for, so he could have been on the edge of actually getting it down, so he had to be quick about it. And at the same time, he could have just wasted away, and maybe just in time to, you know, kind of hide away, so Puko had to stick to the plant or lose the round. Yet again, he didn't have the exact information. Same goes for Puko. He said, you know, he went balls to the walls with it. He said all or nothing, and he won that gamble. High risk, high reward, and so it was for Puko. You know, planting behind the shields, 2 seconds or so. And all it needed was for Cargo King to, you know, miss a shot, and so it came down to that. And we're now to 6-3. 1 round away from Rocks Rising getting their round done, and, you know, these attacking rounds, Unguardable, you know, they did win 2 in a row. They have been a lot more in possession of the controller and the remote. But that previous round was extremely close, and Unguardable almost got away with it. I mean, Rocco was just shooting away, taking heads. But at the end, Rocks Rising took it, and you can't change that fact. And now we're going down into the final moment, the possibly even final round of the first match. So we're gonna have to see how it goes. I mean, this prep, we have the Capital, we have the Glass. I'm gonna be safely assuming it's gonna be going for a smoke client, even with Grim, who is always a lovely addition to see, especially with how hated on I would say he was when he came out. So, you know, with all of that, the Grim is going on. The first one misses, and that is going to be a punish from Cyanese. The fire taken on the board. The MP7 going a bit more close. Captel is going. Zephyr gets 1, even gets the second. Coded and Den are both off the match. That's a 2v5 situation. 40 seconds on the clock, and this blind situation is completely out of their hands. Bimsy gets 1 onto Puko, and now it's all down to BMS. Managed to go down 1. Is he going to be finishing and preventing the flawless? Yes, he will. He gets a second. The bearing 9 is unstoppable. Even Evan is going to be joining Bimsy 6 foot under. The default camera is still up. They know where he is. But again, 20 seconds, and don't let the same mistake happen like it did earlier. And there it is. Rocco finishing the job. And wow, that was shut down. That was a complete just Alta 4 on the side of Unguardable. Rocks Horizon didn't even start the plant. I mean, it's all started with one simple mistake from Grim missing his bees.
And I mean, not even missing them, just trying to set them up. Just the lineup taking 1 second too long. He gets punished on that. Off of that, the entire execute unravels. And I was going to comment. I really like to see it. Unguardable didn't give them a single gunfight. That did allow Rocks Horizon to get some very early and very pristine map control. And they took it seriously. I mean, for as much trolling as they were doing on the defensive side, now being up on match point with 2 more opportunities to go, they were bringing out a Capital. They were bringing out a Grim for the execute. They had a Glass to try and set up for a proper, like, smoke everything, try and execute it into the side, cause a lot of confusion, cut off sightlines for the defender so that you can get yourself in. And I respect it. It totally didn't work out because Unguardable was able to just tear it apart before it even started. But there was just an inkling of respect. There was a tiny bit of respect coming through from Rocks Horizon, and that shows me that the half switch really demonstrated to Rocks Horizon that this game isn't as one-sided as you think. You got to start on the defense. That's why you were up 5-1. It's not necessarily because you're just a much better team. Because yeah, no matter what you got away with on the defensive side, now it's Unguardable that dictate the pace. It's Unguardable that start with all the map control. Let's see how well you can do trying to take it. And for the moment, I think it's been hit or miss for the side of Rocks Horizon. Yeah, they're still on match point, but that is off of a beautiful first half, and the second half has been a lot more closely contested. This is the kind of siege that I was just kind of waiting for. And so now, round 11, potentially 2 more to go if we want to head into overtime for the side of Unguardable, as now they have to get back to top floor. And if they win this, then they will have to go back to tertiary, which came down to a 1v1. So even meeting winnable for the side of Unguardable, this is not over yet.
Well, most definitely is not. Seeing as how even you mentioned how the pace is kind of in their hands, you know, it very much is possible. You know, we could be seeing a 6-6 any second, but then again, these mistakes that any of the 2 teams have been doing, they instantly get punished just like that, and it's all in a major point. You know, it goes from 1 kill all down to 3, all down to 4, and just the round loss being lost like that. You know, it can all just flip instantly, just like that. Cyan gets 1, that's coded off the board. Rocks Horizon already at a man disadvantage, just like they were on the defense. The defenders sided right now. is being the one with the first picks, and that's going to be Coded, who also seemingly is one of the fraggers, I would say. But definitely Puko being on top at currently. That's going to be another one from Evan, SMG11, then getting taken off the board. A very nice 3v5 situation, still minute 15 on the clock, so they have some time to remuster their thoughts, but they don't have the players to kind of go for any type of refrag game or any big plan. Monty isn't much of fragging potential either. He's just a big undestructible drone. Can be deadly up close, but that's if he even gets to that position. I mean, with a Monty up against a 1v3 and the 2 players distracting the remaining 2 attackers, it's going to be a tough situation to go through, and even with the time ticking, they still need to get that plan down or kill the players. He spots our lovely Aruni right now in Attic, but it's not going to be working too well. The Capitao goes for some bolts, trying to push out the mutes unsuccessfully, and that's going to be another kill from Evan, a double one, and Monty getting ganked on top with the... Oh, was that the zombie knife finishing the job?
The perspective we switched to there was just horrifying. We went from just watching a man desperately jumping in a window to try and create an opportunity to a Monty being surrounded by 3 players. Just 3 players inside a pit just staring at you, waiting, telling you, hey, how about you de-extend your shield? How about you try something? Come on, it won't hurt.
Come on.
As Unguardable, once again, just putting themselves out everywhere on the map. And Rocks Horizon, yeah, they're doing a good job of getting themselves in the map. And Unguardable are respecting them enough to allow them into the map, which is a stark contrast to the first half that we had. But the problem is that Rocks Horizon are currently kind of lost within the map. They don't know what to do as an attacking team, and they get caught from angles that they're not expecting because Unguardable is purposefully setting up very, very long lines of sight, very, very confusing site setups. With, for instance, this rotation that we had last time we were here in meeting all the way over onto Zulu. This time around, Sionista going to reinforce it instead. But also on top lord, we saw just this really long angle. The player holding T3 was not contested. He was allowed to drop back down. And so with that DMR, with that ACOG, just hold a long angle all the way from deep inside of Attic and just pick off a player inside of Master. Rocks were not expecting it. They did get control of Master and Armory basically for free. Minus, maybe 30 seconds, taking that with the Monty droning it out, making sure it's clear. But after that, they don't know where to go, and that's kind of concerning because I've seen Rocks Horizon try to put together one execute that stumbled and immediately fell apart at the first opportunity that Unguardable was given by just standing around with utility in your hand. And so the question is, are Rocks able to coordinate a proper attack to try and prevent this overtime? Because otherwise, Unguardable are going to fight into a game that looked completely unwinnable to begin with.
I mean, the fact that Capitao was stuck outside of sight while Monty was getting bullied in Attic, yeah, they are definitely lost and not together. But, that split up is also what was happening to Unguardable in the first half. So, they're kind of returning the favor, and even with that, it's going to be a bit of a change this time. Rocks Horizon will be doing it first time with their opening pick, then getting a very nice one. Some question marks in chat, not sure what that's about, a questionable kill, or maybe even him himself not being sure of what happened. Whatever it is, it's a kill. And Bubsy's off the board. The Valkyrie, she did place down her Valkyrie camera, so utility's down, not too much of a sacrifice, rather than a Legion, a zombie, or anything of the sort, but Attic is definitely going to be one of the main entry points, as the previous round, I mean, that Aruni with the DMR was absolutely brutal in Attic. She was taking heads one after another, and that's where Monty got stuck in the end, so you make sure to take that as one of the vantage points. Now, this is the final round Rocks can go safely, because after that, they're going into overtime, and when you're in overtime, it's a lot more stress, it's a lot more on the line in general, and it also kind of depends who's going to be on defense, as long as, the tradition of how well, I guess I'll say, can place these matches or rounds were, when it comes to actually controlling.
Sionista almost connecting onto a player inside of the basement. Also nearly getting caught out by those DMR shots. There is a cam that's just offering live information onto Sionista. He has to be careful about that. As on top floor, Semper does have control of the hatch, but he does get taken down as finally Evan able to go for a bit of a trade with that C4 coming in from down below. But Attic control has been gained. Top floor has basically been forfeit, and this forces Sionista into a corner. He has a lot less control now. They've been trying to open up this wall. Rocks Horizon, that is, and Unguardable have been able to deny it using some of these impacts, but now they're getting pinched into place, and Rocks, they're going to be able to close it out as they're able to clamp down on all of the players left standing for the side of Unguardable. And a nice attempt to try and fight back into this. The change of halves, definitely a big contributing factor in that, but ultimately not enough, as Rocks Horizon able to bring it over the line way too close from just the standard that they were showing in the first half. Way too close. This should have been a clean 6-0, 7-0. They should have just... They threw away one of their rounds, and off of that, just... What are you doing? Why is it so close? Rocks Horizon should be able to close this out, but they struggle on attack. They're still able to bring it over the line, so they go up 1-0. We move on to Bank. This is a chance for Rocks Horizon to clear this up, 2-0. But too shaky. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it was really close. Just like you mentioned, I mean, for how the first half went, I feel like Unguardable took it back way too easily and way too leadingly, because at the end, I mean, it was 7-5 down from a 5-1 score, or up from a 5-1 score, which is absolutely insane, especially on a map like Oregon, where, you know, being lost on a map like that and just kind of not being able to figure out where you are, your surroundings, what you're doing, why is a Monty in a 1v3 in Attic? It's all kind of confusing and just not right and not in place. So Unguarded definitely took that in hand. You know, they took it well. They definitely took advantage of it as much as they could, but in the end it didn't matter because Rocks Horizon got the first map, and you know, for Oregon, it was close enough, and I would even say too close for how things started off.
I mean, certainly no absence of individual skill. We could see that across the board from Rocks Horizon. They were not scared of picking gunfights. They were picking gunfights with unfavorable weapons and such. But the problem is just the fundamentals were missing there. And as we say that, we have Avrona back. Hello.
Hello. I have no idea why it could be grey, but give me a sec.
Yes. 50s noir mode.
We're going back in time.
Just try to be, you know, have some like very
try to be witty and funny while you solve this problem.
There we go.
There we go.
Back in color.
All right. Yay.
Sweet. I went out of my weird black and white face there. So that was a great first map to get us started. However, like we did talk about, there's still plenty more to go. Obviously, there's quite a few lessons that Rocks Horizon need to take from that, just seeing how that whole game went towards the end. There's definitely a lot more lessons that Unguardable will have to take out of it, though. But after a, let's say, quick 5-minute break, we'll be back with this very next map. And hopefully we'll see another fantastic game just like this one. So don't go anywhere, or you can go for 5 minutes, but then you'll be straight back here for round 2, or map 2 of this best of 3.
Where is it written that all our dreams must be small?
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
We have a dream. A dream where equality and equity in sport are possible. Where discrimination and lack of support are a past topic. Where there are no athletes asking for money on the street to be able to compete or study. And the only challenge they face is fighting for their dreams. They are not alone on this journey. This is how All Player was born in the world of sports marketing. An application converted into a community of support, a family where talent and hard work are the main value. It doesn't matter your background, race, or gender. What matters is your passion for your goals and the desire to succeed. In our world, every blow, every fall, it is an opportunity to get up stronger. Join us on this journey towards a future of sports and gaming, where dreams become reality. Together we can change the game.
First map behind us, but we still have at least a minimum of one more to do. Is Rocks Horizon going to be able to close it out in just 2 maps, though? We have to wait and see, because even though they were very dominant at the start and were overall one of the most dominant teams the entire season, they did kind of stumble a bit there. Now, to be fair, while that can seem a bit weird, it's actually not that out of the ordinary. In the previous 2 head-to-heads against Unguardable this season, they ended up going 7-5 and 7-4. So in the end, they kind of reached an average in that very first map. Are we going to see a similar scoreline yet again for the second map on Bank?
Well, I mean, I would argue that Rocks Horizon is still obviously the favorite going into this. We could see a similar scoreline. It's a much different map. It's going to be hard to judge how these 2 teams are going to play on this one as opposed to Oregon, but I would expect that both teams are going to bring out at least something that's going to get them a few rounds over the line. The question is just how much of the disrespect for Rocks Horizon is still there. How much respect are they going to give their opponents? Because this one was closer than it had to be. In all honesty, they did throw away a very important defensive round, and multiple of these attacks, I was just thinking, guys, like, surely you understand how competitive works. Surely you have some basic game plan in terms of how you want to approach the building and what you want to do when you're in the building. Because at the moment, it feels like there's 5 individual people who are not talking to each other, just playing T-Hunt. And we could see that on attack, that was not working. That was making them struggle way more than they had to. And so going into Bank, I wonder how that's going to pan out. Bigger map, a lot more space, which should make it easier at the very least for Unguardable to get into the map, which I think is more of an advantage for Unguardable. So we could even see an overtime. But down to how the teams play in the server. So I'm ready to be surprised again.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon and Bank are completely separate maps because Oregon, it's old-fashioned. We know it. We know how it works. So runouts and things like that are a lot more common and a lot more familiar with these players. But Bank, that's a completely different story. It's a lot bigger. It's a lot more, I'll say, unexplored and unfamiliar to basically everyone, especially in the comp scene, at least, with how much these 2 maps are played on stat base. So, I'm really expecting that if it goes anyway, with Rocks Horizon on Oregon, most of the rounds they won was on defense. About 5 of them, I believe, with one of them being thrown. And all of those rounds that were won completely was with the amount of aggression they just straightforward sent in to the side of Unguardable, just completely demolishing them. So if that doesn't end up working, I'm wondering how Rocks Horizon is going to pull through. But if they continue the tradition, and if Unguardable, kind of keeps on falling for the same trick over and over and over again, I think it's going to be the same result, but we're going to have to see. Just like Reaper said, let's let time tell.
Exactly. Now, especially with Rocks Horizon starting on attack in this second map, that's going to really make it a interesting game if the very first map is anything to go by. But if all the players ready in lobby and ready to, on the side of Rocks Horizon, to close it down to just 2 maps, on the side of Unguardable, fight for that 1 map longer. Guys, take it away, and let's hope it's going to be a very exciting Bank.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go, Puffo.
Yeah.
We're on to map 2. We're on Bank. This one's also a classic, but a much different one from Oregon.
True.
Much larger map, much more space to play for. It should be a lot more difficult to try and go for spawn peaks. Obviously, still an opportunity. There's loads of aggression that you could pull out, especially with big jump outs coming up from CEO side. But ultimately, I would argue Unguardable might have a chance to at least approach the building before getting completely decimated by Rocks Horizon. And I think that is the difference. Oregon was very, very compact. And so the question is, Rocks Horizon, they looked very shaky on attack. And on defense, what was working for them was just the way that Oregon works and their aggression. So if that doesn't pan out for them here, I'm honestly seeing a third map.
Yeah, honestly, look, with when I voted for Unguardable, of course, I did have some sort of sense that they were going to lose because they are the underdogs, at least what it seems like to the community and to us, the staff. But in the end, how that match turned out, the defense was definitely giving them a hard time. But over time, I feel like they did actually adapt to this type of play style. They changed it up a bit. But in the end, it didn't matter. Rockstar Horizon still took the win in the final round right before they were both on match point as well. So it did end up being close, but I'm just hoping, I really am hoping it's not going to be a similar fashion type of playstyle. Because if it ends up being just that, let's say if Rocks Horizon is on attack, they won 5 rounds out of 6, and then they switch and a similar situation happens, I'm not going to find that too, keen. It's going to be a bit boring to me personally, but all these plays that are going to be happening are definitely going to make it a lot better. But still, I'm hoping Unguardable kept that warm up in their head. They kept up this type of play style to counter Rocks Horizon because Rocks Horizon hasn't adapted too much, at least from what I've experienced and seen. But Unguardable have been having rough starts. So, let's hope maybe both these teams switch it up a bit. And let's actually, while we're at it, go over these bans. We saw some pretty actually, common
Attackers
ones. I
need to
can't really
locate and
argue
defuse
with what
bombs.
we have here. Dokkaebi, especially with how much she was used in the previous match, Oregon was just Dokkaebi haven. I mean, one call after another, and even the Dokkaebi clutch from the side of Evan, I believe it was just all around fantastic. I mean, Dokkaebi's a good pick. Same goes for Valkyrie. The amount of utility she brings, absolutely fantastic. I mean, it just goes anywhere and it's well hidden and you can, spin it around more than the default camera. So it's all well and that. Now, what are your thoughts on the Unguardable ban?
10 seconds to go.
Do they know that Fenrir's been nerfed? I wonder
5
if
seconds
Unguardable
left
know that
before
Fenrir's been
insertion.
nerfed because, yeah, of course, it's still a viable ban. I think out of the two operators that were hit, Fenrir and Solus both getting some very heavy nerfs coming into this season. Fenrir is the one that got off lighter. I think Solus is the one that was punished a lot more going into this. So ultimately, yeah, sure, I still understand where you're coming from. There's still 4 of these gadgets, 2 active at a time. And while they might not be bulletproof anymore, even when they're closed, they were never bulletproof when they're open to begin with. So it's still a very similar situation. I get why you would want to ban this because there's a lot of doorways, there's a lot of places that you don't want to be pushing late and running into one of those FNATs. But I feel like there is better bans now. I don't really sense that, the Fenrir is the best option that you have, even depending on playstyle. I just think there has to be something more valuable that you could take out. The 2 bans from Rocks Horizon, I think, just firmly taken out the 2 strongest operators. And now we've got the opening pick for Beamsy as a C4 kill coming in, and Unguardable off to not such a bad start going into this bank. They do get the start on defense, and now they've managed to take out the Monty already.
Yeah, the Monty already being on low HP from exposing his sides, just getting finished off with the C4 should be good enough. A bit of utility wasted, but you do want to get him out of the match just because of how actually detrimental his gameplay can be. Now, we do see a Kali in the gameplay right now, almost hitting the cap can, very close for right now Zemper to be taken off, but not close enough. Now, Ash in a gunfight, a bit of a shaky gunfight to be completely sure. Evan getting first kill for himself, and Coded being the one to get taken out. That's going to be the Ash of the board. Not too good for the Ash player, but with a 3v5, yeah, Rocks Horizon is not having too great of a start. Now with the Kali, Kali's gunfire isn't the best, but the destruction and the utility she has is absolutely outstanding. So let's hope that comes to use. Now, I don't think they're well aware of their lovely Warden right now, standing on bottom blue with a shotgun ready to blast anyone to smithereens who dares challenge him. And Dan, right now, we love to see some Nook plays. We love to see some sneaky Nook gameplay, but you never know how it goes. I mean, this Cade Rock is absolutely, he's locked in. He's ready for anything to come at him. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, Memzi gets one out the Puko. That's a double kill for him. That shotgun mentioned. He gets the second. That's going to be a down, a triple kill for him. And the last one's going to be Nook. The info is on her. And what is Den going to do?
Oh, here he goes. He finally gets it. This was a patience mini game that just lasted for so long. Den basically sitting the entire round outside of Garage, waiting for an opportunity for Sirocco to look away. Sirocco did not flinch. He didn't look away a single time. He just sat there for 2.5
10
minutes,
seconds to go.
staring unknowingly, of course, at a drone in the distance that was trying to spot if he was going to look away at a good opportunity for Den to try and walk himself in to catch him off guard. But in the end, Den is the last one alive. He basically doesn't take part in this entire round, and ultimately he has to take the gunfight anyway, and he wins it. So he might as well have taken that in the first few seconds and actually contributed to the round, but instead he looks for an opportunity that never presents itself. The amount of patience on Sirocco is absolutely immaculate. And unguardable off of the back of, I believe it was Bimsy who gets himself a 3K on those blue stairs, never properly cleared out, never pushing for more than one angle. This was basically just, guys, let's push 4 people into server and 1 guy garage. And that didn't work out for them at all, because they got picked off individually everywhere, even on top floor.
Look, I can understand Sirocco's patience because the amount of times siege timing can screw you over is absolutely insane. You can look at an angle.
Yeah, no, he committed. He was locked in.
He knows. He has too much experience with looking at angles for 5 minutes straight and then looking away and just getting one tap. And I think we can all understand that. If you play siege timing has to be a major part of your hate towards siege at least one point in your gameplay. But yeah, that patience was there. He was locked in. He was ready. He's not letting go of that. And even though it didn't end up being, in his favor, or at least his gunfight win, he still ended up,
5 seconds left
tightly
before
securing the
insertion.
angle, just pushing that Nook away from where she was from her comfort zone. She couldn't have snuck up outside that. Yeah.
Hey, he might have died, but some say he's still holding the angle. Because honestly, he held it until the very last moment. He might still be holding it in heaven.
Sirocco still with his KTCSG in heaven, holding Garage on bank. We love to see it. Maybe the ghost still haunts Nook up until this day. But you know what haunts me?
Oh, the Capcan traps. Oh no.
Exactly what haunts me. The Capcan traps. Amaru taken off the board. That's going to be down. But Evan, does he know? Or is he trying to bait us out?
He's trying. Okay. This is a little risky. He's trying to go for this gunfight. He does spot the Nomad. Here comes the C4. It does get shot out. Beautiful shot. Coded, able to take that one down and able to take the head off of Evan. That was beautiful. Evan was trying to look for an opportunity to, maybe he wasn't really sure if he wanted to or not, to try and commit to staying there and playing around that injured to try and bait Coded in. He ends up getting the kill too early, so he kind of half baits, then gets the kill and allows Coded to still hunt him down. There's just some very indecisive decision making for the side of Evan, and it ends up costing him his life. As I mean, to be fair, beautiful shot onto that C4. Without that, Evan most likely would have gotten that kill, but instead it is man advantage for the side of Unguardable once again. As there's another kill coming out from Semper. He's on to a double, and now we're already inside of the site, but Coded cuts that player down, or rather Coded gets Semper as Sirocco cuts that player down as well. It's only down to Coded. He was able to find one good kill. He's good for a second, but now he's in the same position Evan was in on the first map. He has to try and get an ace clutch here if he wants to bring this round over the line. Otherwise, it's looking like Unguardable will go up to a very swift 2-0 here on bank.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to a 3v1 situation. Unguarded being very safe. They're not rushing him, not throwing any gunfights, not necessary 1v1s. They're playing it very nice and simple, just kind of giving this unease and a wall bang coming from Cyanista. But, that open area fight was just absolute. It was a dance. It was art. Picasso, I like it. That was just like one lead after another. It was like Destiny aligned, like the stars aligned even. But even with all of that, in the end, Unguardable got the round. Sadly, Coded could not finish it up nicely. He got a very nice shot on the C4 and on the Capcan. It was all very nicely exchanged. But in the end, it was down to a 3v1. And you can't avoid wall bangs. You're not Neo from the Matrix. So
Defenders protect
let's
your
we'll take
bombs
it.
from being
And we're down
defused
to
by
an 0-2
attackers.
score. And this is, I don't want to necessarily caster curse it or jinx it in any type of case or scenario, but
Attackers have discovered the
there's always a
location of
but.
bomb.
Look, the score seems kind of similar, in the situation as well. I'm scared.
Well, to be fair, Unguardable do get to start on defense here, so This is the favorable side. This is what you want to start with. They get an opportunity to maybe rack up some rounds. I mean, that's how it works, you know.
10 seconds left.
First half you rack up some rounds, and on the second you just try to close it out.
5 seconds remaining.
And so far, Unguardable doing a good job of that. If they can get 2 more like this, I
Attackers
think
are heading out to
I would
defuse the
argue
bomb.
it's a very good half. They can be comfortable with that going into the attack. And at the moment, out of Rocks Horizon, I'm not seeing enough. Once again, like Coded is having a really beautiful individual experience and performance. Just able to win those fights and that little dance in open area. But it's not enough for the team to put any rounds together. And ultimately, that's all you need. It doesn't matter how many kills you get and how many fun little dance competitions that you can win. Even if you're the best breakdancer, if you don't win any of these rounds, it doesn't matter. You're still going to end up losing the match. And so if you want to win, if you want to continue in this league and play in the semifinals on Wednesday, well, you need to start putting some rounds on the board.
Yes, you do. And as we're getting to that, some rounds are going to be finishing up just a bit more as we see the Thatcher Breach come on to the side of Kitchen right now. I mean, we're barely a minute in. It seems like it's getting very progressive. I mean, BMS getting very close to the Caden archives. We have some pings. We have a lot of intel on these defenders, and the verticals are going to come out any second. Now, the Cade is the only one who can vertical as of now. He has the ping exactly where the player is. He goes for the shotgun. The player moves just out of the way. Sirocco right now is very close to being completely out of the match. I mean, 25 HP. He just got away with his life in his hands, just running on both of his feet as much as he can. He didn't throw a C4, did not waste any utility, so he got away with it nicely. But that HP isn't looking too good. It's not something I'd want for myself, and with that, he's going to be getting down, but not a complete finish off. You know, he's not standing, and neither is he in the match anymore. That's going to be getting one Zephyr he takes out, then just to refrag his teammate, and we see another, a lot of guns are being shamed right now, or should I say bullets as fire absolutely low on HP. Coda gets one for himself. That's going to be the end of an off the board. It's a 3v4 situation, almost 3v3 with Hibana's HP. Turn it out into a 4v2. Puko gets one onto Zemper, avenging his fallen dead, if I may say so. And Hibana, I want to keep on mentioning that 8 HP is going to get you not long, as long as it comes to a fair gunfight. But if you get the peak first, you're going to be looking a lot more comfortable. Site is being basically just turtled by these defenders. I mean, they have nothing else to do. They're completely surrounded, and all they can do is try to defend the plant. But it's a 4v2, and let's hope the time runs out before they can even stick to that plan, because these attackers, they have the upper hand. That is a definite.
Okay, I was worried for a second Puko wasn't going to see those Capgun traps. Does ultimately spot them. Take them out with that Twitch drone. Very good work of that. And my lovely co-caster turning into the Rap God for a bit with how many exchanges are going on across the map at the same time. As with 10 seconds left, this is now a 2-on-4. Unguardable have to try and hold this. They're in a good position, but they're down 2 people. But Sionista able to find not 1, but 2 for himself before finally getting traded out. And there we go. Rocks Horizon able to overpower the last 2 remaining defenders inside of the site. Able to put that together, just all collapsing in at the same time. And no matter how good Sionista is for both of those kills, ultimately, he's not going to be able to find the remaining players. And Rocks Horizon, finally, they get themselves into this map as well. They find one to just get their footing here on this attacking half. And the question is, how much more can they convert off of that? How much confidence can they build with this? Because they also have the first map already. And so Rocks Horizon, if they continue like this might be a quick 2-0.
Definitely. I mean, the power and the pressure they put on towards the end of the round was absolutely stunning. I mean, not only were they at a 2 times man advantage 4v2, that's how map works, at the same time, they had the side crew surrounded. They had every single angle they could come out. They could go for verticals, they could go for main, they could push from archive, they could go from main, they could go from below from all I know, and they even had the Capcans taken out. They have basically defenders out of utility. They were on a streak, and with that, I mean, giving it to the Zami, which I believe was Sionista,
10 seconds to go.
he almost did it. He got himself a very nice double kill, but his teammate fell, and that's when the crossfire came onto him, and he wasn't left with much besides just, taking the defeat and giving the first round to Rocks Horizon. But it was, unguardable. They tried, but Rocks Horizon, they did better, and with, just like you said, Reboots, if they continue this up, I mean, they have one map, all they need is this one more, or the next one, comfortable. They're in a lot more of a comfortable and open position to try out things, to adapt, to, you know, just
Attackers have dropped the
kind
bomb
of use
diffuser.
this time for themselves and to see how the enemies play, then Unguardable, because they need to do this one. They need to win this round, and, you know, they're the first one to take the damage. Mozzie right now going from 110 to 91. Not too good of a start, but, you know, it's not a lot of damage, especially not, but
Again.
is that a
You're
Capcan?
kidding me.
Attackers recovered the bomb
The
diffuser.
Capcan strikes again. Then goes down. It's another injured to the Capcan traps. You have to be looking at the doorways, Rocks. Yes, I agree, Puffo. It is do or die between these, or rather for Unguardable and Rocks Horizon do have the leisure of this map advantage. They can play around here on bank. They still have a clubhouse to go to if all else fails, but you should still be checking your doorways. This Capcan has punished too many things already. So for Unguardable, just getting another free opportunity at a kill. This one's not cleaned up, however, as the pickup does come through, but it's still a player down to 20 HP, and you almost lost your hard breach. But a beautiful response from Rocks Horizon. Immediately, they take down 2 of the defending players on Unguardable, and with just half the round gone now, this is a beautiful man advantage, but you better keep Den alive for long enough to try and do something with his Selmas, as he still has one more in pocket. Now the Maverick coming out as well to try to open up this hatch. There's a peek coming through. No, Sirocco, you're exposed there. BMS, beautiful coverage. Looking through this map hole, able to find a counter, and there's another few feetsies being shot out. As Bimsy loses his life, there comes a drop. Semper expects one, he doesn't expect the second. And BMS able to close that one out. Rocks now up 2-2 despite that Capcom trap, giving them some trouble early on.
Oh my. Okay, Rocks Horizon, you know, they're starting to control the chessboard a bit more. They got their queen back, but sent the pawn all the way to the enemy side, and got themselves a nice 4v1 situation, even a 5v1, to be honest. That was the best they were at. Managed to get one kill. That was the side of Unguardable. Just barely squeezed it out just to prevent the flawless. But at the end, I mean, come on, that hatch was deadly. The Maverick pick, and oh, can we even talk about the shot on main stairs? That was absolutely brutal. Saw the head, the enemy didn't, and took advantage of it. Bullets
Attackers need to
right
locate
between
and
the eyes.
defuse as
Got
many
himself the
bombs
first
as they
pick.
can.
Got himself the dash, went in, just chasing that Mozzie behind into elevator. Got the second 5v3. It was absolutely beautiful. And yeah, Rocks Horizon took that into their own hands and managed to even out the score. Now, for attackers, they're doing quite decent. If they get this next round, or even the next 2 rounds, they're going to even gold, even platinum, maybe even champion for going by the rank siege list. But they are doing very good, very fine, and the past 2 rounds have been very
10
dominant.
seconds
I
left
mean,
before insertion.
holy chessboard! Just everyone's a queen for them.
5 seconds
because
left.
for the first 2 rounds Unguardable, I'm gonna give it to them. They were doing fine
Attackers
for
must
themselves.
locate and defuse a
Closer
bomb.
to how Rocks Horizon is performing, but so Rocks Horizon is definitely on top right now, and even with how things are looking, from your mouth, Reaper's do or die for Unguardable, and they're at a tight spot right now if they want to play on Wednesday.
Ooh, I was about to say
Oh.
more feet, but instead it's the head. As Sionista able to take down Coded. He saw him just cross with the legs, and he sticks his head through that doorway as well. Gets cut down. Good first pick for Unguardable to get that opener, to get themselves that man advantage. And there's another C4 coming out. Almost connects onto the player that was on top main stairs. Doesn't quite. And so that player will still be alive then, just taking a tiny bit of damage. I mean, 9 health loss is not really any health lost at all. That's not going to save you in most cases. We have seen some closer score health lines, but I think ultimately there's not that many opportunities to try and lose health if you want to survive. So then just happy to keep his gun up. And so with this man disadvantage, we see 2 people pushing themselves down main stairs, trying to double up, making sure they get that control. Now Den can just sit there and hold it while the remaining players of Rocks Horizon just get some more map control, maybe get those hatches open, clear those Capcan traps properly this time as there's some drone work coming in to actually look at the doorways. Good job there, as 2 more Capcan traps are on bottom server. Have to be careful that those maybe play a role later on in the round as well. But at the moment, just very regular utility work. Rocks Horizon getting hatches open, as I've mentioned already.
Attackers have dropped the bomb to-
Now
Attackers
they
have
gotta
recovered
find
their
a way
diffuser.
into the site. They gotta decide where they want to execute and how they want to execute. That's the most important thing. That's the most important next step. And maybe you can even isolate Sionista, as he does get droned. Will have to pull himself out of elevator. There's another drone on him as well. There's a flashbang coming through too. And immediately elevator control gains. So we have fire in here. And with a minute to go, he might be able to play spoiler from inside of here. The question is, what does Rocks Horizon decide to go for? Where do they want to just put their final execute to? As Fire at the moment fired off. Nowhere for him to go. He's just stuck in there for a bit. But with 45, he can just sit that out as Sionista able to find a double kill for himself in the round. Semper able to find one more as well. As Fire now finally able to find one onto Sirocco, but he's still stuck in that elevator. And so Puko, he's dropped the hatch in the meantime, but Sionista on a triple takes down Fire as well. Bimsy for the last one, and Unguardable. They put themselves back in the lead. They were shaken up a bit. There was a bit of a tie game coming through for a bit, but now they're right back in the lead, and this is what they need. This is what they need if they want to force a third map, because otherwise this is looking very dim for them.
Yes, it is, and especially when Den's Kryptonite is Capcan traps, that's a pretty big issue, it seems like, for the Rocks Horizon side. But still, yeah, getting the third round is very essential, and you do want to keep it up. Getting a 4-2 would be complimentary. It would be preferable, especially because you're on defense right now. When that switches, it could all go wrong for all you know. It could, even
Defenders,
right now,
protect your bombs from
Rocks
being
Horizon
defused
are
by
looking bad.
attackers.
But this previous round was very well executed from Unguardable. They worked nicely keeping the operators in just an elevator. Just, kind of keeping them locked inside. They couldn't really move out. The Goyo canisters just being menacing at most. And with that, Unguardable didn't have much place to move. All they had to do was kind of just hope they didn't get their heads or feet shot off at any angle they peeked or any angle they even walked through. An early call onto the Twitch as she wanted to go
10
towards
seconds left.
main lobby. It ended up extremely badly. A bit of
5
patience and
seconds
the head
left.
was taken off. Same goes for the Ace or Den going down main stairs. Just the second they saw him, he kept on going down and the bullets kept on being shot. So with that, yeah, Unguardable got a very nice and satisfying round. They secured themselves the third one, so they're not going to be at a round disadvantage. But before the role swap, that is, of course. But if they keep it up, they could be at a round advantage, which is what they want, what they really want, if they want to keep playing and maybe even have a shot at winning this. Because Rocks Horizon, they haven't been disappointing. I'll say that for the least part.
All right, now moving on to top floor, Unguardable. They find themselves in a position to maybe close this out in a 4-2. Ultimately, as you mentioned, that is what you're looking for. You want to get that bit of a buffer moving into the next round. As Den is just up in a bit of a weird position somewhere just in the bushes. Doesn't work out for him, though, as he does get taken down. So now Sionista is trying to take that second fight, but there's a second player pushing themselves from the janitor hall, able to find one. Does finally get traded by Semper, but Hiroko dies elsewhere, and so we're back on an even man count. Very early on, some exchanges coming through. This is more the pace that I see from Rocks Horizon more of the times, as they're able to just dictate the pace a little bit. Yes, they lose Den early on. Yes, they lose Coda in the process as well, but they're able to open up this round a bit, and they're able to make Unguardable feel comfortable quite early on, and this is where they excel. This is where they can find the gaps that they can abuse, as this is C4 coming out, almost connects onto BMS. Doesn't quite, as it's just a little off to the side as he was hiding himself behind the hatch. And so Evan now holding that angle on top main. There is a possibility for him to potentially meet the BMS later on in the round. Just waiting for that at the moment, as things have slowed down again. Very explosive start for Rocks. They do get shot down. There's some good trades coming through, and so now they have to reconsider. They have to slow it down again.
Yes, they do, but they have a minute left. While they do have a bit of an HP disadvantage, that's not going to help in most situations, as mentioned previously. But neither will wasting your time, and Puko gets right to it, getting himself a nice double for a bit of a trade coming in. BMS, refrags him. BMC will be taking off Puko, though, and BMS finishing the job with the AK-12 in hand, and with that, finishing the job, also finishing the round, making it a 3-3 score, so evened out. Not too much, not too little for Unguardable nor Rocks Horizon. But that round, they had a minute left, and the one thing that snapped in their head is, you can't waste time in this situation, and they didn't waste it. Oh no, BMS went with a double. Puko also got himself the second one, and a nice refrag round just in general. The second the first dynamite or charge was set off, it just kind of kept on chaining. And now we're down to 3-3. Now, do you, Reprints, honestly, just give me your honest opinion Okay, full
Attackers
honesty,
need to
no
locate
lies.
and defuse bombs.
Like we're in a relationship. Then.
Yes.
No lies, okay?
I will be brutally honest.
Be brutally honest, even if you have to insult me and dox me. Do you think Rock's Horizon being on defense and unguardable on attack makes a huge difference?
Fuck no. Absolutely not. I think on bank it's a lot less important. We've just seen a 3-3 half. We might as well just see another 3-3. I think that for bank it's not something that plays as big of a role.
Bomb located by attackers.
I think that unguardable. It just comes down
10
to
seconds
how
to
they want to
insertion.
play their attacks. I assume that this is going to go differently,
5
but
seconds
just
left
in
before
terms of
insertion.
how these two teams are matched, I don't think it's going to change much.
Attackers are moving
Yep.
to defuse a bomb.
Definitely, it has
Attackers
been
have dropped the bomb diffuser.
even. I
Attackers
guess,
recovered the
up
bomb
until
diffuser.
now. Yeah, it's been even, but those rounds that did end up being won were definitely one-sided, at least majority of them. But I definitely agree with you. Yeah, I feel like it's not going to change as drastically as it did on Oregon because please don't let that happen again. That was painful for my eyes, but it was fun at the same time. So can't really go bad about it. Well, let's see what Unguardable's way of attacking downstairs is going to be because, I mean, they're early. I mean, this Twitch drone, don't let it get the mirror, and so it does. Goyo canisters are already destroyed. Mirai is already off the board. Den gets himself 1 kill. Evan is off the board alongside with every type of gadget.
Attackers drop the
Hatches are
diffuser.
open. Not a minute has passed. Den gets a second. That's going to be Sirocco just 6 foot under again. And while the attackers, they've wasted a lot of utility and have gotten a lot of ground control, oh my, Den was shut down. He got himself a double. At least it's not going to be letting him get the triple. But Fire is going to be backing him up, getting himself on one for himself. Zemper off the board. That's a 4v2 situation. And it's barely been a minute. He spots the Warden in red hallway or by vault hallway, whatever you want to call it. Bumsy gets himself as well. Kind of trying to even up the score a bit more. Lion right now on his last few drops of blood as dropping into sight. That's going to be Bumsy with a double, a triple. Fire and Puke are off the board. And now it's a 2v1 situation. Turned around instantly. Just flip the table over as... what is Goyo going to do in our final standing moments? The plant is going down and everything is being held. He revealed his position and Bemsy with the finishing quad gets a very nice shot onto his head. Just completely taking it off from... Could consider it on a one tap to some extent. But oh my... Ooh.
Boomsy just walks at the side like, hey guys, what's up? I'm here too. You're setting up a shield. That's fine by me. I'm just going to walk right past you. Don't mind me. Just scooching by. Sorry. Yeah. What the hell is happening? Boomsy just walks in, is able to find a triple for himself as they once again give him individual fights. Just a bit of a disconnect coming through and trying to refrag him. Just not able to single him out in a specific location as he's just moving himself around
Attackers need to
swiftly
locate
over
and defuse as
on
many
lockers
bombs
over
as
on
they
that
can.
CC side. Picks up a triple, just opens up the round wide from a 2v4 into a 2v1, allowing his teammate to come in, go for that plant, closes out the round. Very, very beautiful job. Very well done. Solo play from Bimsy. And I do have to commend Den for calling out our observer. By the way, the unnamed gamer doing a bang-up job of observing this game. It is hectic, and he's still trying to catch as much of it as possible. But Den calling out our observer and then doing absolutely nothing before getting a 2-kill, like a 2K, a 2-piece a bit later in the round. It's like, come on, either you gotta do it right away or you gotta call out the observer later. You can't, like, you're wasting our time here. We watched him sit next to a window for 20 seconds and then he gets kills once we switch off of him. What are you doing, man? Give us a break.
Yeah, I mean, Bimsy right now is the Chuck Norris figure of the round, definitely. He's the type of dude to tell the sun when it's time to come up. Right now, especially in this round, I mean, just like you said, he went in, he said, it's a shame I want to plant here. Out of here, guys. And just took out one after another. A quad kill, almost got himself an ace. That was a close ace, and it would have been fantastic. Chef's kiss to see today. But a quad is just as good and lovely to see. And, still good does extremely well for KD, so who's to hate on it? As the score is now a bit closer for Unguardable, they're getting closer to that match point. You do want to get to the match point a few rounds earlier than your enemy team because the pressure is immense and also because, match point is a good thing, especially if it's on your side. It's logical. So, yeah, right now, that previous round, it was 2 minutes, it was over. Not even 2 minutes, a minute and a half, and it was a 2v1 situation. And in the first minute, 5 people were already basically dead. Right now, it's a bit slow-paced. we're taking it slower. We're still playing, off of people's mistakes, but we're doing it in a bit more of a relaxed fashion. So let's take our time talking about what happened and what is happening as well, Reapers.
Right, Bimsy trying to spot an opportunity with his teammates giving him some info onto a player inside of Electrical Closet, but that player is just going to move himself away before he gets an opportunity to punish it. So just good movements from Rox Horizon, able to keep themselves away. And these Banshees are the bane of Unguardable right now, as there is 2 kills coming out for them anyway. Hirako does get down in the process, and there's the fight back from Rox Horizon. As Hirako finally gets finished off, Bimsy goes down in the process as well, and we have even man count, man advantage now, in fact, as Pyoko is able to take down another. And so with this Monty up, the Monty has some decent control of the map, but Semper is out in the middle of nowhere. And he will have to go for a big rotation to try and get himself up Spiral. And the question is, how much can he do in co-op with Evan? They will have to do a big stack-up game here, a big duo, if they want to pull this round over the board. As Pyoko and Fire have established a really, really beautiful crossfire. If the Monty walks himself too far into that direction, he is toast. He is absolutely cooked as he tries to push for one, does get cut down by the second, and there we go, that crossplay, that crossfire coming into play. And Pyoko able to find the last one of the round as well. Big impact for him here. And Rox, they make it even once again, 4-4. No lead for the side of Unguardable stays for too long. Rox Horizon always there to punish.
The do-over round, yeah, definitely goes to Pyoko and Fire, because that crossfire got them about 4 kills. And even then, when Rox Horizon, they got themselves a very nice, kind of take back, because Unguardable, right now it was a 2v3 situation. Ace and Monty is not the best situation to be in with those operators, because Monty doesn't have that firepower. He definitely doesn't have an AR. He has a pistol, which is not... He has body protection, which is true, but he's a walking headshot. And not only that, that pistol is not going to outfire an AK or, let's say, the Russian SMG in the situation for a zombie or the Vector. So, Ace was kind of alone, and Monty, just like you said, he pushed a bit too forward. Crossfire happened, another double kill was dropped, and Rox Horizon got themselves the 4th round, bringing it closer to an overtime, because, at this point, it's just one round for each team. That's kind of how we're exchanging it. 1 round goes to Unguardable, or 2, then 2 go to Rox Horizon, and then it just went 1-1-1-1-1. They kind of, traded them out a bit. I'll take this, you take this, and then that's how we're going to be getting to match point if it continues in this fashion. But Rox Horizon back with their silly antics and the Bush G run out.
I mean, Den complained about it being too hot to play. I get it. I'm sweating just casting over here. We've got a very hot day in Europe at the moment, but so hot that it must be frying his brain cells. What is that spawn peak? He's going out with a boss G. He's just trying to connect onto somebody coming out from that just back alley spawn. I'm not sure what the plan is there. Den clearly still not trying to respect Unguardable as much as they will have to give them some respect. He tries to diminish it where he can. Now he's sitting on that server rack. He's got that boss G ready. He has an ACOG on it. The Russian one of all ACOGs to be sticking on that weapon as well. I mean, it's a formidable choice. You can go with whatever you want to. They've all got the same magnification now with that recent change. And now, Evan able to find one onto BMS as this fight is slowly starting to ensue. He has to be careful that this... Oh no! You're kidding me, Den! He's able to just get 2. He pulls out the SMG-12, decides to take a close-range fight instead of fighting from far away with the boss G, and instead he's able to take down both the players inside of Dirt Tunnel. Able to clean both of those kills up, as elsewhere there's some good picks coming through from both teams. Unguardable was able to find 2 elsewhere, but now there's another kill. And Rox Horizon, they've got man advantage. And we've had a pattern of Unguardable taking the round advantage. They were the ones that would, go into the lead, and then Rox Horizon would give a bit of a fight back, would draw it back even. Rox Horizon have not led this game so far. It has always been either tie game or Unguardable in the lead, and Rox Horizon is looking to shake that up. As now they've got 3 players alive. They've got a beautiful mirror window to still hold as they took down that Twitch drone. And there's really only one angle of attack that Unguardable have at the moment. There is a second one opening up at the moment, but Pyoko's ready for it. He takes that fight. He's able to win it as well. Evan goes down 2, and it's just a 1v3 for Zemper now. He will have to find 3 of these defending players. He has a minute to do it. He knows where one of them is. He's looking for that fight, finds a 2. Kodak goes down. Now he has to try and push himself in. C4 comes out. He's in a goo mine. He cannot sprint away from it, and so Fire takes him down. And Rocks Horizon for the first time on bank in the lead, and this is concerning. This is really concerning for Unguardable.
Yeah, nice finishing explosive Supreme Brick right there, just to finish the job. 5-4 going to Rocks Horizon. Den is standing on business. I'm just going to outright say it. Den right now, he was up against utility. He was droned out. He was against flashes, nades, everything. All he needs is a secondary SMG-12, and he's going to be taking 2 with him. Although he did get traded out, it's fair play, but still taking 2 alongside with him, and probably that was one of the
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Or the round-saving plays, definitely, because he evened out the score so much. He made it instantly into a 3v3, even with his trade included, even with him being gone after, it was still evened out just because of that double kill. And, Rocks Horizon, a very nice finish. At the end, the Legion did get taken out a bit cheeky of a peek because he saw the smoke. I don't know if he assumed there was a nade or just wanted to get a moment to escape. Got outplayed, but then, 5 kilograms of explosives isn't too good when it's right below your feet. So, Rocks Horizon 5-4, 1 round away from getting match point. And I would say this is arguably one of the more important rounds, or the major rounds, because if Rocks Horizon win it, it's going to be, again, a lot more pressure. They're going to be a lot safer. They're going to be in a lot more comfortable position. Unguardable, they're going to be at match point. They're going to be at a complete loss. Unguardable, if they lose right now, oh my god. Dan, Jesus Christ, man. This is the second run. He ran out of the bus. Jeez.
He takes 48 damage to get punished by that, as well as now he's just floating behind a couch. There might be an angle for Evan to spot him if they drone him out in this location. He's just hiding away. Now he finally activates his gadget to try and keep himself away. But there we go, from the skylight finally. Evan punishes that over-aggression from Den, rightfully so. He can't keep getting away with it, and he doesn't. Finally, he gets taken down. Rocks Horizon, their cockiness punished once more, and it's of course Evan to do it. Who else would it be? The man who won the 1v5 clutch. He's the one to punish this one as well. So now we've got man advantage for Unguardable. And only 1 minute off the board. They've got a good attack that they could potentially come in here. As it is also the tertiary site. You do gotta keep in mind, this is the off site. And now Sirocco able to find one onto BMS. Coded in the meantime is able to find Zemper though too. And so while Rocks Horizon is still losing players, they're also finding some trades here and there. And this is really, really important. Some damage done onto Sirocco as well. Coded now dropping himself back to site as that little drone coming out from Demos. There's that challenge. Sionista says, I know where you are. I know where you're hiding. You can run, but you cannot hide. And so now he's just waiting for an opportunity to present itself as Coded is just a plain keep away. But no, instead he just completely exposes himself to a hatch that they don't have control over. Sirocco able to pick up that one. And a second swing comes in, and this one goes in the favor of Fyoko. As Rocks Horizon able to find one back. And they still in a man disadvantage, but they have 2 people still alive, close to site. They still have site control. And with a minute here, Unguardable have to find the right way to get into this. Otherwise, they risk potentially throwing away an opportunity to tie us up even and to get themselves back in the driver's seat on this matchup. Ooh, bit of a swing. No! Oh. Fire is able to win that. Evan goes down. And this might be the pick that Rocks Horizon need to keep themselves in this. They might still be able to turn this into a match point opportunity. This is so unspeakably close. Sionista trying to go for another challenge. He's hunting the Azami. He's trying to get that tracker out. It's been targeted. That ping is going to come through in a second. They're going to know where she is. She's on that copy here. She's inside a kitchen now. Just trying to go for some of this. These pre-fires are so damn close. But no, instead it's Fimsy. Through the wall, through the smoke rather, able to find that pick. Now it's only down to fire. 15 seconds left. He might still be able to convert this. He knows where one is. Doesn't connect the shot onto that player. Able to find the other one though. Fire, he's in a 1v1. He can just play keep away. No diffuser in hand for Sionista. He has to go for a sprint. He's not in range, but he finds it anyway.
Oh.
Fire! Fire goes for a wide swing. Sionista has to try and clutch up, and he does it. He remains calm. He keeps his gun up. Fire swinging way too wide. And Unguardable. They're 5-5. They deny the match point opportunity. This was way, way too close. Reminiscent of Stage on Oregon in the first map. Very reminiscent of it. But this time in the favor of Unguardable. They keep us away from match point. We're tied up once again.
Dude, that was too close. That was way too close. Oh my goodness. Rocks Horizon, you know, they had definitely the moments. They had their table, they had their
Attackers need to
standing, they
locate
had
and
their little
defuse bomb.
throne for a second. They had a 2v2 situation going, even a 1v1 at the end. But unprepared Fire, you know, he went into this gunfight hoping that our Deimos was going to be standing, that Sionista was going to be just up there waiting for him with his head out peeking just for him to take it, but it didn't happen. Did not happen. Sionista ended up crouching right below him just to, you know, get enough time for himself to shoot those bullets before Fire, and that was extremely close. That was way too close, and,
10
well,
seconds to
it
insertion.
definitely got me, you know, shivering in my timbers. So now we're down to
5
an even
seconds
score
left.
again. You know, we're just going to keep up the pattern, the tradition, the repetition of 1-1,
Attacker's objective is to
2-2,
locate a
1-1,
bomb
1-1,
and defuse
1-1. And with that,
Yuko?
is there going to be... Okay, you know...
I think Puko accidentally threw a Kiba barrier at that, and now he can't find it. I see it. It's on the floor. Yeah,
What?
he tossed out a Kiba barrier that didn't go off. In case you're unaware, if you throw out an Asami Kiba barrier and it doesn't go off, you can actually get it back. Now he's stuck in this corner and he gets
It was
cut down by
just-
Siamista as well. What in the world was that?
This is an acid trip,
What a
man.
clown show from Siamista. As he gets taken out. I saw it, by the way. It was just sticking out
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
it was
floor. It was somewhere in the
by the
floorboards
door.
and it didn't go off for some reason. He was trying to look for it. Didn't find it. Loses his life for it as he sits in a corner to wait for a jump out opportunity. Instead, he gets cut down. And so it's unguardable. Off to a decent start as they're given a freebie. And so with that Ashen play, also able to clear out those mirror windows as well quite early on. Some good information and some good space gained as they can just bank off of Evan, maybe using that Monty to push himself up Spiral, but they have to find different angles of approach as well. Last time they tried too hard to just push from Spiral, and they did get punished for it. This time they have to find other ways into the site, and it's looking like they're set up all around it. And this is what I'd like to see. Talon Shield as well, coming out on this too. On that top square, as Coded's able to find Sirocco, a bit of an unfortunate angle into this. And he's looking for more. He's looking for another as Sionista has put the shield down, put the gun up, able to take down Den. Inside of the site, Semper on a wide angle, still on that rappel, able to punch more players. Evan finds another. It's only down to BMS, and he's 5 HP. Anything at this point can kill him. He still has C4 to play with, but a player drops down. He has the rollover out. It might be high noon for him. He's trying to look for one, able to connect onto the first one. That is high noon for him on this one, but now there's a Monty trying to hunt him down, and with 5 HP, you have to try and keep yourself away. There's a bit of a drop shot coming through. He tries the Anaton drop shot, he tries it again.
Oh!
Evan, a second time. Anaton revolutionized it in Japan. Now he's brought it all the way to T4 as Evan is able to bring it out. Never thought I'd see the day that we'd have another Anaton drop shot. That meta is long gone, but with 5 HP, you might as well try it. And it works out for you. Match point opportunity for Unguardable, the first one in this matchup.
Oh, dramatic fall from the Cade, and a bit of a Wild West going on between Thatcher and him. But, you know, even with the revolver, he stands on top until the Monty comes in, and wow! No, a bit of a, we'll say arcade games as we're closing in towards this match point. And yeah, this is kind of a
Attackers need to
similar
locate
score
and
to
defuse
earlier,
as many
but it
bombs as
is
they can.
played out completely different. I mean, it is not even close to how different earlier was. And Unguardable, you know, now they're in the situation Rocks Horizon could have been in the past 2 rounds. But they're in a favorable situation. They can either win and then continue going on to another map, or they can lose and then we go over to match point, and you know, we'll see how it goes there. You know, it all depends on these players, because, you know, I think really this is a round exceptional to where,
10 seconds left before
or a
insertion.
match where roles really don't matter. Like,
5
these
seconds
players have
remaining.
been just completely trading it off, no matter on what role. It has been very
Attacker's
equal.
objective is to
and,
locate
you know,
a bomb
they've
and
been proving
defuse.
it very strongly. And besides, you know, the Den run out with the Bashi, that's just been like a fever dream to me, at least, because that has been out of pocket, and, you know, not seeing any of those sadly anymore. So let's go into the possibly last round we have here. Going into downstairs now. This lineup we have, I'm actually starting to really enjoy seeing Deimos in comp a lot more. You know, even just in general, him being this 1v1 situation of characters is an amazing sight to see. Another thing to see is Evan getting a kill onto Coded right now. Very first early pick, and especially for this being, match point, Unguardable is looking very nice. So if they keep it up, they could even go for a refrag match all they want to. But they're right now in the top. They're holding their set board as much as they want because they have the upper hand. They definitely do.
All right, once again, early opening pick, Rocks Horizon. They lose one. So Unguardable, they have a good situation to try and close this out 7-5. We might be looking at 2 regulation victories, very close between these two teams. Closer than it might seem like within the servers every now and then, but hey, at the very least, the scorelines don't seem to lie. These two teams can put up a fight against one another. And Unguardable in prime position now to just keep this away from overtime, to just avoid playing bank any longer than they have to just mentally reset completely, able to go on to Clubhouse. That is the dream that they're hoping for. They're really, really looking forward to Clubhouse at the moment is Bimsy. Maybe don't daydream about it too much yet, as he takes a lot of damage from that C4, but Semper's able to find another onto Den. Very important pickup. And so Unguardable now, huge man advantage. Ooh, that mirror shield gets just close out as well as Twitch unable to just connect onto that too. Timer's ticking lower and lower, but Unguardable have good control, good positioning. The bees are coming out, just pushing that player back from red. And the question is, when do the hat shops come through? As there's already a player inside of Elevator, does get punished. Evan a bit off on his own, as now there's a plant coming through, trying to cover on that long angle. Semper on a double in the round, very important for him. That C4 is out of range. Fire is too far away to try and deny this plant. It's a post-plant situation, and this is going to be a really, really difficult retake for Rocks Horizon.
Yes, it will. Now they're in the post-plant situation, 35 on the clock. They need 6 seconds to defuse. One's down, it's a 1v4. Zemper with a triple kill, just carrying on the legacy of BMS. And the Melusi's going for any type of aggressive situation she can. She takes out the Deimos, now 1v3s. One still on bottom blue, not playing too aggressive, not knowing she's basically in their side. Doesn't matter, though. Zemper's going to be finishing it off with a quad. And we're going to be getting a good match from the side of Unguardable, as they're going to be getting their first match. And with that, we're going to be going on to map number 3, which should be Clubhouse. And with that, this is about as close as the previous one, but a bit more of interchangeable rounds.
Once again, I'm missing the respect from Rocks Horizon, and this time around it comes back to haunt them. They're just getting shot out of this one. It's a 7-5. It's once again a regulation victory. No overtime needed between these two teams. This way too close in some of these rounds, where I feel like if you play this differently for both teams, and in different rounds, I think different aspects just dominate that, where I think this is a round that Unguardable should have won. This is a round that's totally in Rocks Horizon's favor. I don't know how they are able to throw this one away, and so on and so forth. It is a very, very messy game, and that, I think, is why the scoreline is the way it is, because I don't even think that this is in some respects a close match. I think in a lot of places it should be a lot more clear, but there's so many mistakes being made that opens the other team to come back into the game, that we just have this trade-off of just complete blunders. It's a little difficult to watch at times, but at the very least they do give us some excitement, and we will be heading to a third map on Clubhouses. We're just rolling the highlights, and I think in the meantime we can already get our beautiful host back in. Avrona, are you here? Are you with us?
I am here, yes, indeed, and we are going to Clubhouse to finish it off. I mean, I don't think there's anything other we can say about it apart from just being way, way too close. It just kind of sums up perfectly how this game is going so far, and because of it, I feel it will be pretty much a toss-up about who is going to take Clubhouse. Now, we can discuss a bit further after the break who we can expect to take it, depending on, the performances so far, and who'll be starting on defense first and who'll be starting on attack first, and also just kind of the nature of Clubhouse itself as a map. In many ways, it's going to be very similar to what you've been saying earlier about Oregon. If you can't play Oregon, you can't play Clubhouse, what on earth are you even doing at this level? So it's going to be an interesting one indeed, but I just can't wait to see how it's going to end. But again, this is only the start. We're going to have another quarterfinal going after that as well. So let's just take a quick break. Let's just relax, try and go over everything we just saw, and we'll be back with map number 3 very soon.
Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keeping lost. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keeping lost. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keeping lost. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keeping
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits. Together.
We have a dream. A dream where equality and equity in sport are possible. Where discrimination and lack of support are a past topic. Where there are no athletes asking for money on the street to be able to compete or study. And the only challenge they face is fighting for their dreams. They are not alone on this journey. This is how All Player was born in the world of sports marketing. An application converted into a community of support, a family where talent and hard work are the main value. It doesn't matter your background, race, or gender. What matters is your passion for your goals and the desire to succeed. In our world, every blow, every fall, it is an opportunity to get up stronger. Join us on this journey towards a future of sports and gaming where dreams become reality. Together we can change the game.
If you told me at the start of this that we'll be going to map 3, I would have laughed in your face because, come on, I think we all thought that this would be just a completely dominant game for Rocks Horizon. Yet here we are, map 3, Clubhouse. It's happening. And after a quick break, hopefully the teams have a good game plan going for this final map of the day, or at least of this very first game for them. So my question to you is, what do you think they actually discussed during that quick break in preparation for this?
Oh, they must have discussed a lot of things because, my goodness, there's so many things that I could handpick off myself already to talk about. It's just, I think for both teams, just the team play not really working cohesively. That's something that you have to work on, and that comes down to just either chemistry, and if the chemistry isn't working, it's just pure communication. If you cannot read each other's minds, which is what good chemistry is all about, knowing what the other person is thinking at the moment so that you don't even have to say it. But if that doesn't work, you can still just communicate it verbally. And I think that is lacking for both teams at the moment. And I think for Rocks Horizon at the moment as well, it's just that they're not really playing this as a competitive match. I'm seeing a lot of individual picks. I'm seeing people going off and doing their own thing. And at the moment, they're being punished for it a bit too heavily as it comes back to bite them. And this is what allowed Unguardable to bring us all the way to map 3. So going into this one, Rocks Horizon, are you gonna get your stuff together? Or is Unguardable just gonna keep doing what they're doing, which is playing their own siege, which is just about able to get them over the line? Or are you finally gonna start playing competitive? Because I don't know what this has been so far, but it's not been competitive siege.
No, Rocks Horizon, they really do need to get their things together. They need to start discussing when the first boss G spawn pick is actually going to work, and stuff like that. But definitely both of the teams, at least in the first match, it was completely different than from the second. Especially with the maps, they're a bit more common, but the playstyle is completely different. The second one, it was just they kind of exchanged these teams, and it was either one team had the upper hand one round and the other team had it the next round, and then it kind of went in a bit of a pattern or a repetition. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. I mean, these teams had the time to discuss it. This is Clubhouse, another new map, another one that's, I would kind of relate it a bit more to Oregon because of how common it can be. And I mean, let's hope the best team wins, and let's hope there's going to be no throwing, I guess.
That's all we can really hope for. That is, at the end of the day, all we can really hope for. The players are ready and eager to decide who's the better team, and it's all coming down to Clubhouse. So for the final time today, for this very first game, again, just the first game, there's still a second quarterfinal coming later. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Avrona, our beautiful host, able to just give us some oversight here, some well-needed oversight, because just sorting through what these two teams have been doing just to us, I do think that we need this mental debrief. So thank you very much. As now we move into the operator bans for our final map in the very first quarterfinal. As was rightly pointed out, there will be a second quarterfinal later on today. That is going to be NXT playing against ITB Academy. So that's a game to really look forward to. Other than that, first we have to decide who goes through this one. And whoever wins this one, let me quickly check. They will go against Team 86 on Wednesday. So that is another game to look forward to. And so whoever can close this out, they get to advance. Whoever doesn't gets eliminated. This is not a double elimination bracket. This is a single elim gauntlet. If you lose, you're out. And so both teams, a lot to play for on this final map. And with that, Pufflebaum, what about the bans? I am seeing a Monty. That is interesting.
Yeah, I feel like these teams really do like looking at the past games. Even in the previous match, the second match today, they banned Dokkaebi and operators that were a lot more common in the first match. Now that we're on the third one, we're seeing common bans that were the operators that were commonly used in the previous match. Grim was definitely a pick, especially Monty. I don't think most of the rounds he was there. Same goes for Bandage and Mira, and I think, they really do like looking at the past. So going on to Clubhouse, all these bans are still very acceptable. I mean, Mira's a good pick always on Clubhouse, especially with Bandit. I mean, Bandit tricking, maybe it's not the most, I guess I'll say, new or in the meta strategy, but it's still very valid. And Monty in general, just a great operator, just like, especially on Clubhouse. I mean, the way you can take these types of things like Clubhouse, let's say rafters on garage, let's say pushing through construction, going down blue, Monty can be very valid and very valuable in those positions. Even maybe going through dirt/tunnel, Monty's definitely a pick to go for here. And without that, we're going to be seeing a bit less of shield action, but like in the previous match, or not the previous match, my mistake, the first match, we're going to be switching back or even rotating to this lovely Dokkaebi, so expect to be getting a lot of calls from the side of Rock's Horizon.
Once again, I think the current meta really, really favors roam clearing, and Dokkaebi is just a blanket operator to just, spot everyone, potentially. You just give it a call, and if you don't hear any phones, it means that part of the map is clear. And that is just so much information that you can gain by just pressing a button. Even with the nerfs and even with the changes that Dokkaebi has gotten over the years with, the call going off by itself after a certain amount of time, the initial information that you get off of just selecting everyone, giving it a call, there's huge utility to that, especially on maps that are fairly compact, because you give it one call, you clear half the map. And if there is somebody there, you know exactly, or at least roughly where they are. The sound is fairly good on those phone calls. They are quite loud. And so you can immediately point out, okay, there's somebody on that side. We can box them in. We can try to go for an early kill. But as I speak of early kills, Zemper is the one that opens up this match. He takes down BMS, Den on a trade onto him, but Sirocco takes down Den as well. Some very good trade games coming through very early on here. This is another player on top floor, but Coded reverses that angle. And Rock's Horizon make it back even 3-3. Not a fight you see every day. For a basement defense, to see a player, a defender that is on top floor, trying to take a fight down to main and losing it.
Yeah, there comes the second one as well, or a second player being left alive. Evan's going to be getting one for Coded, you know, just a bit of a trade. I mean, this is trading Market Valley because, oh, they have been dropping like flies, and now it's a 2v3 situation for the attackers. Fox Horizon, again, not favorable to have this man disadvantage, especially because you're in attack. You know, the time is ticking. You need to get in there. You need to get that action started, and you need to, you know, start the engine. Because if you don't, it's going to run out, sadly. That's how time works. And just like that, Evan gets himself a double kill, fire taken off. It's a 1v3 situation, and Will Puko will be able to clutch it up. I mean, he has been known to be the fragger, or at least one of the more aggressive and active players of Team Rock's Horizon. So maybe, just maybe, he manages to get some 1v1 situations, but it doesn't seem like he'll be able to get some. Kind of exposes his position, letting them know what his, you know, goal is. Sets off some fireworks, tries to take out Fenrir, does a decent amount of damage, but, you know, the second he walks down from blue stairs, second he descends, he's going to be in a complete, and I mean complete crossfire. I mean, there's one from the right, one from the left, and one from diagonally left. He sees him, gets shot at him, exchanges some bullets, takes the HP a lot more than he dealt. And, I mean, with the time remaining, honestly, personally, I don't see much hope left for the Capital player right now. He has his bolts. How much can they do for him, honestly? The gadgets aren't going to get denied, and neither will players just randomly die. The shots are getting fired. Aggression is a lot more active on Unguardable. They're taking the situation very, you know, carefully. They're not just completely rushing him, letting him take the picks or 1v1 situations, but they're going about it safely, even through a C4, just to waste a bit more, an extra second. The zombie spots him, and just like that, Evan will be finishing it off with a nice triple. Now, Prince, I'm going to give you the $1 million question. This is like the millionaire, okay? We're on the last one. Expect this. Are we going to be seeing a Capcan trap kill?
With how Bankus went, I absolutely hope not. We better not see this happen again. We are on Clubhouse. This is a map that, you know, a lot of tight corners. If you don't clear everything, you might get caught off guard by something. But at the very least, for this round, there's no Capcom to speak of. And even going into the next few, I think that at the very least, Unguardable have really expended the value of that Capcom. It's just too expected now. Rocks have walked into one too many to be letting them slide anymore. But what's more important to me, way more important than the Capcom, is what in the world the confidence is from Unguardable now. Because we started this matchup on Oregon. If we remember way back, all those years ago when we were on map 1, Rocks Horizon was just running around the map, finding every single window and doorway that would lead outside, and they would take comfortable gunfights against Unguardable, and they would win all of them. And now we have a complete reversal of that, as the moment Rocks Horizon try to get into the building, Semper takes a fight with them. There's a kill back onto Semper. There's an immediate trade. There's a trade to the trade, and suddenly we've lost half the server early on because Unguardable is not letting Rocks Horizon get away with this anymore. They're punishing the aggression accordingly, and the confidence for Semper to be going for a roam like that, and for Unguardable to be in positions to find those trades and to be posted up everywhere across the map. This is not something we saw on the first one. On the first map, they were hiding away. They were kind of scared of Rocks Horizon. And now that they see that Rocks have been given away one too many rounds, that they can bleed, this has really given Unguardable the confidence to just be playing their own game. And this is where it gets scary. And I'm thinking maybe Rocks Horizon, maybe you gave away one too many rounds. Because now, I don't really know. It's so difficult to say, because Unguardable just are finding their way more and more into this matchup as time progresses.
Yeah, and exactly as that is happening, we could say exactly the right wrong way about Rocks Horizon. I mean, we can go the complete opposite, because they went from extremely aggressive, overly confident with winning and demolishing rounds through and through with their gun skill, to kind of losing that confidence, you know, kind of lowering that aggression, and now they're just in a bit more of a passive playstyle and everything going on. So just like that, Semper, like we mentioned, you know, taking that confidence, shooting into Den's forehead and taking him out. That's going to be the first pick of this round. Rocks Horizon again at a bad start. They don't want to start it off like this. I mean, Unguardable already got one round. Don't let him get the second. Don't let it go like bank, because they're holding cash very strongly. I mean, Thermite Puko right now having a bit of a difficulty to breach with just everything going on about him and all the danger that is happening. I mean, no one can really push. No one can move. This is a standstill.
This is this is minor utility game usage. There's a mute jammer that is stopping this entire round. Coded finally able to find one trade from Evan. And so we still don't have cash control, even though cash has been forfeited by Unguardable. We're still not taking it. Now, finally. Like, it took so long to get into cash. They're using a Selma as well to breach their way into it. Finally, they have it. They get control of Khan in the process as well, but with 50 seconds left, the question is how much can you do with it? Semper does go down. That's a good pick from Fire to try and find their way back into this. This is the start of a fight back to try and see if you can maybe put something together here on your second attacking round on Clubhouse, but there's still so many angles held, and ooh, there's a bit of a Soto canister coming out onto the player on main stairs. There's some trade coming through. Sionista does finally get that pick. Sirocco finds another one onto Puko, and so despite Evan being on the floor, this is still effectively a 2v1. As it's only down to Fire, he was able to find one. He will have to find 3 more. As the pickup comes through, Evan's back alive, and there's a Kiba barrier. Sirocco able to win that out as well. And Unguardable onto a second. Just like on Bank, they start up with a quick 2-0.
Oh my goodness. That Mew Jammer was standing his post. He was
MVP.
holding his ground. MVP of the match even, correct. That Mew Jammer, can we get like a play of the game, but instead of it being players, it's just a Mew Jammer standing still on the wall and denying a Thermite, an Ace, an Ash. And even when cash was completely empty, they did not go in. They used a Selma, and then they went in. That was...
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
God
they can.
damn it. That was out of pocket as much as we've seen it. And that... It's absurd when you say, when you think about it, that a single Mew Jammer wasted about a solid minute. I would say a solid minute. And that is off the board. Because, they didn't bring EMP impacts. But as attackers, you can just stand still and hold angles. That's a bit more of a defender thing. You can't exactly copy their style and win when it's you who's on the time limit, when it's you who needs to go in there, shoot, plant, all these sorts of things. But second round is on Unguardables, and it worked out in their favor, so they can't complain, that's for sure. And they got a very nice finishing end. Tubarao throwing the nade in Zophia's forehead was just absolutely stunning. Sophia didn't manage to take him down, but Cave was there, or Sionista was there to back him up, so managed to get a 3v1 situation out of that, and Ace was left alone. Again, and not too favorable of a spot.
Bomb located by attackers.
I do love the IQ usage, IQ is such I feel like, I would say underused. I feel like IQ is very underused in my opinion, but that's saying someone from the perspective of someone who's been playing Copper for like a couple of months and hasn't been casting, so take what you will. As we're going into the first minute, not much happening, Grimly. Still a bit more of prep.
No, I'm sorry. I have to interrupt you. What in the world is Rox Horizon cooking? You're bringing a Maverick, you're making the wall soft, and you have nobody to open up the wall. You don't have soft breach. Why the fuck are you playing Maverick?
Wait,
You're
what?
trolling. You're trolling.
They have soft breaches.
I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. I was gonna say, after my analysis of this game so far, Rox can't attack, and that has to be true. They're just winning it off of gunfights. They find 3 of them apiece, but you had the defenders open up the wall for you. It turns into a flawless somehow. How do you lose this Unguardable? Rox Horizon win this round. They put themselves 1 up. Just like on Bank, it is 1-2. But what in the world are you doing? What is this matchup?
Oh.
You tricked the wall, you made it soft, and there's nobody to open it. Why? And how does that work? Horrible, horrendous. Beautiful. I love it. Great round from Rox, just beautiful gunfights. But there's not much else to say other than beautiful gunfights in this whole matchup. Because this is not how you should win. But they do it anyway. And that's concerning for Unguardable. Because I feel like Unguardable can win this on a strategic end. And they have the upper hand now with how these games have gone. And especially with how Rox Horizon is struggling to coordinate together to put anything together on attack. And they're still getting away with some of this. And that's hard to watch.
It's like going bandit tricking, but bringing the clash for electricity. What the hell is
10
happening?
seconds to go.
Yeah.
Like, you were trying to speak. I was like, okay, what's he gonna say? And then you mentioned they have no soft breach. I look. I thought one of the blue icons was a bug. I thought the 8th was a bug or something like that. So I was like, okay, they have soft breach. That's fine. They have no soft breach. Dude, I held my head in shame. I almost took a lap around my house just to kind of walk it off, but that's insane. And they won it as well. I don't know what's worse, the fact that they tricked and didn't soft. They have no soft breach, or the fact that they won because of that, or won even with that in account. Whatever it is, they got themselves around. They're past
Bomb
it.
located by attackers.
And, you know, they're definitely an aggressive spirit, but that's going to be Evan with a nice opening kill to Puko. A revenge for BMS. You know, they're not going to be taking that Dokkaebi call off just with no consequences, as Evan's going to be taken out, but those captains are still lurking around. They're getting pinged just slowly enough, but let's hope all of them get taken out, because, you know, they can be very deadly, especially for...
There's your IQ.
Oh,
There it is. We might not see any Capcan trap kills, at least in this round. You were hoping for one, but
Yeah.
you've got, you know, an IQ in play that is going to spot out that C4. It does go off without killing anybody. It spots out all the Valcams. It spots out all the Capcan traps. Huge utility coming in. I really like this from Coded. And I also like the roam clear. There was information on the guy inside a bar. Sure, Evan wins that one gunfight, but BMS is there for the cutoff. Beautiful hold to not let the player get away onto bottom main. So, much better job for Rox Horizon to be just playing some standard competitive Siege, as they're able to clear out the map properly, able to punish aggression, even in the process of losing a player. You lost your roam clear on the roam clear, and now you cleared the roam. That's a thing to say, sentence of all time. But, like, you know, that is the one operator where you're like, yeah, okay, that's the one that you want to lose in this roam clear. Everyone else, you know, you need the utility for later on. The IQ has done her job now. The Ram is using the bird play. The Buck is just getting the utility out now. The hatches are being open. You're doing a good job of this. But now the timer is ticking lower, and you can see Fire is already approaching from the side of Dirt Tunnel to try and maybe find an ankle into potentially Semper. And if they can find Semper here, they might be able to go for a hatch job. And so, Horizon, I can already see the vision for what they're trying to put together. There's some Kiba barriers to slow them down. There's a bit of, you know, stuff on the way to block this, but Coded able to take down Sirocco, and there we go, the dirt coming to fruition. Bimsy able to find a trade very quickly onto Fire, and now C4 comes out as well onto the player that was trying to go for a plant. Doesn't connect. Now the plant is being attempted again, as here comes the drop, but no, it's actually one out. Sionista able to find one, Bimsy the second. The plant is stuck. It's now BMS in a 1v2. He has to try and find this, but no, the crossfire from Unguardable is beautiful. And it's 3-1, as they're going to be able to get this defuse in a moment once they decide to go for it. There we go. Please just, yes, stick it. Thank you. And it was a much better attempt from Rox Horizon. This was an execute put together well, but it wasn't put together well enough because Unguardable still had angles of approach to try and retake this. It wasn't everything cleared properly, but much better. But why in the world does that not work when just making a wall soft gives you a flawless? This is a strange matchup, and Unguardable are currently getting off better with that.
Rox Horizon is like the Murphy's Law, man. This is everything. Every time they do something that doesn't work and it doesn't go together, you know, like you don't put Nutella on cheese because it's just wrong. It's just a sin, but it works. It works for them, and they managed to get away with it.
Defenders, protect your
At one
bombs from
time,
being defused
that
by
strategy
attackers.
is looking like it came directly out of Penguin's mouth. Like it's directly a perfectly fit together recipe. It kind of ends up being mid. You know, that's how it's been for them. So even in the, I'm going to keep on mentioning this, but even in the first match, the moments when they were actually like messing around, doing dumb things, that's when it worked. That's when it worked most. When they started getting a bit less aggressive and such, then things started to, you know, go bad in their way. So at this point, I don't know what to even say. I don't know. Should we just advise them
10
to
seconds
kind
remaining.
of continue playing in a smart way, or should they just, you know, let go of the keyboard, let the mouse do the talking, and just go ham? But whatever it may be, they still need to win this because this is the last match, and Unguardable is looking quite good. They are on defense, which maybe it's going to change once the roles are swapped, but that's not necessarily. We didn't see that necessarily on Bank, only on Oregon. So, you know, it's kind of a 50-50 what we're going to be going with here. But yeah, Unguardable, they've been playing smoothly. I feel like they've been playing very nicely coordinated. They've been kind of communicating. I can kind of feel some sort of communication, you know, especially with the kills upstairs
Attackers have
and
located a
the
bomb.
roams and everything has been nice, but Fox Horizon, I don't know what to tell you, man.
All right, Semper once again with an opening pick. He takes down Den, very important. For now, at least, it does go untraded. Semper once again good for an opening pick. He's been doing this on Clubhouse a few times now, punishing some solo plays from the side of Rox Horizon. And I mean, look, don't get me wrong. As much as I critique Rox Horizon, I know that they can have confidence and a mechanical skill to back it up. And the problem that I have is, why don't you combine your confidence and capability with just playing around one another just that tiny little bit? At least bring the right utility for the round. That would be appreciated, because you can make this work off of gunplay
Attackers
alone.
drop the
So why don't
diffuser.
you try to play a strategy that puts you into position where you take gunfights? You did it on Oregon on defense. Yes, it was a little over the top, and yes, it was very, very aggressive with some questionable picks, but you're just trying to find gunfights. You're looking for them, actively hunting, and they're being given to you and you're winning them. That is how Rox Horizon can isolate and win the game. The problem is, on attack, they somehow completely forget how to do that. On defense, they have all the map control to begin with, and they can just bank it off of that, off of knowing where the attackers are early on. But on attack, they don't seem to be able to get enough information to play around that properly. And if they play it properly, then they get punched by Unguardable from positions that they don't expect. And so at the moment, that's just the problem. Rox Horizon have to find a strategy to try and attack, because I would argue they need at least one more round to make this game competitive. This is a 5-1 half for Unguardable. I'd argue it's quite difficult to get back into this, because once again, Clubhouse might be a more compact map, but it's not Oregon. And Oregon was definitely the home of Rox Horizon's aggression, and now Sirocco able to find one onto Puko as well. Takes down another. Bimsy takes down Fire as well. This is a 2v5. This is looking like another round for Unguardable, unless Coded and BMS have something to say about it. And Coded's already getting tagged up as well. He's on a bit of a weird rappel, trying to see if he can isolate an angle onto the player inside of Jim. Does find it. Beautiful kill, but Semper another one onto BMS, and so now it's basically only down to him. He goes for a rappel in, able to find that one as well. Nice attempt, but the trade is there. Just much bigger man advantage for Unguardable. They win another one, and they go up 4-1. This is a difficult match. It's been swinging back and forth, and now I think the momentum is firmly in the hands of Unguardable.
Yes, it is. They're at basically at a 4-2, maybe even a 5-1 for the roll swap. So 3 rounds, actually 2 rounds away from match point. That's very deadly. That is very bad, especially because, again, I'm not gonna say like defense isn't comfortable to play on. Personally, I find defense a lot safer and enjoyable to play on,
Attackers need to
and I
locate
have
and
also
defuse
personally,
bombs.
better times when on defense. But Clubhouse, it's just one of the founding-ish maps. It's one of the probably the most common maps in general, and everyone knows how to attack it. Everyone knows how to defend
Except
it.
Rox, apparently.
No, they do know. They do know, because they don't need a soft breach when Maverick tricking. Do you not get it, Reprints? It's all a part of their plan, okay? Right now, they're
No,
just giving
once again,
Unguardable.
like, obviously, the basement round that they put together was really, like, decent as well. Like,
10 seconds
they
to go.
cleared the roam, they went for a side execute, they put together every puzzle piece
5
in
seconds
its
to
proper
insertion.
place. Like, they solved the jigsaw. The problem is just that they're doing this way too inconsistently.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
And that's just the case for every single map. I feel like Rox Horizon is struggling with that everywhere, because that's just their play style. And I don't know what that's down to exactly. I think it just might be a lack of communication and a lack of cohesion. And for Unguardable, it's just they're playing their game, but they have weak points, and those weak points are actively being exploited by Rox Horizon, sometimes unintentionally, which is how Rox Horizon have just somehow blindly been able to stumble their way into some rounds. But Unguardable have a baseline, and Rox Horizon do not. And I think that in terms of consistency, especially in a BO3 format, because if this was a BO1, Rox Horizon would have won it, just off of confidence and swinging gunfights alone. But it's a BO3, and Unguardable are here, and they have survived, and they've stayed mentally in this game after being shut out on Oregon very early on. They've said, no, you know what, this is far from over. This doesn't really mean anything. But now, Fire, once again on this breach, this time around opening it up with not making the wall soft, instead just using those Selmas. Able to find one, Den's able to find another. And once again, I feel like at the very least on Clubhouse, this CC defense might be the kryptonite of Unguardable, as we could very quickly be looking at a 4-2 half.
Yes, we could. It's the second time on CC, and the second time Unguardable's having a tough time. An even tougher time comes around as BMS takes out Evan, making it a 5v2 situation. Now it's going to be garage contested. Joe's into sight, and, well, Zemper right now is just below sight. You know, he's chilling, looking for any opportunities to find. He gets one, that's going to be the ace. Gets pushed from red. Two more there awaiting him, and it will not be able to take off Puko, as it will be the other way around. Puko finishing the job, 5-5-2 commando at hand. And, you know, got themselves a second round, which is better than nothing. A 4-2 score is leagues away from a 5-1, because, you know, now they actually have a bit more of, I'll just say it, they have a bit more of a chance. They definitely do. And Unguardable, you know, you've said their consistency is definitely, there. Like, they are consistently there. They are keeping up the strategy. They're playing as a team as much as they can, at least as it seems. But
Attackers
know,
need to locate
they're
and
not
defuse
there
the
for
bomb.
the gunfights, and Rox Horizon is all in it for these gunfights. You know, they're just kind of, I think the perfect way to round them out is how we mentioned them or called them in the first match in Oregon, by a team of 5 fraggers. I think that's Rox Horizon in a nutshell. Unguardable, you know, they work together, but they definitely can't outfrag them, and Rox Horizon should definitely work their way around it. You know, they should take that into consideration, work with it. Because as long as they can, they are definitely positive with those gunfights. Even when they were in basement, when they had that really well-developed strategy, they won every single gunfight, basically. The only time when it all went downhill was when Buck dropped kitchen hatch unnecessarily, and, you know, that's kind of where it all went down, and it became a 2v1 situation all of a sudden. But, you know, still 4v2 is better than 5-1, so let's keep a positive mind about it. Going for a bit of a spawn peek, Coded, you know. Back to the aggression we all love to see, and not too much of it, but yeah.
All right, a much more standard lineup, not as colorful as we've seen in some of the previous rounds between these two teams. Some fairly standard gameplay as, all right, we have a Selma on a softball. This is very concerning.
If he has hard
I don't know
punches.
what it is about that wall, but these two teams haven't seemed to properly understood how to open that wall in certain situations. I feel like we're just playing opposite day on the CC wall specifically. I don't know. But hey, at least you're getting it open. You get away for yourself to, you know, get in on top floor because you don't have anyone else with soft breach close to you. And there's still 2 Selmas left, which I assume might be reserved for probably, I would assume, breaching the church wall on bottom main later on in the round. Is at the moment just a bit of a roam clear coming through. Rox Horizon, no big roam to show for it. I think most everyone on site. And now there's just a bit of a kite trick coming through to try and deny these Hibana pellets. I don't know if that comes out in time. Yes, it does, as Bimsy's the one that finds the opening pick onto fire. And Dennis taking some damage as well. Unguardable, good on this attack, despite mostly being on site. Kodit's now out and about, able to find one for himself, but Evans inside of the site, able to find one, almost able to find the second, but he puts his gun down for just a bit too long. Let's get injured, not quite finished off yet. And you can see the other 2 players flooding in behind him, trying to say, hey, we're here, the cavalry is here, trying to back him up. And Bimsy's able to find one onto Den. Kodit's still out and about, but he's not in this fight. He has to find his way back into this, but the hatch is closed. So he's just standing on top of it. There's not much that he can do, as that red ping is outdated. Hyuko now able to find one, but he's in a fight all alone on site against 2. Able to find one more. Evan's still injured. Effectively a 1v1. Evan most likely going to bleed out very soon. As Sionista now going for this plant. Not sure if Coded is aware that there's a player injured. Now the bleed out comes through. He does see the player die in front of his eyes. So now just a lot of damage done to Sionista. He tried a plant, but he took a lot of damage. Because Coded read that properly, knew he was planting behind that bomb, likely some information inside a church. And timer's ticking lower and lower. Sionista either has to commit to this plant, or he has to draw Coded out at least far enough for him to try and punish this. Now Coded going for it. Impact coming out, does no damage. Now a fight ensues. These 2 players in the post plant. Hibana down to 10, Coded down to 30. Timer ticks lower. He's looking for the opportunity. Coded gets it. Rox Horizon keep themselves in this. They close the gap. 3-4. He's able to win this. He went for a flank, was able to find one kill, was offside for so long, leaving Puko alone to fend for his life. But ultimately, he comes back in at just the right time to close this out, and still able to confirm this round. A tough one to be sure, but Rocks Horizon bring it over the line. Another very important 1v1. We've seen a few of those crucial 1v1 opportunities in this match. On the previous maps, for instance, in some of these altercations, and it has swung both ways. This time around, it goes for Rocks Horizon. Very important round to win, and so the scoreline stays fairly even.
Yeah. Okay. You know, hearts were beating fast, especially from my side, and probably
Attackers
players
need to
even
locate
faster.
and defuse
Or
any bombs
Goyo
they
barely
can.
managed to get out alive, and Hibana, they were both on the last few drops of bloods. I mean, we had 30 and 10 HP. Thankfully, Goyo did manage to evade it. Any type of bullets or unnecessary damage earlier, just enough to, you know,
Attackers
finish
have
off the
discovered the
run and get
location
the
of a
defuse
bomb.
in time. Well, that, yeah, was very close. I mean, that bleed out was also very essential. If Hibana could have, you know, had the knowledge that someone was upstairs roaming, definitely could have picked them up, had a 2v1 situation. It would have been a lot more comfortable, but the info wasn't there. And, you know, info is a
10
lot in this
seconds
game.
to
Probably
insertion.
one of the major and key things of Rainbow Six Siege is intel itself, especially those
5
pings,
seconds
especially
to go.
those cams, pre-play drones, and everything you have. And so, yeah,
Attackers ejected.
I mean, with that, right now, Rocks Horizon starting to lead up a bit closer to the score of Unguardable, but Unguardable still one above. They still have one to go, but
goodness.
doesn't matter. Bumsy gets spawn peeked by Puko, and that's going to be the Dokkaebi. Another quite essential operator, especially for roam clearing, and in general information is great. Out of the board, she also does have EMP impacts, which makes it that much detrimental for just any type of, I'll say, quick hard breach. A kill comes in from Dan, gets it as Cyanida, but Zemper gets one for himself, gets traded out by Coded though, so, you know, fire 4v2 situation for Rocks Horizon, just getting it even better for themselves, but my goodness. That was a very quick turn of events. Thermite's going to be going for a breacher. Ubarao just waiting, stands still. There we go, denies it. We won't be getting any Kate action as of now. Maybe the Kate's going to come in a bit late, throw this claw, and just destroy the Kate or Thermite barrier, but whatever it be. Yeah.
This might be a hot drop. I see
maybe.
Sirocco with just a soft breach next to him. He's going to drop that hatch. Does drop right into the waiting arms of fire, so not much to come off of it. Another C4 coming out to try and connect onto the last player. As now you can see just the Rocks players trying to hunt this last player. Haven't able to find one. Fire. Then with the trade, able to find that one as well. And Rocks equalize. Rocks Horizon, once again, they're on the defense. This is where they can play to their strengths, to their individual gunfighting capabilities, where they have all the map control to begin with, where they can work this out. And this is now concerning for Unguardable. It turns very quickly on its heels, because if Unguardable would have been able to win that very first round, and it did come down to the wire, if they were able to win that, they would have had the momentum going into this one. But instead, Rocks able to stabilize back into a 4-4. And once again, it's looking like a close game between these two, despite it just looking so disparaging at times. Somehow it still comes up very, very tight.
Attackers need to
Yeah,
locate and defuse
I mean,
the
Rocks
bomb.
Horizon also got themselves a very nasty spawn peak. Let's not forget about that. Just in general, these few first picks have been Rocks Horizon's specialty for just in general the majority of the rounds, I feel like. And Unguardable, you know, they haven't been able to counter it too well, but they're going off with a blitz. So that's always a good sign, bringing out the shield, bringing out the used to be very oftenly banned back in the day, Blitz. Another deadly operator, not Monty, you know, he's out of the match, but you still have this fast running, just absolute train of destruction ready to flash you the second you get too close, a nanometer too close. And with that, yep, he's going to be switching after okay. Another spawn peak coming in from the Frost, but I don't think it was the right angle to go at it, and maybe almost got taken out. Very close. The Frost is still tempting, you know. She's still trying to get her peak. She's still trying to get her key up. Whatever it may be.
Coded's outside.
What?
He was outside for a second again.
Oh,
there's multiple spawn peaks coming through. Rocks Horizon, just some glimpses of map 1. They're finding back into their own. They know their strengths, they know their capabilities, and it is definitely related to peeking outside the map. Nothing to find off of that so far in this round, at the very least. There's no rotation on site. All right, Rocks, guys. Maybe make a rotate so you can rotate to red, as Semper's able to find Coded. That is the Legion down for the count. So that's a few goo mines avoided potentially for later in the round that might be placed down, as Evan's able to find another, does get traded by Den, but still man advantage in the favor of Unguardable, and it's not a bad pick to get, as that's the Kai down. And now smoke's already coming out. It's only been a minute, and already the first smoke canister has to be used over on a garage door, because there's not enough players for the side of Rocks Horizon to cover every angle, and so they have to defend themselves just using some utility. And that might become dangerous. Shield now going up, bit of a mid-round adaptation. Not a bad idea. I kind of like it. Some damage done onto Sirocco as well, and things slowing down for a brief moment.
Yeah. Action was already in turn. We have Caden leaving off the board. I mean, Buck already taking a bit of damage from the electricity and a little more from Dan, and Fire joining along, taking out Sirocco, making it a 3v2 situation. Just so much more favorable for Rocks. And there it comes, the Frost Mat. You can revive yourself now from it, so that's a very good situation to be in. The smoke comes off just to prevent any type of push. Doesn't matter if you can revive yourself. Dun's going to be making it a triple. The Twitch is going to be rotating to CC window, hoping to maybe find some solo picks. But Rocks Horizon right now playing it safe, playing it nicely, just to kind of secure this round, because they really want to win. I mean, come on, who doesn't? As Den is going to be securing himself a quad. That SMG-11 in his hands is absolutely brutal, as we're going to be getting a timeout from the side of Unguardable.
Very nice flank from Zemper up the red stairs, able to find that one player, open up the round. They essentially had a pinch to try and get themselves into cash. But then the Frost Mat and the smoke on either end for both of these players, just able to keep them away from one another. And so good job from Rocks Horizon, using that utility to just split these two apart, able to find an opportunity to just single them out, take the fight onto them. So a very well-deserved round for them. They get the lead, 5-4 now. I think first time that Rocks Horizon are in the lead on Clubhouse as well. I think the past two maps, Rocks Horizon, very few opportunities for them to be leading the charge in this matchup. It was only really the first map where they got off to a good start, but other than that, Unguardable have been in this match consistently. Even this round, it was kind of close. There was some good attempts from Unguardable. Ultimately, not enough, but that did come off of, once again, just good utility usage and very, very good gunfighting capabilities from Rocks Horizon. And so we are still at a decent scoreline, 5-4 advantage, Rocks again.
Attackers need
Last
to locate
time
and
we had a
defuse bombs.
5-4 for Rocks Horizon. It ended up being a 7-5 in favor of Unguardable, though, so nothing's over yet. Still have to wait for this, as Unguardable did have the opportunity to take a quick tactical timeout. A good opportunity to do so. No match point yet, but deep enough into the matchup in your second half where you've got potentially 3 more rounds to look at, where you can say, all right, this might be a good opportunity to slow it down, to maybe take a quick mental breather, a bit of a reset, and to consider, all right, we've completed essentially most of our rotation. Now there's going to be Rocks Horizon going back to basement. We know where they're going.
Insertion.
Let's see if we can maybe find some counterplay.
5 seconds to go.
Yes, let's hope we actually find it, because right now Rocks Horizon is approaching that
Attackers detected in the
match
located
point.
bomb
They're
and
one
defuse
round
it.
away from it, one round closer to one round closer to it than Unguardable. And here we go again with another spawn peek, right? A nice shot below the trailer, but the question is anyone going to be walking into it? Like, another fail. He does seem to spot the feet, knows about it, but so does the enemy, and Puko with a nice shot at Benzi. And does he get the second? Evan is challenging to challenge him, and yes, he does. That's going to be a double kill with the Buck and the Dokkaebi both off the board. Doki has not been in the play at all. The majority, she's just been dug down deep because of these spawn peaks. And oh my goodness, Puko, someone stop this man, because he just got himself a nice double kill. Evan, a bit of a leave, probably not a intentional disconnect, unintentional, I'm assuming, but still, and in general, very bad start for Unguard. I mean, getting spawn peeked, and then when you try to refrag your teammate, who did not only was he informed and knew about the spawn peek and expected it, the teammate who went for the refrag also gets peeked off, which is just insanely, I mean, completely off what it should have been. And now another one could be happening, but it's gonna be cooked. Rocco gets one for himself. 4v3, getting turned around just about slowly, but we still have a minute and 30, and we still have 7 players ready to shoot their guns.
Keep in mind, Puffo, that 2K from Puko is coming off of a tactical timeout from Unguardable. So whatever they talked about in that break, if it was anything tactical relating to this round, that goes right out the window with that double kill. And a beautiful Thatcher EMP coming in at just the right time, able to deny BMS from tricking that. As there's some Hibana pellets coming in as well. Now, that Kite Claw coming out once again, able to get that. Question is that Hibana pellet close enough to try and clear this electrical? Yes, it is. So now, at the very least, Sion is able to go for that one. Should be able to go for the second hatch as well. As no, actually, there's a tuber round play. Fire on that Zoto canister, able to get that one. Does not freeze the Kite Claw either. So as soon as that Zoto canister, wears off, the Kite Claw is active to get rid of that utility. For the foreseeable future, Moto staying closed, only 30 seconds. They're not going to get that open. Unguardable have to adapt. They're in a man disadvantage. They don't get all the hatches open. They have to go for a kitchen execute. And the question is just with how much can they do this? Is a little bit of a backwalk into another goo mine. An opportunity given over. Semper able to find BMS. Good start, but the execute comes through now.
15 seconds remaining.
So it does, down to the last 10 seconds, and there goes one Den with a barbed wire kill. Sirocco with one. Zemper gets himself a nice double, and that's going to be Den and Pyuko off the board. And now it's all down to Fire to fend it off, and no, he will not be able to do it. As Zemper, can we talk about a barbed wire kill? What?
Yeah.
I forgot that it does tick damage now, but still.
Welcome to the new season. It does 5 tick damage now. And might have been just enough to, I would assume, finish off that player. I assume that there was a gunfight going off in that direction at the very least. But other than the barbed wire, all of the kills going in favor of Unguardable in this situation, despite them not being able to get Moto Hatch open, they apply enough pressure around the map. Very, very good execute. Able to isolate the players. And that comes off of losing 2 of your roam clear and soft breach players, like, right at the start. Pyuko is able to get a 2-piece to put it into a 5v3, and they're not able to roam off of it. What in the world are you doing?
What in the world was that? I mean, at the end, it was a 3v3, but that starting from Pyuko was just brutal. I mean, it was out of the ordinary. That was a nice spawn peek. I think the doe could be out. At least there was a disconnect, so right now we're just kind of on... we're waiting for anything to come out of this situation. But yeah, how Pyuko continued that streak onto a double kill was very detrimental. But at the end, it was still down to a 3v3. And of course, Unguardable managed to get themselves, that round. So, leaving it up, it's like basically the past 2 matches. I mean, you have Oregon, you have Bank, and now you have Clubhouse. All kind of similar in some sort of fashion when it comes to this round distribution. So with that, we're down to the 5v5, and maybe we're going to get a 7-5, or just maybe we're going to be going into overtime.
I think it must have been reserved for us for the 3rd map. We've had 2 regulations almost overtime, but favor it for last. Save the best for last. Keep it in. But very quickly, we've got Avrona in for a bit because we're waiting on the last player. Any thoughts you've got to give us? We've got a quick tactical timeout with our coach, so to speak.
I mean, I think it's only fair that this one goes to overtime, seeing how it's been going. I think it's the only fair way of finishing what's been a very close best of 3. There is a lot we can discuss about some of the ways they've been playing. I know you can hear me or see me, but when, again, they didn't bring any soft breach for that wall when it wouldn't have, I was just dying of laughter here as well. There is just so much questionable behavior, but not just from Rock's Horizon, from Unguardable as well. So there's just so much that both teams are able to exploit, and it's just gonna come down to who's able to exploit those weaknesses the best. But all the players are back, so guys, you know what to do. Hopefully, this will be the last kind of break like that in this game.
All right, and with that, thank you very much, Avrona. We're straight back into the game. We've got our own quick tactical break due to just Evan very quickly trying to get back into the server. A bit of a technical issue, I would assume.
5 seconds remaining.
But we've got everyone back up. Hopefully this is going to work out properly. I'm not hoping to have any more disconnects. Praying for no technical issues. because at a crucial time like this, it is 5-5. Whoever wins this round gets a match point opportunity. Whoever wins this might be able to close it out in regulation. And if the previous two scorelines of the first two maps are anything to judge by, being up 6-5 is a really good opportunity.
Yes, it is. And who else to go for a spawn peek and that spawn peeking opportunity than Puko? Of course, he's at it again. Sadly, this time it didn't end up going for a double kill, and you know, the Dokkaebi and Buck actually end up going through the round. So that's all great and nice. But yeah, the overtime, or just in general, match point is definitely the opportunity you want to use as much, because going into overtime, we haven't seen it. So we can't really predict anything, because these teams have been, towards the end of these rounds, they have been neck to neck. I mean, they have been 7-5 basically every single match. So, you know, we can't predict much with overtime, but we get an interesting pick from the Fuse. And this isn't a very common operator we've seen, but when it comes to utility clearing in general, he's probably the one to go for. I mean, just verticals in general and his destruction can also, besides, you know, destroying the enemy utility, can be quite detrimental to your teammates if, you know, played in the wrong spot. Now, a bit more aggression coming in as the rounds are slowly, and time is slowly ticking down right now, but these teammates, they have to both play very seriously. They need to play very safely, because, like we mentioned earlier, match point, it's what you want to go for here.
I just saw the impact tricking did not work out. The hatch, I believe, was open on the side of kitchen. And I think this Fuse is also coming out to try and deny the Tubarao potentially, as no, actually Fire beats him to the punch, able to get that first Tubarao out over onto Moto once again. So that Moto hatch going to be denied, at least for a little while, but Unguardable faster to approach the site this time around, so they have a bit more time left to play with. A smoke canister coming out from Den over on Dirt to just try and deny that as well. So a lot of pressure from Unguardable. At the very least, Rocks Horizon feel very pressured by them, no matter how much is actually happening. There comes another EMP waste that is Zoto canister goes out successfully, able to deny that hatch one more time. And timer ticks lower and lower, and the problem is I don't know if Unguardable's execute is going to work a second time. The first time they were at a man disadvantage, they were still able to convert it, but now that it is expected and you still can't get Moto hatch open, that might prove to be very, very difficult.
Attackers dropped the bomb diffuser.
Another phone call coming in. A very late phone call to give some info. Zemper able to get the opening pick. Some flashbangs coming through as well. Big trades. Evan able to find two. Zemper onto a triple. Cianista. Unguardable just run through their opposition. And there we go. They put together a beautiful execute from a 5v5 into a big trade game, into just overwhelming the site. Flashbangs everywhere. A phone call to set up the execute. Saving the best for last. We've got a match point opportunity for Unguardable, and this is the opportunity of their lives. If they win this, they go to the semifinals, they knock out Rocks Horizon, which is in standing above them in the group stages. This is the important round to win. If not, you still have overtime, but at the very least, right here, right now, you can close it out.
Yeah, I would put all my effort into this, because that was like a domino, just a domino chain of kills happened all at once. I couldn't even read it out. My brain got absolutely fried from even gathering all of that information. But yeah, Unguardable is the one that's going to be sweeping the overtime, or just not the overtime, the match point opportunity. This is where they can win. This is where they can prove that, you know, maybe the predictions weren't with them, but they sure were with the game. And they were, you know, they're definitely close to it. But Rocks Horizon, they're on equal standings. I mean, Unguardable, they're a lot more safe. Even if they lose this, it's fine. They still get another opportunity. Rocks Horizon, not even close. They need to play this a lot more safe, which, from what we've gathered, Rocks Horizon is not too good at playing safe. They are very aggressive players, and they're good at it. But that's only when they're actually aggressive. You know, they take gun skill and gun fights, frag potential, all of that into account, and use that and just combine it with their strategy. But when they don't and they play safe, it happens just about as it did right now. Unguardable managed to get themselves this round. And if they get themselves another, it's going to be GG's for today, and this BO3 is going to be going to them. But maybe we get the long-craved overtime match that we've been kind of really been just getting teased. You know, the first match was a 7-5, second one 7-5. We're just getting teased one after another. And Unguardable is on the attack right now. So were they the last time. So let's see how they managed to pull through. Maybe Rocks Horizon, and I'm just saying maybe, has something up their sleeve.
That barrier was torn down. You could see it, the barricade being broken over on Kitchen, but there's somebody to watch over this. This is why you always need 2 people to try and watch this. But as I say that, there's actually an Amaru going off into sight, going up that hatch, able to get some control. Just Taxi is in favor of the attackers, as there's a smoke babe coming out to try and deny this. But Beansy able to slow down off of that. A direct trade once again. This is like the 3rd one in this matchup. As Beamsy and BMS trade 1 for 1, then able to find one onto Sirocco as well. A hop out coming through from Cianista to try and get himself away from this fight, but he gets caught out anyway, and Den with the shotgun. And we're going to overtime on the 3rd map. Finally, we have an opportunity. It is not another 7-5. Instead, we are finally gifted with an overtime, and what better time to do it than when it all matters, when the entire matchup is on the line, not just for one team, but for both.
I'm really happy that we're going into overtime because this is really interesting and close. But I was crossing my fingers for that Amaru. I'm not going to lie a single bit. I wanted that Amaru to pop off because I would have been screaming to the point where I probably would have been evicted if it happened. Thankfully, no eviction today, not just yet, as we're going on to 6-6, and these next 3 rounds are going to decide it all. Now let's just see if we're going to go to an 8-6 or a 7-6, because I'm actually really interested if one team is just going to completely dominate now, or if it's going to be still neck to neck, even the last round being as close as it possibly can, because these situations have really been tight on both of the teams. I mean, trades have also been a lot more common than they have been in the first match. I mean, they have started adapting. Both of these teams have adapted to each other's playstyles, and both of them have changed it every time they could. So, it's been really an exchange between these. So it's like a very good rivalry between them. We also see the lovely disrespect from both teams. The teabagging, we see the chants, the good nights. We even get some nice shots from both of the teams. So, it's respect, disrespect, whatever it can be. These teams are a good match. I'll say it like that. A very interesting match, one that I haven't seen in long. Another thing I haven't done in a long is casted. So, that kind of fits into the sentence. But another spot pick, and this time it's coded instead of Hugo for a change of pace. But, it's going to be unsuccessful for now.
Alright, as once again, the single wall on Con being open, and just to quickly touch on the whole BM thing. There's a lot of... Oh, never mind. I'm being interrupted again. BMS just off of a punch hole inside of dirt, able to find the hard breacher, able to drop the diffuser down in a bit of an awkward position as well. Evan does go down, and that might mean that the main wall and Jacuzzi will stay closed. At the very least, Con is already open. Semper's inside the building, and he might have to contend with... nobody is coded is actually down below. There's nobody to contest him here inside of Cash, other than the player on Con. He's still a little stuck, Semper. All right. Keep it together. Panicking now is not the best of times. As I saw it wrong. Sirocco died. What the hell? What was I thinking? I thought Evan died.
Oh. No.
Oh, goodness. Oh, Evan's alive. No, everything's fine. It's called off. Never mind. Here comes the flank from Coded. Does take down Semper. Player from down below able to come up red. Able to get that confirmation at least. Man advantage back in favor of Rocks. This is where they can play to their strengths. But here comes a phone call. The question is, how much can Unguardable do off of the information they gain from these phone calls? And get some information here. Here comes a swing, a bit of a cross. And now BMC able to at least finish that off. Evan finds another. We're back in a 3v3. We're somehow even again. And with more than a minute to go, this is plenty of time for Unguardable to do something here. They still have 3 drones to work with as well.
Yeah, the HP isn't not too far apart either. I mean, we still have a lot of utility just telling them, oh, what a whip from the side of Den. Actually, Den is going to be the one taking advantage of that whip from Evan. Evan the Thermite getting absolutely taken out. Tried to get that sneaky shot behind the bomb. Just couldn't connect those bullets. Couldn't pair them up. Couldn't magnetize them. Because, I mean, because Den is there with the SMG-11 to take him out and punish him for that incorrect play. And with that, I mean, now it's a man advantage. Now the defenders could completely go off of refrags and they could win. All they need to prevent is 1v1 situations where they lose. If they win, that's fine. But God bless, no. Then with another one, that's going to be a double for him and a triple. Looks away for a second and just flicks back in time to take out the final Blair. Very nice. That's going to be the Twitch off the board, and that's going to be another round going to Rocks Horizon. Now we're in a similar situation. Now Unguardable are going to be fighting for their one last final chance at even having a chance to win. They can either go 7-7 or Rocks Horizon could take it all home.
All right, at the very least, Unguardable get to break this streak. They're now on their own defense. As we're into overtime, we switch every single round. It's not a 6-by-6 round basis. So instead, we're moving on to this. Finally, Unguardable get another defense. Haven't had one in a while. This is their opportunity to at least bring it even. But after that, they go back onto the attack. So Rocks Horizon is still clearly in the advantage here. They're definitely the team favored to win this matchup from this point forward. But not over until it's over. And it was pixels that separated Evan catching the silhouette of Den there behind the bomb. If he would have found that kill, Den doesn't go on to get the other two. Den doesn't go on to just completely shut out the round for Rocks Horizon, and maybe Unguardable could have fought back into this. Difficult to tell, but just mere millimeters, just separating. At the very least, a chance of victory with a certain defeat, as Den able to avoid getting shot in the face. Instead, takes that first pick, takes the other two. And so now, going back to the basement is Unguardable. As I already mentioned, this is their first defense in a while, so the pressure is on. They've got 2 match points against them. If they can win this one, they've got another match point to go through, and they will have their own opportunity to win. And the Capcan is coming out again in force. I think you'll like this, Puffo.
Yes, I will, and Den won't for a change of pace, because that's what he doesn't like. Capcans are not something he loves. Almost all phones are off, but the Mute's going to be getting protected by his. And now the aggression is coming in for the attackers. Evan's trying to de-aggress the situation, but Ying Candela is going to be going off, and he still manages to do some heavy damage to the Ying. She's left with 8 HP and no Finka to boost her up, but that Capcan will be getting off the board. Now I'm just hoping they don't miss a Capcan trap, because the second they go through that double door towards Bar, I believe it's going to be over for Ying if she doesn't notice the Capcan. She killed the operator. All she needs to do now is take out his gadgets. But we also have a Mute at the very top in logistics. Now, oh no, this is scary. Mute could come down and ruin everything for these attackers if they don't spot him out, if they don't take him out, if they don't make sure that he's out of the match. Because flankers are the worst thing you can face as an attacker, because this constant thought in the back of your head is telling you, hey, we're planting and all, but is that hatch really safe? And that's hopefully not going to be the situation for Rocks Horizon, but, Mute's being cheeky, Mute's ready for anything, and, let's hope it doesn't end up being too bad for them, as we also get some information about the Valkyrie seemingly going back down, but yeah, Mute, he's just completely chilling upstairs in Master Bedroom.
For now, not coming into play as... Oh, I think that might have been a Capcan trap.
Yes, it was.
As Kodet walks himself into a singular one. Well, you gotta be glad it was not Puko. We're distributing the damage across multiple players to at least not have anybody killed. But there's another one going off. I know that at least 2 were cleared, and now Bimsy finally able to finish off what was left of Puko. It wasn't much, but it was still a gun up, and that is taken down. Sionista able to find another one. And now another player injured. Sirocco able to get that kill into Den. That's very important. As with 45 seconds, we now have a huge advantage. There's a player count to the side of Unguardable. They just have to hold on to this. They know where BMS is. He's low on ammo, but he's able to find that pick. Semper just exposing his head a little while going prone. And so now, 2v3, still an opportunity. If Fire can drop this hatch and get one more pick. Here comes the C4, shot out in midair by BMS. Good on these C4 shots. As usual for Rocks Horizon, they've been really good on this mechanically. But Sirocco able to take down BMS with his gun, regardless. And so here's the shotgun player. This is the Mute that was on roam the whole round. And he finally gets his opportunity to go for a flank inside of Kitchen, as he just uses his shotgun to just get some very quick peeks going around the corner. Able to finish off that last player. And we are going all the way, Puffo.
15 rounds, and let's see who takes the trophy. Although that previous round, the coordination or the team chemistry at the very end seemed to fall off. Because, going for the peak on Deep Armory while you still have someone in the side of blue or like by boxes with the Valkyrie. I was expecting a hatch drop and a peek towards the Valkyrie from both of the remaining 2 players on the side of Rocks, but
attackers need to locate and defuse
one peek
bombs.
going towards Deep Armory while still being in a battle with the Valkyrie on boxes, and the last player just kind of being on hatches, playing verticals, and yeah, that kind of didn't work out well. The chemistry wasn't there, it didn't combine out into a good plan. And that definitely, although they were still at a man disadvantage, even though, no, actually they were evened out. It was a 2v2 towards the end, if I'm correct. But whatever it was, it's 7-7, round 15, going as long as we can. This has been dragging itself for as much as possible. I mean, these teams, at first it looked like
10
Rockstar
seconds to
Horizon
go.
was just going to just drag them in the floor, just take the W without an issue. I mean, do whatever they could to unguardable, play with their food, whatever you want to
Attackers are
use,
moving
whatever
out to
term you
locate
want
a
to go
bomb
with.
and defuse it.
It turned out to be, a bit more of an adapt strategy for unguardable. They started slowly but surely going through how Rocks Horizon played, and they started, changing their pace, adapting to them, countering them, and now we're here. Now we're in third map, round 15, all or nothing, and I do believe Unguardable has a lot more on the line than Rocks Horizon, but both of these teams, whichever one loses, they don't get a second chance.
Oh no, Sirocco has the wrong gadget
Soft
equipped.
breach.
He was definitely going to put a claymore down on that to prevent anybody going up that ladder in the late round, but instead he pulls out a breaching charge. Very unfortunate. Good for our comedic effect, but first phone call rings out as well. Just drone clear coming in. Very important and very good to see for the side of Unguardable is that there's been no successful spawn peek from Rocks Horizon. It's been almost a minute
Bomb
into the round and
located by
Unguardable
attackers.
is getting map control. They're clearing this out. They've used the Dokkaebi call. They're able to push everyone back down. And we're back in a similar position that we found ourselves in like twice already. It is Fire who's just playing the Tubarao to deny the Moto hatch. And the question is Unguardable able to find a way to break through that? And this time around, they've decided they're going to use the Maverick. And that might be the opportunity to do it. And if they do this from the right angle, they might even find the kill onto Fire as Fire pulls himself back, pulls out a C4, almost dies to it. And the C4 connects on the Sionista. No! Heartbreak. A Sionista goes down, but at the very least, it's not the Maverick. Evan's still alive. It might be man advantage, but Fire's down to low HP, and we've still got the opportunity for the Maverick to open up the remainder of that hatch. Evan can just get that open. Moto hatch open this time. This is the big difference to the previous times that Unguardable was able to attack this site. And they've been able to do it successfully even without this hatch open. But now they have it open, and very clearly they do want to. But what can they do with it? How can they exploit this to the best of their effects? Because this time around, Kitchen is closed. And so you can only open one hatch at a time, it seems, as Rocks Horizon has dedicated everything to try and keeping those hatches closed. They're successful on one. And here comes the play downstairs. Another phone call comes in with 50 seconds left. This might be a good opportunity to go for it. Here comes the push into sight. Evan is in. There's nobody spotting him. He's able to get the first one into Fire. There's a fight coming through, but a crossfire wins it out. There's one more kill back from BMS, but Zemper catches him in a trade. And now it's only down to 2 players. Kyoko takes a bit of damage as smoke comes out onto the top of Bimsy. Bimsy tries to go prone, but he gets cut down as well. 2v2, 20 seconds.
drop the bomb
Den
diffuser.
finds another. He finds a double for himself, and now it's only down to Semper, but Den takes him down as well. Den, the man of the match, the man of Clubhouse. He's the man, he is the menace on that SMG-11. And a hard-fought victory, a 7-5, a 7-5, followed by an 8-7. We had to go all the way on this final map. And despite all of their hiccups, despite all of their problems, Rocks Horizon, the favorite team going into this matchup, is able to get it over the line. They are the ones to go up against Team 86 on that Wednesday. My goodness, what a matchup that had to be.
They started off strong, and they're going to be ending it even stronger with those 19 kills for Den. I mean, come on, almost got the 20 bomb, but just not close enough. A triple kill was there to end it, and they had a rough match, especially on Bank and on Oregon, but Clubhouse was just exceptional. It was toe for toe, it was neck to neck, it was eye to eye, whatever you want to call it. It was just absolutely insane, and we saw some new techniques, such as letting the defenders breach for you and putting the soft breach on the floor instead of a claymore. But with that aside, definitely, Rocks Horizon managed to get the W, and they managed to do it so in a very, very interesting fashion. With everything we've seen, we'd expect Unguardable for being a lot more, I guess we'll say, mannered and strategizable, for Unguardable to even have a lot better of a chance, but Rocks Horizon managed to pull through just with their gun skill, and so they did. And that's going to be it. Rocks Horizon is going to be winning this BO3, and Unguardable is going to be getting taken out of the league. Now, that was... oh my god, there were a lot of situations where I was really grinding my teeth, and then more where I was holding my hands together as late as I could, just seeing how the outcome would be. But a lot of rounds, I think, were just dominoes. You know, one player dropped, then the opposite, and then it just kind of kept on escalating, just like the last one, until it was all down to the final few. And, well, GG's Rocks Horizon.
What else is there to say about it? What a tough matchup to, endure. But we're through with it. It was a max OT game, and I think deservedly so. I love that they were waiting on the final map to bring out that overtime. The time where it's really necessary, the time where it's really deserved between these two. It came down to the wire. Ultimately, even that last round was a 2v2. And I liked some of the approaches that ended up coming through. Like, as much as I was freaking out and shitting on the teams, there was some good stuff in there. There was some good siege in there occasionally. And especially mechanically, I think throughout the whole game, like across the board, this was a good match. It's just that strategically, you're not going to win a gunfight when you're not looking the right way. That even rings true for a team as capable as Rocks Horizon. Even they could not fend off their opponents when they were not looking the right way, when they had no clue where Unguardable was. But ultimately, just way too close for Rocks Horizon. This should have been a very comfortable 2-0 victory. But they have no confidence and absolutely no team play on attack, and that comes back to haunt them every single time. As we're almost through the highlights, I think I will just get Avrona in to have some more thoughts on this very quickly. So, Avrona, welcome back.
We said that this last map deserves to be an overtime map, and guess what? They listened to us. Maybe they were listening on the stream, who knows? But we got that overtime. We got the full set of rounds as well. We got down to the wire in a gunfight, a series of gunfights in the final push that could have really gone either way. But at the end, Rocks Horizon, who most of us thought will take it, they did take it, but with a lot more problems and obstacles along the way than any of us expected. What enough happened? Well, after a quick break, we'll be back with one of the players from Rocks Horizon to talk us through exactly what happened during those 3 maps. So stay tuned, because there will be plenty of insights into what you just saw from him. I'm very certain of that.
Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep me lost. Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep
We are here with BMS from Rocks Horizon. Guys, congrats on the victory. It was really, really, a difficult journey, I'm sure. A lot of us didn't really expect it to get that close, but it came to a third map. It came to the full overtime. I mean, did you yourself expected it to be that close? Did you expect them to be such a difficult opponent? Or why was it so close then in the end?
To be fair, we made a lot of changes in the team. The team just everyone just went everywhere they want. We were looking for opportunities, etc. So we lost 2 players, and then we changed our language. We were talking in English, so that's another issue. We just played the game, and we was like, we have to win it because we know that we will win it. But I didn't expect that hard. But honestly, we won it. That's the principle.
And like I said, it was definitely a earned victory after 3 very difficult maps. Though I know the casters are going to kill me if I don't ask this. One round in particular we discussed heavily in this room was when you brought a Maverick for the wall, but no soft breach of any kind. Like at all. What was this just an oversight? Was there some bigger strategy to it? Granted, you still ended up winning at a flawless round, if I remember correctly. But I mean, I just one of the kind of few examples of times where strategically there was some kind of head scratches, but you still kind of won on gun skill alone.
No, during the prep phase, we bring the Maverick, and we had Zofia and Ash. And right before the end of the prep phase, we just switched the operators, and no more soft switch to open the wall. So it's okay. The round is won, but yeah, that was not the best idea.
And now you are through to the next phase of this final stage. What are your kind of expectations? Do you think? Do you have the confidence to take it all the way to the final?
Honestly, we have nothing to lose now. We are just playing as a mix. So we're gonna play against 86, if I remember well. So just play, having fun, and if we go make it to the final, it's just a bonus. So we'll see.
Well, I'm gonna let you join the rest of the team in the kind of celebrations, and as you prepare for what will be an extremely difficult next round. So, guys, again, congrats, and hopefully we'll see you again in the Voltage League very, very soon.
Thank you.
We can just bring back the casters here as well, so we can kind of wrap up this very first game. And yeah, that's I think he said what we all kind of expected: communication issues and some kind of various kind of ideas that didn't really pan out in the end. But in the end, all that matters is that they get to put that 2-1 next to their name in the scoreboard. So I guess in the end, they got the last laugh, no matter all the kind of critiques we had. And now we can get ready for the very next game of the evening. It is going to be ITB Academy versus NXT, and is going to be a very interesting one. So hopefully they'll be also able to surprise us in many, many ways like this game did. Any kind of final thoughts before we wrap up this very first quarterfinal?
Yeah, very quickly. I think the insight gain from the interview mainly is that communication, I think, a literal issue for the team because of a change of languages. That's on European soil, you're going to have that a lot. You're going to be switching from sometimes native to English, sometimes from English back to native, depending on what teams you're joining and how you're restructuring your teams. That can be a big shakeup. I can understand how a lot of miscommunication can come from that. So that gives me a much better perspective into what in the world was going on for Rocks Horizon half the time. The funny altercation of both people switching off of soft breach in the last moment, very funny, clears that up. It happens. It can happen to the best of us, but it's still very, very questionable. I do love that we got to answer that at least. Satisfying answer. I'm happy with this matchup. I did predict Rocks Horizon, but it didn't have to be as close as it was. Other than that, any final thoughts, Puffo? And then we'll go to break.
Personally, not. I'm satisfied with how things went. I'm really happy with how close these teams were for what we were actually expecting. And, we actually got some clarification for those we'll say unknown or new strategies. So we're all good. I'm satisfied, and yeah, I think it's time to end to the break.
Yep. Join us back here very, very soon for that next matchup. Trust me, it's going to be worth the wait. Until now, go and grab yourself a drink, some snacks, do whatever else, and catch you back here on the Voltage League channel.
Giving every piece of my soul. Want to keep me lost. Giving every piece of my soul. Want to keep me lost.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
We have a dream. A dream where equality and equity in sport are possible. Where discrimination and lack of support are a past topic. Where there are no athletes asking for money on the street to be able to compete or study. And the only challenge they face is fighting for their dreams. They are not alone on this journey. This is how All Player was born in the world of sports marketing. An application converted into a community of support, a family where talent and hard work are the main value. It doesn't matter your background, race, or gender. What matters is your passion for your goals and the desire to succeed. In our world, every blow, every fall, it is an opportunity to get up stronger. Join us on this journey towards a future of sports and gaming, where dreams become reality. Together we can change the game.
First quarterfinal of the day done, but we have another one to go through next, that being ITB Academy Into the Breach's second team versus NXT. And once again, I have Puffer Bob and Reference here as well with me to guide you through all the action and the chaos in the next two, potentially 3 maps. Guys, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, let's have a quick look at the bracket and see where we stand right now. Rux Horizon have the unenviable task of going up against Steam 86, but if anyone can do it, maybe it's Rux Horizon, seeing how high they ended up in that stage 3 scoreboard. In the meantime, we have to decide who Lumina Gaming will be going up against now, and let's quickly go on to where we'll be deciding that, because we need to see where the mapments are taking us. We'll be starting off with Skyscraper, then Bank, and for dessert, if we get there, Cafe. So while Bank is a repeat, we are seeing 2 new maps, again, you are the ones who are going to be narrating all of this. So, what do you think about these choices?
Looking forward to Skyscraper. There's going to be a repeat bank, but if we get to it, Cafe might be interesting between these two teams. But we've already had one absolute banger of a match. I'm perfectly fine with just Skyscraper being a bit of nuance here in this game and us putting this away 2-0. But I'll pass it upward to see what my friend upstairs thinks.
I mean, yeah. Look, I'm a fan of Skyscraper. Cafe has always been kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but it's been a very nostalgic map to me. But I absolutely hate it. It is not a map I enjoy watching, but more enjoy playing. So I'll see if it even gets to the point. But Skyscraper, I'm very tuned for. It's not a lot of the times you actually get to see Skyscraper. It's a very, I wouldn't say nearly as common as any of the other maps. So I'm very happy to see it. It's also a beautiful map on the outside that gets a lot more bloodsheddy on the inside. So let's see, NXT, I'm not very familiar with them. ITB, though, I have not casted too long ago. I believe that was my previous cast in Voltage, since I do remember some of the players, but I don't have much knowledge in how they perform on Skyscraper, Bank, or Cafe for that reason.
Now
Right, so
let's
very
take a quick
quickly,
look at the players who will be here in this matchup. Now, as we've kind of pointed out, NXT have a much difficult matchup here than ITB, who are a clear favorite. But kind of just to look at where things ended up in the stage 3, NXT ended that stage with 14 points compared to ITBA's 29. So they were the last team to qualify to the next stage, going through quite a few kind of lucky forfeits and a few very clutch games, meaning that they end up here right now playing against Into the Breach. So before we go into the game, how do you think this is going to go with all of that information factoring into this?
Well, obviously ITBA are the favorite. I've put my money on NXT to just kind of go with the underdog pick. Seems to be a favorite here in Voltage. It is a team that's kind of backed by the league structure, so definitely someone we look forward to seeing. But I mean, hey, can't wait for the match. I hope they give us a good fight, but ultimately I think that ITB Academy clear favorites.
Okay, and with all of that, I think we are pretty much ready to go. Guys, for the fourth time today, because we had 3 maps already, take it away.
All right, there we go. On to Skyscraper, a bit of map variety. This is the 4th different map we get to see today. There will be a repeat bank. There's no way around it. It is a BO3 format, so there will be at least 2 maps played. But at the very least, for now, we keep that variety up and counting. And we start with NXT on the defense. So I would assume ITB Academy's pick. Judging by it being, more of a out there map, it makes perfect sense for ITB Academy to be going for it, because I think that they're a team that can play more comfortable on a bunch of different maps. They're not scared of going to a map like this. And first ban that comes out, NXT decide to take down Monty. Ying comes out in return from ITB Academy. So far, fairly standard bans, but that Monty is certainly interesting.
It's interesting, but you know what? Rather not risk going up against a team that may actually be very well accommodated with Monty, because that's a dangerous thing. We've discussed it. Monty, especially after the rework and in general, can be a deadly, just all-around operator, because, taking those strongholds and taking those points of advantage, Monty's the man to do it. Monty's the one to push defenders back, make them uncomfortable, and make them scared of anything that could be coming at them. Either it's the enemy behind the Monty or the Monty himself. They're both as much of a danger. Now, the second ban on the defense is going to be Valkyrie. Now, or the first ban on the defensive side is going to be Valkyrie. The second one is going to be Fenrir. Both still fair. Yeah, it's fair enough. I can't say much else than, Valkyrie, insane intel. Fenrir is just overall, even after the nerf, he still has 2 of his gadgets. He has 1 less, which kind of detrimental. It does definitely make it seem like it definitely put it on him. It definitely, shows the change. to say it. But Fenrir, it's still, even with 2 of his I don't know what they're called, fear toxins, I guess, is still
Attackers
quite
need
a
to
deadly
locate and
operative to go
defuse
up
as many
against,
bombs
even
as they
because,
can.
in a gunfight, if you can't see, what's the point of you shooting in the first place besides hoping you get that hipfire headshot? So now we're going on to Skyscraper, and of course the first site is going to be Karaoke and Tea Party, and off the top of my head, I'm assuming the attackers are going to probably, I'm just expecting either a rush on the side of Geisha or just a full focus on the side of Exhibition.
Well, I'm seeing Raiden already bringing out the Ossa, so that makes me think this might be a top black take. Might be going for top black stairs.
10 seconds
Probably,
left before
as
insertion.
you mentioned, definitely going to be clearing out Geisha in that take because it's more of
5
a
seconds left
semi-direct
before
direct take onto site. You're just trying to get control of top black. You're trying to get to that cross
Attackers
where
must
we can see the
locate and
rotation
defuse
over
the
onto
bomb.
Karaoke. And then there is a reinforcement there in place that you can potentially play around. So maybe ITBA able to get themselves in there, able to try and get a plant down. Of course, as well, if you can keep the Ossa alive and get her into that position, she can also just put down a shield in front of her and then plant right next to it. So also a big opportunity as we move into the first round. There's already some heartbreaking being done quite early on in the round, and Manchunian just watching it carefully, just making sure he doesn't overexpose himself, but also having a good look, if there's anything happening over here, because I think this might be a bit of a bait out from ITBA, just trying to see if they can draw attention away from top black, because very clearly they're not committed to taking cross side, but they are making it seem like they are.
Yeah, most definitely. But at least for the start of this match, it's a lot less aggressive than it was from the previous couple of rounds we experienced with Rocks Horizon and Unguardable. But we're starting to slowly get into it. Malusi taking some heavy damage, and Barbecue and Zodiac finishing the job. That's going to be Scar, the first pick of the match, a 5v4, and that's going to be the Buck with a nice opening kill as we're down to the last minute and a half. Things are slowly escalating, but they need to at some point in order for these attackers to kind of move up. Now, again, we're starting to see Grim very commonly played because this amount of detail and just the position he gives away and the push away he has, I'll say it like that, is absolutely insane. A bit of a double kill comes from Zodiac, while MLG also gets a kill onto Raiden. They start to push up, and Warden goes for a cheeky flank. He manages to get one, but Arcari gets the trade onto Mancunian, so that's going to be a nice 3v2 looking for the side of ITBA. And now we're basically inside. I mean, they have the holes open, they have everything in their vision, but these defenders, I mean, they're holding quite strong angles. They're covering basically everything besides top black. And with that, I mean, they're set. I mean, none of these attackers seem to be going their way around. There is one on Repel, which could be detrimental. The plant is going down. I don't think the defenders are aware of it, and they can't do much either because just the situation they're in. That Zodiac's one, he gets himself a triple. Will he be able to secure the fourth? That's the question we're here now. 40 seconds on the clock, and Hava will be finishing the job with the AK-12 in hand. And that was a smooth, and I mean very smooth take. The defenders, it was looking very promising when the Warden went for a flank, but that wasn't enough. I mean, the refract potential on the side of ITB Academy, just absolutely out of pocket.
All right, good round to start us off. Zodiac, certainly a killer. That much is for sure. Triple in the round, very early on, able to find those picks. And with that, I think ITB off to a good start, able to set the pace. And going into the second round, NXT going to try and recover from this, deciding to go over to Exib instead, not sticking the same side, instead choosing to adapt. The mirror is being brought out. I do like that adaptation. Bringing out the mirror on this site is quite useful. But already we can see Skyper just immediately predicting it with an Ash pick before even seeing anything on site. Can already see that being brought out. So good game sense for the side of ITBA early on, as most likely you're going to need that Ash to either clear a soft wall or some of those mirror windows. That is just something you have to expect when you're playing up against Exib. And so good prediction from ITBA. Not like they can't repick anyway. That is a thing in this game now. Has been for quite a while.
Left.
But moving into this, NXT choosing to adapt, deciding not to do the same thing, and we'll have to wait and see how this is going to get approached from ITBA as the Demos is coming out as well.
Ooh, the Demos is going to be a very good pick. still, you know, the previous times we've seen him, he was mostly in the loadout with the shotgun and the revolver, but some people prefer to have the AK in hand. And honestly, personally, I see the revolver as a pick with the shotgun. You know, it's kind of like a smoke-mute relationship where they have the SMG-11 and with the shotgun combined, but they also make rotations, which attackers don't necessarily need to do. But, you know, shotguns up for close and that revolver for mid to long-range fights. But yeah, things are definitely going to action. Interesting mirror positioning right now. Just watching the main breach, not even necessarily on the main breach, more like watching it. It gives you a lot more of safety, and you know the attackers have to just try a little bit more extra to get rid of that hold. And Geisha right now is seemingly, of course, a main point to take. I mean, you want to take Geisha, it just covers so much, it connects to so much, and with that you can get so much more map control, and attackers do seem to push from that very commonly. So let's see how this goes. I mean, the defender's also just a full setup, just envisioned towards it.
Right, bit of a push coming through. Skyper just moving up. T control has been gained. They still need to try and clear this player on the shield. Is this all right? MLG just trying to cross in front of the doorway. Does get cut down. That's the first injure on the board. Not finished just yet, but he's probably not long for this world. As there's still a shield to try and defend him for now, but there's definitely no pickup coming through. Well, my Magnet able to catch one of those nades. That's good on keeping that shield alive for a bit longer. Salva now finally able to finish off MLG. And a bit of a fallback coming through as well. So just Mancunian taking a lot of damage, deciding to defend over from Dragon's side instead. Just giving up the position on that shield, so despite the shield not getting destroyed, the position is still cleared. Swarm is able to find one. Erkari on the trade, gets one at the Scar. So man advantage gained as he finds himself a second. Double kill in the round. Able to vault in as well. One more kill from Mancunian, but he's down to low HP. He's getting hunted. Zodiac cuts him down as well. ITBA, very good. Once again, beautiful attacking round. Solid control. Just pressing onto NXT, and they're rewarded with a second round.
Yes, they are, and they've been having a very good pressure hold on the enemies. NXT, they had these solid setups. They definitely had. It's a setup that has very strong, just in general, additions to it. Shield facing towards Tea Party, and you have the mirror on the main breach. All of those combined, I mean, it's just a very solid hold. But when it comes to these mistakes, like the Zami just randomly running in front of the Ash, and the attackers being able to execute off of that is a definite no-no and no-go to continue with. So NXT is going to need to kind of change up these types of mistakes, because these are the mistakes attackers can, kind of take advantage of and then screw you over with. So while we're doing that, right now, ITB is looking at a very comfortable first 2 rounds. Continuing it on, maybe they're just going to get an early third, maybe a fourth, and maybe we're going to be just looking at a similar situation to the previous match, which please don't let it happen. And as we're going into the prep phase, I mean, we still are looking at very similar lineups, comparing them to the previous round. We have the Mirror, we have the Wamai, the Zami, the Bandit, and the Frost, basically the same. And the attack, there's not much else to mention. I am really enjoying Deimos, though. As the newer operator, if we don't include the recruit rework, I am absolutely a fan of Deimos. Cool operator, love to see him in gameplay, love to play him myself. So I feel like that's one of the better additions to Siege, in my opinion. What's your opinion on Deimos, Reprints?
Bit of a hit or miss. I do think that he has some good advantages. The thing is just, to me, he is Jackal with a different trade-off, because Jackal can do the exact same thing, except it's not a live ping. But Jackal also doesn't expose himself, and so Deimos, he might be getting live info, but at the same time, you're exposing yourself. You're isolating 1v1s. It's a lovely mechanic, especially fitting with what the operator is supposed to embody as the villain. He tries to take specific one-on-one engagements, and I like it, but at the same time, it's a gadget that's more useful to relay information verbally to your team, and so it's just an operator that prospers more in a team environment. Just because the communication to box somebody in that you have a live ping on is absolutely crucial. And with that being said, Swarm able to get the opening pick onto Raiden as he gets the player off of the rappel. And in the meantime, Skyper, he's taking quite a bit of damage, and he will take a little bit more from that barbed wire. As Erkari able to find another one on TMLG once again. Just good for these trades from inside of sight. And we continue in a 4v4.
Yes, we do. The HP isn't looking too good for the Frost, though. She's not too bad, but as we're talking about HP, Ash is not any better. You know, right now, Scar going for some quite detrimental picks. You know, he's trying to get a pick for himself. He's trying to make it man advantageous, but it won't matter. Swarm will be there to do it before him. He's going to be beating him in that race as he's going to be taking out Lava, and that's going to be, the Capitao off the board. Ash still not looking good on HP. I mean, that's going to be probably very annoying to deal with. And with the man advantage, I mean, these attackers, they need to start getting some picks. Deimos is the perfect operator for that. I feel like these 1v1 picks is what Deimos is good at. Or just maybe for the information they will need to kind of start picking off players or getting these advantageous gunfights. But whatever it may be, these defenders have the info they have on these attackers. I mean, it's absolutely insane. They know they're going to be pushing. The Deimos even exposed himself where he is. And the Frost, while she is kind of combating for her own life right now currently, because she's getting floor banged and just shot from everywhere, explosions are coming out. The Ash gets shot by her. Goody not going to be going down without a fight. The Deimos starting to throw nades, revolver in hand, Wild West gunfight. He does take some damage, and Goody's there to finish the job again. And Scar able to get the play of the game with the C4 just as a bit of distraction for that Deimos, and a very nice shot to finish it off. That's going to be first round going over to NXT.
All right, some signs of life as NXT is able to claim their first round. Very important for them to do so. Better late than never, but you are on the defense. You want to be trying to get as many as possible. So the time to start racking up rounds is right about now. And hey, this first one that they get for themselves, not half bad. Able to shut out ITBA where it matters, not allowing them to put themselves into an execute situation, and just retaining proper map control, playing around that Deimos perfectly as well. As we can see the Frost just trying to zigzag as there was a live ping on her through the floor. Very dangerous with that revolver. It has a lot of punch to it, even through floors. You have to be careful about it. As now NXT, we've seen a back and forth rotation as they decided to go first to T, now twice to exit, and now right back to T. So we haven't seen a third site come out yet. We've not seen Kitchen, or, well, I mean, technically you can go Master 2, although I doubt they will. But yet to see that come out. Wondering if we're going to see that at all, but if NXT win this one, they'll be forced to go to a third, so we'll have to wait and see how this one goes. For now, T, struggling with the rotate is Scar. And ITB Academy, a similar lineup. We can see the Osa once again. Nothing fancy. I think once again just deciding, hey, let's try and take top black again. Let's try and take black stairs because it worked last time, so why not again?
Why not again? If it worked once, you know, go ahead and try and do it again. Maybe even better this time around, but whatever it may be. What?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. Stole the words right out of my mouth, except that I couldn't even form a proper sentence. So, you know, thanks for that. But yeah, right now, you know, Buck is sticking down just sadly, and Scar right now getting himself won the first opening picks onto Zodiac. That's going to be a 4v5. Very good looking for NXT, you know. They got the opening pick again. And just like the previous round, maybe they're going to be continuing this little trade, or I'll say even end page. We're just continuing the tradition of getting one and then another and then keeping it going. But, you know, Finger having a bit of an issue with this barbed wire, not doing too well with it. And just a spread out attacker format. I mean, we have one on Repel, one on stairs, Osa outside the building. They're all trying to push one player, and he's giving them a hell of a time, but they finally managed to take him out. That's going to be the one eye off the board. A 4v4 situation, managed to do a bit of a late trade for the Buck. But now they're starting to get and close in onto the site. We still have some players below. C4s could be extremely deadly. But I'm just wondering how that Repel player intends to go in. He drops down, is going to be probably going in to help out the thing on the stairs. And as we're seeing this all in action, the mute could be getting found out any second now by that drone. It gets pinged, he's found out, and now these attackers have a chance to take over site.
Alright, with that, Swarm, once again, good for a C4. He's been getting massive impact frags for the side of NXT. As man advantage briefly in the favor of NXT, but Swarm does get taken down in the process. Skyper able to find one back onto this top black, firmly in the hands of ITB Academy. Able to find one onto Guti. Man advantage back over to ITB. And here comes an attempt at an execute. Long angle from the main stairs is going to deny the player trying to get into sight. Another cross coming through. No connection from Scar there. A bit of a whiff on those fights as now ITB find themselves inside of the site over on T. Manchunian cuts down one. There's still 2 more to go, but with so little time, Scar's able to find another. Finds a double
10
for himself in the
seconds
round. Okay, low on HP. He has to try and connect onto this, and Scar will take him down. And so NXT, they draw back even. They're able to win the following 2 rounds after a bit of a shaky start. We're drawn back 2-2, and they will actually have to go to a third side.
Yeah, you know, they managed to get their 2 rounds back. The first 2 weren't looking too good, but, you know, they managed to pull back. They want the lead. They need it. They're on defense right now. They got to keep it going because when they're going to be on attack, they're going to be in a bit more of a tight situation throughout the entire match, at least until they're in the post plant. But to get to that, you know, it's a lot of hard work. So might as well pull all the rounds and gather them up, collect them, put them in your pocket as much
Attackers
as you
need to
can
locate
while
and
you're still
defuse
on the
bombs.
favorable side, on the more comfortable position. Right now, these 2 could be very useful for NXT, but if ITBA takes them, it's going to be looking bad. It's going to be looking very, very bad. So, yeah, we're going into barbecue. This is one of the sites where the hold is either upstairs or that's it. You either turtle on site, which is please no, or you extend up to upstairs and maybe extend around a bit. Just to not let attackers, you know, get all that ground cover, let all the control be there, because this is really like a small-ish site where you can't necessarily.
5 seconds.
I'll say it like this: if you're on the site, every single one of your teammates, and a single fuse cluster charge goes off, there's not a surviving player. I'm saying it like that. It's a small site. You can expand just a bit, but going upstairs is the route to go about it. There's not really much of a different option. And yeah, with the defenders we have here, it's going to be a very solid lineup, especially that mirror. I'm imagining that mirror is going to be causing a lot of issues.
I mean, the main thing is just that the site is downstairs, and the simple matter of the fact is that literally everything up above is soft. And so there's nowhere for you to play if you're on the first floor. There's nowhere for you to play, nowhere for you to hide, because everything, not just on the site, but around the site, is entirely soft up above. So you can play Verd everywhere. So you need to contest it. If you're not contesting it, number 1, what are you doing? Number 2, you're going to lose the round because the attackers are just going to approach from up top. They're going to open every angle that they can possibly find, and they're going to pick you off one by one because there's not enough space for you to be putting 5 people downstairs. So instead, you have to contest top floor, you have to contest other parts of the map to try and just make it a pain to take this specific part of top floor. As there's an injury coming through. Swarm, he gets injured, finally finished off by a set of firebolts coming in, and a second one follows it up as there's a quick jump in coming through. Geisha control gained very early on for the side of ITB, as this is a second pick coming through. Already we find ourselves inside of Geisha with a big man advantage for the side of ITB. And the question is, what can NXT put up against that? They do have a mirror window in a decent position, but there's a crossfire coming in. Hava in a spot that he's not expected, and Skyper onto another, and this might be a flawless unless Scar has anything to say about it, but he gets cut down to 8 HP, goes so low, and it is a flawless. Is ITBA back in the driver's seat, able to win one more round, and now back in the lead, 3-2.
3-2. The choke upstairs was absolutely fantastic. I mean, the mute got taken out. The firebolt came in. Mira wanted to go for a save. That's the exact same second. The Mira also got taken out by the Capitao just jumping in. Actually, it was it the Mira? Yeah. The Mira was the one who ended up being taken out, and it was left down to the last player who, I mean, just got choked out. I mean, there was one from behind, 2 in front, people on the right, everywhere. So at the end, it was just all a tight squeeze in just to take out the remaining final players. It was a battle for the verticality. As we mentioned, it's very important. You really have to play vertical here because it's like oregano. It's just openable enough so you can basically see everything. I mean, there's wood everywhere. So, you know, the verticality gunfights are not good to approach, especially against attackers, and just an general awkward fight to be in. for both sides, to be honest. But you know, it's still something you do want to contest,
10
something that can give you an
seconds
advantage. And you can also play side from above, so that's that much better. So yeah, Geisha, Tea Party, karaoke, all of those are very important part of just playing Barbecue in Kitchen. Sadly, NXT did not take it, but at least let them get this round, so you know they're on an even split for the round swap or the role swap. Because, you know, going for the 2 on defense and you're the one with the 2 points, that is not where you want to be. You have to have an extremely lucky match going forward or just a favorable attack.
Right, and with that out of the way, once again, Hibana Bridge is just opening up the right side of the wall as the left side is soft. No impact tricks coming through. Instead, just making a bit of a hole, keeping it at that for the most part, as very similar setup. NXT just, after losing that kitchen, just going right on back to what they were comfortable with, what they were able to win with. Just, you know, keeping themselves alive, just playing it slow, trying to force ITBA to clear as much as possible before giving them any gunfights. And so far, so good. A minute wasted. ITBA still droning, still trying to take map control. Skyper just now in the building, able to find himself on top main, but he's blocked out. Another Kiba barrier coming into position. And so ITBA very slow about this clear. The problem is, do they have a plan with this? Or is this more of just stalling? MLG able to find one pick onto Skyper. Very good first shot. And we'll have to wait and see if there's more where that came from, or if ITBA can now start forcing them back, as MLG actually able to rotate back to site.
Getting there in sight, but not completely damage-free. You know, it took about 30 ticks, but we'll be getting there safely enough, just so, you know, Scar can get taken out by Raiden, making it a 4v4. A bit of a trade-off. You know, always love to see it. Not gonna be letting any man advantage be in play. Are we going to be seeing a quick kill? Almost. It was very close. Just a pinch more closer, and that could have been another pick. But sadly, didn't happen. We're down to the last minute, and now we're going to be pushing the side toward the site. The full site. This is where it comes down to the final fights. Raiden with a double kill, adding Swarm to the list. The count is going down slowly for NXT, and they gotta hold it. They gotta hold it strong. They gotta make the right decisions, and they gotta make good crossfires, because if they don't, these attackers are just like earlier gonna choke them in. And saw the Wamai slowly pushing up towards main, towards Dragon Door. Nades are coming out. MLG gets one for himself. That's gonna be Raiden shut down. A double kill for himself. Zodiac returns the damage onto Goody, and that's gonna be through this situation. Capital gets taken out by Margudian. MLG with another one onto Akari. That's a triple kill, a double kill for Zodiac, and now it's a 1v1 situation with the new recruit. He has an idea where the
Snellberg's son, he does it. MLG, the main man, a quad kill. He finds it in the round. What a beautiful play. There we go. He converts not just the first kill, but also the remaining necessary kills to keep his team in that round. NXT go up 3-3 off the back of his man, and that is beautiful. You love to see it. Sweden reigning supreme.
Sweden reigning supreme. Were you waiting all this time for that?
Yes, I did. I was waiting the whole time for him to do anything.
All right, yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
3-3, making it a bit more close. As you know, they're not going to be going down to a 2-4. They're not stooping that low. Come on, it's NXT. They're not going down without a fight. And MLG isn't either, with a quad kill, a beautiful one at that. Just absolutely dominated. Even shut down the 2 fraggers. Even Raiden and Akari getting taken off the board by him. The man, the myth, the legend. As right now we're switching roles. So let's see how detrimental that's going to be to the team. It hasn't been so far. It's been kind of equal, you know. It's been civilized. It's been normal. It's been balanced, like yin and yang. But let's see if anything changes. Well, maybe ITB has a bit more of a feeling on defense, and NXT is having a hard time on attack, or the other way around. We're gonna have to see. I mean, these attacks and defenses on Skyscraper are always surprising to me, man. I am not gonna ever get enough of this, because this is not Oregon, nor is it Clubhouse. I'm very sad. That's very sad. Although I do love Clubhouse. I don't know if I'm a sinner or I'm in like a blacklist of casters for liking Clubhouse, but I'm gonna be proud to say it every single time. I love Clubhouse. Although what I don't love is not too much aggression. there's not much happening right now. We're still in the very early stages of the round, which is true, very true. But always lovely to see some spawn picks. I'm kind of starting to miss a bit of that run out spawn pick action from Nox.
Don't even get me started. This, you can't tell me. We watched Rocks Horizon for 3. God knows how long these maps must have felt. They certainly felt longer than 3 hours, but
yeah.
You can't tell me we watched all of that, and now you wish we could go back to it because we're seeing
Only
actual
the
siege
spawn
happening in front of our eyes. There we go. First pick goes in favor of Guti. Just getting caught out in a bit of a weird position. There's that player, but oh no, Erkari is getting flashed out as well. Another flashbang to come through, but now here comes the vault up, a bit of a self-flash. Now there's a strange fight ensuing. Scar finding Skyper behind Erkari. This one's strange. Scar right back out the building, able to avoid that C4 as well, onto 38 HP, and here comes the Flores drone. That one does get shot out, the Rotero not doing much in terms of that work. Still in a 4v4. And at the moment, just a really solid exit hold. ITBA just not forfeiting that whatsoever, just continuing to hold it. And Mancunian, he does have the cutoff angle. The problem is there's no pressure being applied to the mute here. So as long as there's no pressure, he doesn't have to go anywhere. He can just keep sitting here and keep wasting time. This is playing out perfectly in favor of ITB. And now here comes the push. First pick goes off. Shotgun connects. Hova able to find one more. Erkari with the triple kill. Able to find another one. And now it's only down to the last remaining player, MLG, the Swedish prodigy. Not able to find any more in this one as Zodiac cuts him down. And we have another round for ITBA.
Talking about MLG while Zodiac's the man of the game. Erkari going off in a triple. Yeah, but the Swedish prodigy, MLG. No, but yeah, no, it was a fantastic round. But holy, that mute. My God, Erkari, he was not letting go of that angle. He was holding it with a shotgun. That window was not being unattended for a second. Flores wanted to jump in. Goes into sight. There's a second double. There's a double. There's a triple. Absolutely fantastic shotgun. And, overall a satisfying thing to watch. Now, okay, I hope we both see the Amaru on Goody, and I hope we both are hoping and crossing our fingers for that to stay. We need that blitz, and we need that Amaru rush at least once today.
That would be pretty to look at. A bit of excitement coming out from NXT would certainly be lovely. A bit more coordinated maybe than whatever Rox was doing. Surely hoping for that. But yeah, interesting lineup. I am seeing something very aggressive coming out. Still some hard breach on the board as a contingency, but for the most part, definitely that blitz. And I think the Grim and Amaru, it's just going to be making a lot of noise to try and distract away from the Amaru to give Goody a chance to get himself into a position that he shouldn't be in. And then from there, he might be able to convert and open up the round. So waiting to see if maybe they can convert something off of this. As once again, decent start to the round, fairly slow, no spawn peaks coming through. And NXT just going for some drone work, trying to clear the bottom floor, able to get Goody in. They have to be careful about a player who's still roaming in here down below. But other than that, now Mancunian as well. Off the drones, getting himself in the building.
Yeah, this is definitely a setup for that hatch into sight, and Goody is waiting. His spidey senses are tingling right now. He wants that SMG-11 out. He wants everything for himself, but he only needs that voice. And a run out comes from the P90 Skipper, fulfilling my wishes, as we're going to be getting an opening kill onto the Ace. Thankfully, not the Amaru, but Raiden joining in on the train. It's going to be Scar taking off the board. That's going to be also Grim. We still have the Amaru. I'm still coping. I'm still hoping. I'm still wishing for everything for that one rush from the hatch. Although it's probably not going to happen because it's too risky and they're already 2 men down. So why make it 3? Although, maybe, just maybe, please. Rainbow Six Siege God.
Hoping with a C. As we've got a 5v3. There we go. Here it goes, and it immediately goes wrong. And there's a flashbang from the Blitz. He's using his gadget on a Warden. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. A flawless round for the side of ITBA. Nothing happening for NXT. A nice attempt. I really like the operator lineup that was brought out, but very early punishes. Big advantage for ITBA. Trying to use that Amara nonetheless. I respect the hustle, but realistically, when you're just announcing yourself going up a hatch into the site with like 3 people who can see you, there's not much that you're gonna do. And the blitz onto the warden is an unfortunate
Yeah.
interplay, but hey, that's just how these operators work. That's why you pick the warden sometimes. Beautiful. So ITBA building
Attackers
on
need
their
to
lead,
locate and
up
defuse bombs.
5-3, 1 away from match point. So decent opportunity to close out Skyscraper fairly quickly.
I got everything I actually asked for. I got the rush from the Maru, and I got a P90 run out. What more can a man want in his life, man? I got everything, although it didn't, the Maru rush didn't go well, but it happened. It happened. That's the core part of the situation. But ITBA 5-3. That's 1 round away from match point. Now, every time we say that, I feel like we jinx it and it ends up being like 5-7 or going into overtime. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't.
10 seconds
We'll have to
to
see. It all
insertion.
depends on NXT, how they're going to attack. Let's hope they don't repeat their attack
5
like they
minutes to
did
go.
just right about now. It was a bit risky. They were also at a round disadvantage, so I don't know
Attackers
why
are
go
moving
for
out
that
to
risk.
locate a bomb and
Doesn't
defuse it.
matter. ITB is going to be returning the risk with a bit of a spawn peek. Is on
Yeah,
this
well,
feeling.
Skyper must have heard you.
Come on, do it. Oh, dude, my legs are tingling. I'm like a I don't know, a 5-year-old wanting to get his Happy Meal at the current moment, but I'm not gonna get a Happy Meal because I'm probably gonna die trying it.
I was trying to think of an analogy. I cannot make one up in a split second. I'm not creative enough. But in the meantime, how about down below? Just looking for an opportunity to maybe pick a player off in a weird position. As once again, there's this huge extension out over from ITB Academy. They you wouldn't think it from where these players are, but they're defending kitchen and barbecue. Opening pick goes in favor of ITBA once again. MLG goes down. That is the Grim off the board. None of those bees will find any sort of use later on in the round. Bit of a whiff with that Twitch drone. Second one will connect. I don't think it was that important because I don't know if you're
Clip it.
really keen on opening that wall anyway.
A little bit, cancel him. That's too much, man. Get him out of the team. That's 1 miss.
Hit him with shovels. As Skyper is able to find one, does punish that accordingly. Should have missed that Twitch zone shot, Manchunian. As you go down, able to find the second as well. Scar goes down 2. Raiden able to find one of the Guti as well. 2 people with a double kill in the round. Is there a third player who's going to get into this? No, it's Raiden instead, who picks himself up a triple. Another flawless round for ITBA. Very quick match point opportunity here. And now they have 3 chances to try and close this out after a perfect rotation. I mean, what more do you want?
What more do you want going into round 10 at a 63 score? ITB8 looking chef's kiss. Mwah, fantastic. Absolutely. Give it to me. Because NXT, right? Oh, a double. Oh. Reference is right now talking business. We're giving chef's kiss right and left. NXT right now in a bit of a tight situation. We've used tight and squeeze and choke, all of that a lot, but right now it is. There are 3 rounds. They need to win 3 rounds in a row, basically. So they are looking very bad, and if they lose one of them, well,
Defenders, protect your
on
bombs
to
from
round
being
or
defused by
match
attackers.
number 2, number duo, and that's gonna be the next map. So right now, I don't want Skyscraper to end so quickly, but look, if ITB is the build difference, what can we do about it? Although, yeah, right now they're looking at basically the best side they have. They have a very good setup. They've been having a very good rush, I'll say. They have consistency, they've been performing well and they've been kind of keeping it up. They had the pressure, they've been doing well, they've been countering these plays, they haven't been, one of the major things I feel like ITB hasn't been doing is, I wouldn't say slacking off, but they've been on focus, they've been locked in on the grind, and they definitely haven't let go of
5
that, and
seconds
as long
left
as they
before
continue it,
insertion.
I'm seeing ITB having a very good outcome in this.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, I'm also almost disappointed that Skyscraper has been passing us by so swiftly because, I mean, these rounds have gone by so fast. I feel like there was... this is just like... we're playing actual standard Siege. I look forward to watching this. I'm actually enjoying watching these rounds. It's not a chore like the previous best of 3 that we had to go through. I just love ripping into Rocks Horizon. I'm sorry, but that game was such a mess that every single round was new headaches and new pain and new stuff to live through. And this one's been smooth sailing, especially for ITB because they're very clearly in the lead. They've got a good match point opportunity here. It's been some nice back and forth, but it's been fairly clean Siege. I haven't seen very messy stuff. Lovely performance from MLG in that 1 round. Other than that, I'm missing a little bit of that edge from NXT. They just need to show me a bit more. I'm missing that from them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, ITB's definitely been kind of keeping up that so-called edge a lot more than NXT. And I mean, okay, NXT can definitely adapt, but it's the question of if, when, and how. Those are the three main questions they need to ask themselves, and they haven't taken their deserved or obtainable timeout. Maybe not wasting it on the first one, but Rain is going to be starting off strong. Rain has been popping off. 5v4 takes out the Buck as well, so that's a very good operator, especially when it comes to fragging. Doesn't bring that much utility though, and yeah, right now. SMG-11, he's a deadly operator, bringing out the SMG-11, but Goody's going to be there to take him out. That's going to be a 4v4 situation, and it's starting to get Arkari another kill for himself. Goody will be taken out, traded out for the Raiden. And 1 minute is on the clock. Things are going by very swiftly, and kills aren't just happening all at once. They're slowly chaining up. They're slowly starting to progress, and right now I'm wondering which one is going to be next.
Alright, Scar looking for an opportunity to put that Talon shield down, able to find one. Takes a tiny bit of damage. Here comes an impact to try and clear the shield. Now Scar just get out in the open together with Swarm. Swarm does get taken out. So Hava able to find another one on the board for himself. Using that new operator, using that new recruit rework, and Scar able to find one. That shield is still up, wasn't taken down. Able to find Zodiac, but Arkari. A double kill for him in the round once again. Skyper is down for the count, effectively a 2v3, but will get picked up. No, there's a hard wall in between that. You can't get that kill, Scar. And ITBA able to close this out very swiftly. This was an absolutely solid performance. They absolutely deserve to win Skyscraper. Nothing special coming out. Just solidly a better team with a bit of a new animation coming in from the new Mute Elite. On top, just put the little cherry on top. I love that.
Yeah. That's definitely interesting. Although, there's going to be... I don't know if this is controversial or not, but why give Mute another goddamn elite? Good luck, elite, man. Where's anyone else's elite, man?
Clash? Any clashers?
Yeah. But yeah, where's Gridlock elite, man? Where's everyone else elite? Goddamn Mute elite and the second elite. Ugh. Yeah, but no. First round, very well deserved for ITB Academy. They performed well. They performed out the entire match. There wasn't a round I felt like they got absolutely dominated or destroyed in. They definitely proved they even got themselves 2 flawlesses, and NXT kind of didn't stand a chance. I mean, they got themselves those 3 rounds on defense. After that, it all just kind of started crumbling away, kind of spoiling down. And with that, I mean, we're going to go on to match 2, which is going to be a bit of a repeat. I think we're going to be going on to Bang, but with these players, I'm actually looking extremely forward to it. This was really fun. It went by fast. It was just fun. I just loved it.
Absolutely. And going into this one, I mean, a much different setup of teams to expect, and also something you have to keep in mind. I mean, fair is fair. Just to put this whole matchup into perspective, the previous game that we had, Rox Horizon, versus the very lovely Unguardable, who tried their hardest to win out that game. This was the 4th and 5th position in the groups for Voltage League. This is ITBA's seeding reward. They managed to get 3rd place, I believe, in the group. And so this allowed them to get seeded in the match in the quarterfinals against the weakest opponent that made it out of groups, which is NXT. NXT, just by group standings, they're at the bottom. They're the lowest team that made it out of groups. And they're currently sitting in 6th place. And so going into these playoffs, it was obvious that ITBA were going to be heavy favorites. And at the moment, that's just exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. At least according to standings, ITBA should be having a lot better overtime, which honestly they are. I mean, honestly, although NXT is still trying to put up, some sort of fights, ITBA is just wiping the floor with them, at least for now. But maybe, just maybe, Bank is going to change it all. Maybe we're going to be going to Cafe, but that's only ifs and buts. We can't really predict the future. We can only jinx it because that's what the caster curse is, and that's why we love it or hate it. It's depends on the situation. So yeah, I mean, definitely going to be interesting to see Bank as well. I'm really hoping to see the same performance, better performance from NXT, definitely. But Reprince, you got anything else to say?
No, I'll throw it over to Avrana.
Yes.
I mean, we all knew that going into this, ITVA are the favorites to win. At least we did see NXT try to fight back. At least they got some rounds out of it. It could have always been a much bigger disaster for them, but it is still going to be an uphill battle. So in our second bank of the day, we're going to see if by some miracle NXT managed to get us up to map 3, or if ITVA will be our second winners of today, going into the semi-finals where they'll be playing against Lumina Gaming. So, quick break, and we'll catch you for map 2 very soon.
Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me, keep me. Giving every piece of my soul. Giving every piece of my soul.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
have a dream. A dream where equality and equity in sport are possible. Where discrimination and lack of support are a past topic. Where there are no athletes asking for money on the street to be able to compete or study. And the only challenge they face is fighting for their dreams. They are not alone on this journey. This is how All Player was born in the world of sports marketing. An application converted into a community of support, a family where talent and hard work are the main value. It doesn't matter your background, race, or gender. What matters is your passion for your goals and the desire to succeed. In our world, every blow, every fall, it is an opportunity to get up stronger. Join us on this journey towards a future of sports and gaming, where dreams become reality.
Giving every piece of my soul. Go to QuarterFinals. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to Giving every piece of my soul. Go to QuarterFinals. Giving every piece of my soul.
Is it getting hot in here, or is the action really heating up? Or it could be the fact it's like 20 degrees here in the UK today, or as we call it around here, a heat wave. But apart from that, there's a lot of action happening in this second quarterfinal, and it's about to heat up even more as we're heading into map 2. But first up, what did you think of the first one?
Good map, solid performance from ITBA. Certainly the clear favorites, and they're playing that off in Skyscraper like it was nothing. Just flick of the wrist. Very easy game for them. Not sweating so far. Definitely not sweating as much as we do. So looking forward to the second one. Hoping that NXT can put up something up on bank.
Yeah, I hope. Let's hope it doesn't drag on for too long, because if it does, we're probably going to be melted where anything actually comes to action. So yeah, but no, the previous match, very interesting. Loved it. That's about it. It's as simple as I'm going to keep it.
Now, again, ITBA is kind of a clear favorite here, and it's going to take a lot for NXT to try and beat them. Hopefully, they had a kind of time to reassess now that they went head to head with ITBA. They can really talk about how the opponent is playing, what are some things they can exploit, what are the kind of gaps in the defense they can really make use of. So going into this, let's quickly look at these stats and just compare where the two teams stand on that front, so we just get a better idea of, again, what a kind of gap between the two sides are. Like, anything here that really stands out to you guys?
Nothing much. To be fair, it is a little difficult for me to see.
Yeah.
On my screen, it's a little small. I don't know if we can tell, but other than that, I mean, nothing much. No.
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, for us, the screen and the stats are a bit far away, so we have a hard time reading. But I mean, the stats at the end won't necessarily affect their gameplay much. Yes, they can have a high KD. Yes, they can have a high win loss ratio. It all is a part of the thing, but in the end, it's still going to be an interesting match to watch. And I'm just hoping NXT can, adapt.
Well, we do have a bigger version of the stats we can enjoy
Thank
now.
God.
Again, if you're seeing a 0 next to someone's name, that doesn't mean that they've been just sitting at a desk doing nothing for the team their entire season. That just means that they're a new addition, and that is why they don't have any stats. They haven't just been carried by the rest of the team. We do have some standout names on both sides that really have done by far the most for the team. And hopefully we can see these players truly shine in the rest of the tournament. So let's quickly go into the predictions before we finally go into map 2. It is definitely, at least, it's kind of surprising to me that there's kind of more NXT votes than ITBA votes. So what's the reason behind that?
I mean, they're the love child of the Voltage League, first of all, and second of all, hey, MLG, I have to vote. I'm sorry, I might be trolling my prediction percentage, but it's MLG, I have to vote for him.
For me, being completely honest, I'm not too familiar with NXT. A lot more familiar with ITB than NXT. So I just went for the more familiar one, the one that was closer to heart.
It's the sensible choice.
Correct.
But the wrong one.
No.
Okay, so before we go into that second map, any final predictions? What do you think the score is going to be? What do you think we're going to see? And, don't hold back just because, Rowan's in the room. Say what you want about IDBA, NXT, their performances today. What do you expect before you go in?
7-0 NXT. No sweat. Easy peasy.
Yeah, keep dreaming, buddy. Keep dreaming. yeah. No, it's not happening. I'm saying 7-5 ITB.
Okay, and on that note, for potentially the last time today, take it away, guys.
All right. Beautiful. Looking forward to it. Might be the last time I get to cast with you today, Puffo. We've had a long day behind us now. Got some good matches out of it. This is going to be the second bank, but ultimately, I have to say, bank not one of the worst maps to be casting twice on one day. There are worse fates to suffer, so not too bad. Once again, the Monty ban coming out, so Monty just getting absolutely no love in this matchup.
Yeah,
and I mean, looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, Monty, again, it's reasonable why people ban him, and going up against him, it's annoying. No one likes Monty anymore. I mean, people like playing him, people like having him on his team. Going up against him, now that's a different story, because if you don't have a perfect C4, and if that Monty knows how to play and be protected, and, as well be passive, at the same time, kind of also give the false impression that he's going to de-extend an attack as well. If he's that type of player, very annoying. Very hard to counter, and especially with a team behind him, because no Monty goes alone, at least in most situations. Yeah, it's just a handful to go. The same goes with Ying. I mean, it's a reasonable... Oh, my brain just fried itself. I got lost in my own thoughts. Ying is a reasonable
Map 5,
ban.
everybody. Map 5. This is what it does.
It is true. It is true. And this is... Yeah, but no. Super Arcade, also reasonable. I feel like... Although, if you ban Cade, I don't know. I feel like you should also ban Thatcher, but at least something like it on the attacking side, because now on defense they have the breach denial is a lot more limited than on the attacking when it comes to breaching. So it's going to be attackers are going to have a bit of an easier time breaching,
Defenders,
definitely,
protect your
but it's
bombs
not
from
like
being defused by
there's this
attackers.
major main breach besides hatches on the bottom part of bank, but there's no major main breach like CC on Clubhouse on bank.
Yeah, absolutely. Not that much in terms of hard breaching. I would have said, in the previous impact tricking meta, maybe even with both of these operators taken out, it's still quite doable to defend most of the walls. Now I would say a lot more difficult. I mean, the impact's range has been nerfed heavily to try and avoid some of this impact tricking. Has done so to great success, because I haven't seen much impact tricking lately, just because it's very finicky and very difficult to do now. You basically have to hit the impact spot on, so trying to do it indirectly, let's say throwing it above a reinforcement, usually doesn't work out anymore, unless there's some bad placement coming through from the hard breacher in question. Other than that, I mean, not really much to hard breach. It's a very big map with a lot of very solid walls, and other than that, there's a lot of vert play involved. But you don't really, other than all of the hatches, you don't really need the hard breach to open up any of the vertical angles. So understandable to be taking both of these out. It streamlines the process. It allows you to go for a bit more of an aggressive play. And Raiden almost gets caught out. Not looking the right ways. He almost catches a headshot, I think, from Goody. That must have been. But able to stay alive, and that's a crucial fallback, as Raiden's just able to move himself all the way over into kitchen. Just abandoning that post, rightly so. Top floor control gained by NXT fairly quickly. But ITB have not lost anybody, and instead, it's actually NXT that lose their first player. Swarm goes down to Skyper. Beautiful C4.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm gonna ask you to take it away for a bit since my VLC is kind of acting up.
All right, beautiful. I will just keep covering. It's why I'm here, the talk.
Thank you.
I know how to speak. All right. In the meantime, I mean, still man advantage. We're just seeing a shock drone at the moment, just trying to see if there's any utility to clear. As Raiden able to find Scar. That's another pick for the side of ITB. As you know, Raiden does take a bit of damage, but 50 HP still remaining. More than enough as long as you can keep that gun up for a little bit longer. That's exactly what you're looking for. Able to find that one, and Raiden, off of that, I say all you need is the gun, and he's able to find not one, but two more. Erkari with the final kill onto MLG, takes him down as well. It's a flawless round for ITB Academy. They're able to find not just one, not just two, but all 5 of the players on the side of NXT with 0 trade game coming through. NXT so far, not in this map.
Oh, it was very brutal, that. And ITB, you know, a very strong head start. First round, not only was it flawless, we're kind of continuing the tradition. That's going to be the 3rd one today in these past 2 matches, and it's only the first round. We're only getting started. Now, NXT, you know, they're having a bit of a tough time, but they're not on defense just yet. They're still on attack, but that doesn't mean they can't pull a few rounds or 2. They need to start actually getting some rounds in, but we're at the first start. You know, we can't judge it like this is the final end game. This is all or nothing.
Well, my prediction was wrong. I said 7-0.
I said 7-5, so, you know, maybe NXT even takes the wins.
But that's boring. That's easy.
Okay. Sorry. 8-6. There you go. Is that better?
I don't know. It just delays it longer. If we get to over... Nah, I don't know.
We'll
have to wait and see for the next few rounds.
Man, that's boring.
I mean, 8-6, hey, for NXT, I would love if there was some overtime action on the board, but ultimately, I think ITB firmly in the driver's seat, and, you know, this is also their map pick. You gotta consider... Is it their map pick? I have no idea. Why did they start on defense again? I'm not sure what NXT's, like, side picks are. I'm very confused on that. So ITB getting to start on defense certainly will benefit them.
So well, especially in the early few rounds now. Please, Skipper, do it. You know that window's tempting. You know you want to. Come on. You did it
the
once
window's
earlier.
calling.
You can do it again. It's talking to him. They're under your skin, Skipper. The bugs are under your skin. Come on. They're running out. And no, sadly not. You know, we were hoping, but that's... You know, you gotta play it safe, especially in situations like this. You have a very good situation. You have a very good amount of operators still on your team, all alive and kicking. The enemy as well, but they're wasting their utility. They're wasting their time. And that's what you need to do. And just as we said, Skipper gets taken out. A trade coming in for a carry on to MLG. Sadly, no Swedish Prodigy. Sorry, Reprints. He's going to get taken off the board. And we're down to a 4v4 situation. And, you know, it's still a bunch of time there. I mean, these attackers, they may have, you know, they may have infiltrated everything, but they still need to clear out some major parts. And they definitely need to progress towards the site.
Massive top floor presence still here for the Academy team. And that will have to be cleared out as there's a fallback coming through. Zodiac deciding to drop back down into lobby instead. But we still have Halva, who's just keeping himself alive inside of Janitor. Does have a rotate over to Long Desk as well, so can just jiggle around that, play around that. Is a mirror window for him to play around as well, as Swarm is now starting to backfill this position. Might be able to find the player who's looking the wrong way. Halva, hello. There's a player right there. And so that's an important pick for the side of NXT. Able to get that man advantage over in favor of them. And with a minute to go, they can play a bit of Burt now. Not that that's going to do them much good, because this is not where the site is. Yes, they can clear out archives, and most importantly for Zodiac, that is going to play a role. Zodiac does go for a bit of a rotation. There's a player on bottom main. This could have been risky. or halfway down main rather. But Zodiac able to get himself back to site safely. Very important.
Very important to keep as much players alive as possible when it comes to the final few moments. But right now, I mean, verticals are coming out. Everything is being prepared. The defenders are in a bit of a pinch. The verticals are also proving quite dangerous. I mean, you can't really challenge much. But this hatch is definitely going to be a hot spot. This is going to be a drop right now. And the second he peeks the way, that's going to be insane damage onto the Grim. He gets downed, I believe. Actually, Darkari gets the kill. Raiden gets one as well. Zodiac joins along, but Goody and Scar will be denying anything else from there. Leaving it down to 1v1 situation, and Scar finishing the job with a nice wallbang through that panel, just about finishing it. Ooh, not even sure if he had that knowledge who was there. Whatever it was a nice shot. And that Flores was definitely brutal enough to finish the job.
The dream of the 7-0 is dead, but the 7-1 is still alive. As NXT just about able to bring that over the line. I'm gonna hardcore root for them. You better expect this cast to be splitting into a 1v1. We're gonna fight over this. Yep. I really want you rooting behind ITBA because I want to see their downfall. I want to see NXT take this.
Yeah,
because just now I saw a glimpse of what is possible. They can certainly clear. They certainly know how to play the game. And Scar, a beautiful 1v1, able to close that out. Lovely wallbang. Moving into that. Forces ITBA to reconsider. And, well, they might have lost that bomb side, but they can now go to top floor and just decide, you know what? Let's not try that again. Let's go top floor instead. And then after that, basement opens up again. Most likely, ITB just going to go back there because why not? You won the site once, might as well try it again.
Look, not even in your dreams is NXT going to win right now. Okay,
just you wait. Just you wait.
You're saying this now, but MLG, he can't be compared to Skipper, who did a run out with a bomb. Wait, no, that was it? Yes, it was. What am I talking about? Whatever it was, ITBA is going to wipe the floor with them, and I can guarantee you that. Look, they gave them the run because pity, they feel bad for them. Okay, so just expect.
Surely.
Once they lock in, it's all over. It's all over. It's done. Trust me.
Yeah, you're back to hoping with a C.
Yeah, I am hoping. No, but all seriousness, yeah, no. Well played from NXT. We can definitely give him that. Upstairs was just demolition derby. Not coming in from behind to take out the Lamai was perfect gameplay. Distraction on from the side of the IQ light. Lamai was completely focused onto her. Then the verticals came down, and then just everyone kind of exchanged for a bit, and a very nice finishing shot from Flores. So can't be angry at that. But now we're taking it a bit slower. We're still at the 2 minutes. We still have a lot of things to go through, but there's always a but. If not an if, there's a but. There's still time to actually see the action happen.
I'm struggling a little, Scar, to get that Flores, that Rotero into position, but ultimately does get it. Able to open up that soft wall. Mancunian opening, pick up the Skyper. Very important swing over on that big window, rather on the windows. Able to find one. Important opener, does throw out a stun, doesn't really go anywhere. And now, with that man advantage, we'll have to try and deal with this mirror window on site still. That is a big concern. And there is also control still down below. How about the Valkyrie is on board. Last time we saw Bank, the Valk was an operator that was understandably banned out because there's so many places that you can put these cams, but your love, your one and only IQ is in play as well, and she can try to hunt those cams down. So looking at the execute, this is not such a bad position for, NXT to be set up as there's a trade coming through. Halva gets Scar, Goody gets another kill. And so we have a bit of an advantage, but Raiden takes one down onto Guti. And now Halva has rotated. Halva has gone all the way from bottom archives up the square stairs, and on top square he's managed to find himself back on site. This is a weird position for him to be playing, and he's down to 8 HP.
Yeah, he's going to need a very good position and timing to actually be able to get a pick for himself. And a very nice combination coming from MLG Mancunia to finish the job. Halva and Raiden getting taken out with board, one after another, like symmetry. Just like a perfect symphony. Everything, it just went well together. And with that, that's going to be the second round going over to NXT. Now, ITB on defense, yeah, they're starting to struggle a bit, but they are going downstairs. And that is going to definitely prove a problem since last time. ITB got a nice flawless, and let's hope it doesn't happen again. Well, I will hope. Of course, I'm gonna hope. I'm rooting for them.
Yes, you will hope. But in all fairness, very good round from NXT once again.
Attackers need to
The
locate
IQ
and
to
defuse
counter out the
bombs.
Valk is just a very important. It's beautiful to see that counter pick. Understanding that Valk is open on bank. You're definitely bringing in IQ. There's no way you're not bringing in IQ. There's too many places to be hiding cams, and not just Valk cams, but also other utility. There are opportunities for you to put something like Capcom traps or to put other gadgets in places where you wouldn't really expect them. And so it's good to get a handle on that early on using the IQ, because IQ has a decent range. You can see utility basically everywhere, as long as you know what you're kind of looking
10
for.
seconds left.
Just broadly, you need to be looking the right direction, obviously. But other than that,
5
huge
seconds to
utility
go.
that can come up from an operator that basically just sees stuff, right? They're not bringing
Yeah.
anything
Attackers are
actively
moving
to
out
the
to
board.
locate
It's
a
just
bomb and
information.
defuse
But information is a big important part inside of Siege. And so, lovely to see it once again being stuck out, and we do see a Blitz accompanying it. The German power combo combined with a Grim. There's some bees coming through that as well. Might be interesting to see how NXT is going to try and use that.
Yeah, most definitely. We're going to be taking up Stairs control, but we do have Raiden contesting it. His Kiba, his zombie barrier is still there, to help him out. Now, they are, since the last few changes, they can be shot through, but still quite a difficult, you need an entire mag basically to get rid of it. And just this rolling phase, this is what Bank is kind of known for, being this huge map. I mean, you need basically 3 very big, long floors that all kind of extend into multiple rooms that are all needed to clear, just so you don't miss that one roamer that can completely screw up your entire plan. And that's what this big, huge map is known
Goody.
for. They need their time, and
please.
Goody gets 1 pick. Oh, Skipper
How does he
just
win that?
take it. I have no cool headshots count, and would you take that into consideration? Well, definitely
Goody.
is.
There was a Valcam giving live info onto Goody, and
Bomb
he still
located
wins
by
that fight. The man is goated. The man is built different. He's somehow able to win that, and he's playing the IQ, and he hasn't spotted the Valkyrie cam right above him. That is, it is both amazing and sad for him to be alive. I would not have expected that, and some feats he's exposed, right, and able to find Swarm. Goody onto a double, though. Able to take down Hava. Man advantage back in the favor of NXT. Erkari takes down Guti. Very important pick back onto him. And now we can see that most of ITBA just starting to pull themselves back, just saying, all right, this isn't the best of positions, but it isn't the worst. It is 3v3. We still have a smoke on site. There's about a minute left to play with. We still have some utility to work with. The mirror might be dead, but those mirror windows are certainly still in play. Now the Twitch run coming in to try and neutralize some of that utility. That one got blocked, and now it gets shot out, so that bulletproof will stay alive. Very, very important later on in the round. And so this is going to start becoming a little iffy for NXT, but if they can maybe find themselves inside a site with that mirror window there that's open up on that wall, it's an interesting play. I have to commend it for ITB. It's you can't plant in that default spot anymore. So now NXT, they have to find a different solution. They have to try and find a way into this bomb site.
Yeah, and heading towards the end game, the smoke canisters are slowly starting to come out, but that's all of them used. Now they have 20 seconds on the board, and we have some garage play, but the attackers are basically all focused around server. With the Blitz in play, they're still going to need a lot of focus and a lot of timing, and a lot of precision, everything to go correctly. Blitz taking some heavy damage, he's down, that's a 3v2. The plant is going down, Ruby's getting taken down as well, she's down, that's 1. Rakati with a shotgun shot, and the plant is down. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Zodiac isn't looking to the best of his ability, but the SMG-11 will be doing quite fine as it finishes the job. A triple kill for Akari, and that settles the score. Even a team kill, make that a quad. Just showing the disrespect as he goes for the DP, and with no Claymore there to stop him, that's going to be a round going
disabled by
towards
defenders.
ITBA.
Defenders win.
I mean, very unfortunate for NXT that they aren't able to win out that 1v1 in the post plant, but to be fair, it was a miracle that they were even able to get the plant off. And I mean, hey, what an execute. The fact that they were able to puzzle this together off of the situation that they were in, still getting that plant down, beautiful. Very, very lovely. Played to absolute perfection. But in the end, it comes down to a gunfight because this is still a first-person shooter. And ultimately, hey, Erkari, he wins that one out. you know, these are the important ones, and he didn't fumble
Attackers
under
need
the
to
pressure.
locate
He's able
and
to find
defuse
that
as
one,
many bombs as
finishes
they
off his
can.
teammate because he doesn't deserve to be revived. As an NXT fan,
Attackers have
I just
located a
agree.
bomb.
Hey.
And the defuse coming through. Good job. ITBA, they tie it back up. The dream of the 7-1 is dead as well, as I continue making this terrible joke. And hopefully NXT can rebound off of this, moving into the next round, as we're back onto open area. ITBA, they have gone here before, and they have lost it. So the question is, what will the adaptation be? Because the last time it was very close. If you
10
remember,
seconds
it was
left
Scar
before
in a
insertion.
1v1 who was able to just about close it out with almost no time remaining. So
5 seconds left.
how much realistically do ITBA even have to adapt in order for the strat to work out properly?
Attackers are heading out to defuse
just
a bomb.
one or two small things that they might have to change. So I have to wait and see. Especially NXT, they will also have an opportunity to maybe clean up their attack this time around. So they will clash again in open area, although no clash is in play. But moving into round 5.
That's fun there.
Anyway,
Yeah, no. Earlier was extremely close, but both teams are going to have to adapt one way or another. I mean, they're going to have to change some sort of thing because whoever lost and whoever won, whoever lost is probably going to be going after why they lost, and whoever won is going to try and kind of execute off of that. But top 4 right now is going to be the priority for these attackers. I mean, look at this setup. Just the zombies, castles, everything is blocked off. And oh, top square right now seemingly the main focus of these attackers. Although they are spreading out a bit. I mean, we have these drones going up banana. We have some MLG just jumping in to, okay, main lobby side. And most of the attacking operators are either on repel or just pushing square, which should be, I mean, the main focus. Yet again, square is a lot of connections. It goes over the entirety upstairs. It connects even to the downstairs. You have the stairs. There's a lot of things on square, but in order to take it and actually execute off of it, that's a different plan. We do have a Vulcan, and it seems like these defenders have abandoned it quite a bit, but not completely. Skipper goes there, while my ass is back up, not going to be getting taken out by Buck. And Goodyear does take out Skipper in revenge, though, as we have, you know, Skipper right now actually have a back off. In the meanwhile, Zodiac's also going to be getting added to the Mancunian man cave, Katie, whatever you want to call it. And with that, I mean, man advantage in NXTs, they're looking good. They're looking very good right now. But, do they have the time to complete it? And will Raiden clutch out? Of course he will. Come on, it's Raiden.
well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Phone call coming in. Second one to move forward. No more left for the Dokkaebi to play with. C4 coming out almost connects onto Manchunian. But the Manchester resident still keeping himself alive. Very, very important for this round, as those Bs may end up becoming more important later on. Because the timer is ticking lower. NXT will have to put together and execute soon. And Hava is still proning in an interesting position. That might get punished if NXT are able to spot it out. But if not, he's in a powerful spot to try and deny this hatch drop. Does NXT have any other approach other than this hatch? We can see a rotate around coming through. And there is a Flores drone. That is going to give some info onto Hava. They're going to know he's there. They're going to try and wallbang him. No direct connection onto him. As now MLG able to take down Raiden. No clutch for him. Big man advantage. Execute comes through. Erkari onto one. The second one is injured as well. It's effectively a 2v1, but Goody, there we go. Just in time. NXT clutch up once again. Good execute. Closer than it should have been. But basically killing the last player in the same position as last time. They are once again in the lead.
Once again in the lead, and ITB Academy now going to be fun. This is what hours of casting does to a man. This is what it does, man. It breaks your brain. Whatever it may be, though, ITB Academy looking at a bit of a disadvantage. They do want to get it right now on defense. They definitely want to get this 3-3 score, because if not, I mean, it's going to be catastrophe after that. NXT is going to be looking at a very comfortable position. And like always mentioned, you know, rounds are what counts the most. But when it comes to match point, that's when it really starts to really kind of put this pressure on a player. Now, these drones are a bit wasteful, you know, just throwing them at Halvo right now. Not too bad, but he's going to be keeping up the streak. You know, barricading off main, just an overall nice strategy to go with. But yeah, I mean, we have nothing going on right now, so You know, let's
10
just
seconds left before
go a
insertion.
bit off topic, Prince. Let's talk about some things that we've
Alright.
seen
What I
today.
want to
Seconds
talk
to go.
about.
Besides ITB and Academy and
Attackers
NXT,
are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
what was your honest opinion on the first BO3 we saw today?
Don't make me go through this again. I'm trying to repress the memories already.
Okay.
You're just forcing me to relive trauma. I don't want to have to go through this. No, but in all seriousness, I think the game was hilarious. I had a lot of fun casting it. It was lovely emotions. I'm glad we get to see more of Rock's Horizon because that is going to be interesting down the line against 86. I wonder how much they're able to do there. But hey, maybe they'll have some more time until Wednesday to learn proper English so they can communicate with each other because that seems to be a barrier for them. From the interview itself, that is not me projecting onto. I mean, they are French, so I could have guessed, but. Other than that, just looking forward to it. I did root for them, and I did predict them for a reason. But going back into this matchup, as we've managed to elapse 1 minute of the actual round counter already with not much happening, we find a bit of a slow approach once again for NXT. Not unsurprising, just with those Flores drones coming out, an impact to just preempt the Flores drone taking out the shield. Zodiac deciding, you're not the one to kill the shield, I am. I am the one who knocks.
Oh.
And so, in that 5v5, still not much happening. Another Flores drone coming in. He's gonna take some space away from Zodiac temporarily, as he will regain it after the explosion. He just has to be careful he doesn't get caught off by that accidentally. And a bit of a long angle from MLG. He might have an opportunity to connect onto that player if Skipper isn't careful. He has to watch out. For the moment, no opportunities present themselves, and NXT are looking for one, but instead it's Erkari who finds the first opportunity. He swings onto Guti, able to connect that kill. 5v4. Now a phone call rings out. That's going to give some information, but Halva stacking up with Erkari, able to find Scar. Another very important pick. It's now big man advantage for ITBA. They might be able to close this out if it isn't for MLG, who finds himself inside of Trump. He's inside of front desk. There's a player in a top position. There's a flashbang coming out onto the elevator player as well, so trapping him in there, but MLG ultimately getting collapsed upon by the remaining ITBA players. Now a repel in coming through. The question is it too little too late? As Swarm does find himself on Banana, does find himself on Trump. The question is, how much can he do with that? Is he able to find the player inside of elevator? Do they know that he's there? Now that he's sprinting, most likely he tries to take a fight onto the player on long desk. Does find him, but together with Swarm, but there is a trade coming through. Halva takes down the last one as well. And once again, too little too late for NXT to try to get themselves in the building, but nice attempt. And so we end the half 3-3, fairly even. This is exactly what we went through on Skyscraper, and then ITBA just started running away with it.
Oh, maybe NXT is going to be taking the torch for tonight, and maybe, or just maybe, it's going to be ITB who's going to be forced to go on to the third match. Now, we're going to have to see that in a bit, but right now, yeah, they are very even. I mean, they've been kind of exchanging rounds. NXT definitely has also been putting up quite a fight, to say the least. I mean, definitely a lot more surprising and a lot more expectancy. Actually, a lot less I expected, but delivered was tons more tonight. You know, you got to give it credit where it's due. So, right now we're going back in the basement. It's NXT's time to kind of show off what they can do down here. Definitely Mira being one of the more popular characters in this site and on Bank in general. I mean, she's a great operator. You gotta use that kind of one-sided vision ability that she has. And overall, I mean, she has a C4, probably the best secondary frag gadgets. And also the Vector, which I would argue is one of the better guns in the entire game. Because, I mean, that fire rate is absolutely brutal. Just in general, a fantastic gun, but whatever it may be, she can also make some rotates. So they're, a fantastic operator, one of the stronger ones to pick. And on this Bank, and in general, she shines. You know, she's definitely one of the operators you can't go wrong with. Now, okay. Besides that, I mean, the lineups, they look pretty default. I mean, Valkyrie, Zombie, Jaeger, Smoke. What's there to go wrong with? Maybe a Mute would be good every now and then, but it's Bank isn't necessarily a breach-heavy map one way or another, so that's about as good as it sets it. Although instead of protecting hatches, they're actually playing off of them, which is an interesting route to go as a defender. You know, there's two ways to go. You either defend them with Cage and Tubarao, which are banned, or you defend them from personally. You play on them. You defend the site using them, which is what we're seeing right here. It's kind of the only option you're left with.
Yeah, this is what I said about, you know, using those bans to essentially streamline how the map is played. With both of the operators that could deny the hatch being banned out, there's basically only one option. You have to defend them actively. No matter if you keep them open and you try to play for open area, the way that NXT is playing right now, or as we've seen before, just closing those hatches and trying to defend top floor and open area for a bit before deciding to fall back. So both are viable options, but you do have to play for these hatches for quite a bit because just turtling on site, not an option. It is too much space to give away for free. It is too much pressure to add to yourselves playing on site very early on in the round. You don't have enough utility to deny the opponents for 2 minutes. And so, Raiden with a team kill onto Zodiac. That's the first pick, but an immediate trade. How about onto Manchunian? At least able to find a trade for his own teammate getting beheaded. Very unfortunate. But hey, it's still a 4v4. It's not all lost, but Goody does take down Skipper. So, once again, an advantage for NXT. This time, hard-earned by themselves. Not given over by Raiden.
Yes, most definitely. Now, it is a 3-4 right now, so a bit of a man disadvantage for the side of these defenders. Or ITB Academy, my bad. But right now, you know, we still have some gadgets up. We still have Mirror standing strong. And just as we say that, that's going to be 1 kill drop onto the defenders. Now, Azami right now still defending. You know, she's still good looking.
He's sticking this.
I think he is, and almost gets it, but will be taken out by the smoke. Close, but not close enough. That's going to be a kill drop into our Curry. Sad death. We're going to be redoing it, though. We still have 20 seconds on the clock, so maybe, just maybe it works out. Doesn't stick it through.
Learn from the mistakes of your forefathers. Do not do what Erkari did. It was a nice attempt. It was fairly close, but there's no time. You cannot stick that. I saw that you wouldn't be able to stick that off of the tick rate, but Scar able to find one of the Hova. Raiden at least able to make up for his team kill a little bit more, but too little too late. Erkari trying to stick that maybe would have been better to step back out of the smoke, but ultimately, you know, the moment that smoke fades, another one will pop in its place, and that's exactly what happened. So NXT playing this really, really well. Able to convert off of a team kill of Raiden just starting up the round. Very unfortunate, but still, I think a solid hold for everything after that. Goody, bit of a menace. We have seen him on the stat sheet. Now that I was able to actually able to, you know, pull it up in a size where I could read it too. Goody is currently the standout player for NXT. Inside of this league has a 1.22 rating, and at the moment, I think in some of the plays that he's been making, it's showing. It's showing.
Definitely. I mean, that round again, very well played by NXT. That smoke canister was just holy. It did not allow them to plant one at all. I mean, the plant didn't go down basically.
Didn't stop them from trying.
Yes, the wise thinking of Arcadi. Never hurts to try.
I respect it. I respect it so much. Pros don't fake. Clearly, Arcadi is a pro. He would never.
10 seconds left before insertion.
He would never. I mean,
he would never.
Who even dies?
5 seconds left before insertion.
He even dies to smokes anyways. Like, he didn't die to smokes. It's just like lag and stuff. I don't know. It was an unfair advantage, I feel like.
Must have been.
Must have been. Stupid game. No, but yeah. Oh, that's insane. The fact that he stuck it through, at least he tried, you know. We gotta pay respects. But, you know, Skipper or Raiden actually went ahead and tried to do the same. Sadly, they're not a Curry. They're both different. In a bad way. Because they don't stick it. They don't stick it. They need to actually start learning from him. And maybe then we'll be going to Gold League. But up until that happens, right now, still a very passive early round. And not much happening as of current. I mean, we just see the default upstairs hold. That's where it's upstairs side. Where the hell are they supposed to be? But going from downstairs, are we going to be seeing some vertical? Possible vertical?
Oh, what? Oh, Raiden struggling a bit with that fight onto Swarm. Swarm's not even looking the right way. Ultimately, after a bit of a hectic exchange, able to find that one. Erkari down to low HP. He has taken quite a bit of damage to that swing, but nothing connected from the side of NXT. So this is still a good opener for ITB, and they might be able to just run with that and off of this man advantage, maybe able to close in one or two more as there's a Flores coming in, but I think it gets mute jammed, yeah. So that Rotero not going to go off. Another flashbang coming in to try and play this player behind the shield. They really have to start making pace to try and clear this Womai, because at the moment, he's getting more and more dangerous. Manchunian is very trigger happy. He's going for these swings. You got to stop giving him the opportunity to do it. Here comes another one, and there we go. The right approach from the Rotero. This one from further away, able to clear out the shield without getting mute jammed itself.
Gotta love Trace's
So it even gets the mute jammer. It was in range to get the mute jammer. Very good. So that wall will get open up as well. Completely clears the position that Manchunian was playing in. And so with 50 seconds left now, they can focus on maybe trying to get a pick or two using that buck from down below. Other than that, just waiting for an opportunity to present itself. And there it is. Biden able to find Scar. Skipper able to find Manchunian. Plant is going down. This is going to be a shutout route from ITBA, as there's a bit of an attempt to try and kill one of those players on Repel. But no cigar. Skipper takes down one more. It's only down to MLG, the Swedish prodigy. He gets one. He does not get a second. And the son of Selberg goes down once again.
Yeah. Round going back to ITB Academy and, managed to even it out again. This is like the fifth, I think this is like the 17th time we're trying to talk about the scores being evened up, because that's all it's been today. It's just been even out, and a bit more evening out, if I haven't mentioned already. We're back to a 44 score. Once it comes down to that 5-5 or 5-4, this round is going to be like the deciding round for the pressure, because whoever wins this and then gets to the match point first, that's where the chance really kind of shows itself. That's where the showcase is up, and that's where these teams are going to be probably playing the safest. I'm assuming they're not going to be going for any risky plays unless they really want to go high risk, high reward for it, which, as we've seen previously, doesn't work out too well, especially when it's in tomorrow. So, yeah, going right now, nothing special. I mean, I do actually like seeing some Aruni gameplay. I feel like Aruni hasn't been too, I guess, fond to players, or people haven't been too fond to Aruni as a character in general. So, seeing her used actually every now and then is really fun. I feel like she's one of the operators that's also kind of in the state of being underused.
Could go with that, although I see quite a bit of it, so not necessarily a surprising pick. Definitely think it has a lot of value to bring along. But speaking of, we were considering, the amount of pressure that could be added by a match point. But at the moment, even at this 4-4, I mean, the only pressure to speak of for ITBA is really, it's phantom pressure of their own expectations. The only thing that can tear down ITBA right now is themselves. And for NXT, it's the pressure of potentially losing this matchup. But in other regards, NXT might not be playing for much, because they're thinking, hey, we're just lucky to have made it to the playoffs. And the fact that they were doing so well right now, because, I mean, hey, being 4-4 against ITBA is not a bad performance by any means, might give them the amount of confidence to say, hey, maybe we can win this. Maybe we can bring at least this map over the line. Just try for this map. Just completely ignore that this is a BO3. Just play for Bank right now. That's all you can do. And I think they've been doing a pretty good job of that. As we're still in a 5v5 once again. A bit of a slow round. We've had this coming out from both attacking teams. It's a very big map, and neither team want to concede early takedowns. So instead, playing for late 5v5s is, there we go. Now, with half the round gone, Erkari able to get the first pick onto Scar, able to find the first one, and Raiden's inside of the site. There's already a plant opportunity presenting itself, and oh no, Guti doesn't have the right angle. There's going to be a plant coming down. This plant is going to be stuck, and you can just defend this from the windows. ITBA, they can just hold this now. And Erkari with a double in the round. MLG takes down Zodiac as well, but it might be too little to swing this round back in favor of NXT, as Hava is able to take down Swarm as well. This is just too much for them to handle. There's no way they can get back into this. This diffuser is planted in a prime position to be defended, and a triple kill comes out from the Hibana. Beautiful play. Impact comes out. Maybe an opportunity for him to get a fourth. No, Raiden's the one that gets that last kill. And ITBA get themselves the lead. They get themselves that 5-4 opportunity, and this is big because if they can win this next one, they have 2 match point opportunities to close out not just this map, but this series.
Oh my god, that actually just happened. A rappel into the site window. Osa shield is down. Get that plant. And, I mean, playing from windows, basically, at that point is just perfect for you, unless you actually manage to screw it up, but...
Guti was millimeters away from denying that plant. He was so close to it.
He
It
was
was
close.
highly unfortunate. But hey, sometimes it is a game of millimeters, and ITBA are the ones to win that one decisively this time around. And so
Defenders, protect your
it is
bombs
the
from
win
being
condition.
used by
You
attackers.
isolated the win condition, and clearly there wasn't enough pressure from NXT to figure out that there was a plan going through to figure out that, hey, we have to deny this. This is currently the round slipping away from us. And so ITBA get rewarded with that. Fair enough. And now they have the opportunity to put themselves on match point, but not before NXT have the chance to get back to basement. And this is going to be interesting to look at, because last time they were in basement, we had a Giga Chat at Kari trying to stick out a plan that was totally not going to work. But I respect the hustle, and we'll have to wait and see how this goes this time. Last time around, there was also a team kill from Raiden, so keep that in mind as well. I don't think that's an opportunity that's going to present itself twice for NXT, so maybe this time a bit more of their own legwork.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope they don't repeat those, I'll say, uncommon mistakes that, you know, don't happen very often. Team kills and trying to breathe in the smoke canister. What's in the canister? Well, it's death, to simply put it. But, you know, trying to breathe that in, not the best choice. You know, I wouldn't personally recommend it. Up to you, though. You can do it if you want to. But it's probably not going to repeat itself, and... you know, let's see how that outcome is going to be, because, you know, with these things all just kind of swapped around, and I'm assuming they're going to be aiming towards not making those mistakes again. Maybe it's going to be a different outcome, maybe not, but it is a favorable side, and then NXT still did perform pretty well on it. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they did a fantastic job. And with that, I mean, they're going to be continuing. They're going to be sitting nicely right now as of current. And, oh, I'm just imagining what that mirror and smoke combo will be able to pull off.
Smoke and mirrors.
Knock, knock.
Going to be able to try and deny that on the site. And at the moment, Swarm sitting pretty, just behind that wall, tucked away, not really much to do. As there's already, we do have a Nook in play, and this one's going better than Rock's Horizons variant of it, as Hova has actually made it into the building. He's inside of Garage, just waiting for an opportunity, and Zodiac opens up the wall, immediately finds Goody. Beautiful trade from MLG, able to come back into this right away. 4v4, the trade comes through, MLG trying to keep himself away from any opportunity as Halva finally strikes, and that's the smoke down for the count. That's an important pick to get. Skipper able to find Scar as well. Big man advantage for ITBA. Halva with the double, able to take down MLG as well. Only down to Manchunian. He spots one, able to get the hat off of IQ, but now he has 3 more to look for, a minute to go, and they know roughly where he is. Planned opportunity coming through. Raiden most likely going to be able to stick this one. And the post plant will once again be very difficult. We're looking potentially at a match point opportunity for ITBA. And they will not have 1, but 2 of those. And there we go. Hava with a triple in the round from Garage. Very big impact from the Snook. Able to make a beautiful work of that FMG9. And the ACOG accompanying it. And there we go. 2 match point opportunities. 2 more rounds for ITBA to potentially close this series. Put it away for good. Get NXT out.
Get NXT out, but NXT, they still have a chance. You know, they're not completely out, but it does depend on how they go through this and how well they coordinate and how well the chemistry works and all of that. You know, all those little details, they all just combine into one big situation. That's going to be this round and the upcoming one. And it depends how well it all comes out. Now, we're going to be going downstairs again. Well, not us. It's going to be NXT going downstairs again. Same loadout, same lineup, whatever you want to call it. And it's going to be probably going in the same fashion, but, you know, correcting the mistakes they did earlier. Not letting Nook just casually walk into garage and get a triple for herself, and not letting Buck get opening kills like that without, maybe actually having a chance to take him out before he can do so to anyone else. It was a good trade on the Buck, most definitely. I mean, it was quick,
10
and it
seconds
was
remaining.
just fair enough. The Buck got one, he got himself killed as well,
5 seconds
so it was
left
all
before
fair in games. But would have been a lot better if only the Buck got taken out, is probably what NXT is thinking. So let's actually try that, or do something without that. Just make it so there's no need to even trade in the first place. So yeah, but at the same time, ITB, they're probably cooking something up as well. They're brewing something. They have a witch's cauldron. They're making some sort of potion of destruction, whatever you want to call it. They're gonna have to show it one way or another, and probably in the next 2 rounds, because whew, this is gonna be a lot of pressure for NXT. But you could say the same for ITB. Not as much for them, but they're still under some.
I mean, once again, it's just the phantom pressure of, being the team that's ahead, being the team that is favored, being the team that, theoretically should win this game. And so you start mounting the pressure on yourself, thinking, hey, we should win this game. We should have won it by now. We should win this. And the longer the game goes on, and the longer you're straying further away from potentially closing out the game, the more those thoughts creep in. But for ITB, absolutely no concern. They just take down Mancunian, who's trying to fight a drone. And so that's the opening pick, very important kill, and might need almost an opportunity for Hava to get that second pick as well. Instead, it's Skipper who finds a double in the round, and we might put this match away very, very quickly. It's already a 5v2. It's only Scar and Swarm standing between the rest of ITBA and between elimination in this matchup. It might be over very, very soon, as Hava already inside of the bottom floor, able to take down Scar. It's only Swarm, and Swarm is on top floor. Everybody else has found themselves in the basement and on first floor. Swarm able to find one. Has an idea on a second player, but there's a crossfire from behind. It's Zodiac with the buck once again. And the GGs are being called out, rightfully so, as ITBA clean 2-0, exactly what we expected. 7-3, 7-4. Good rounds being put up by NXT. I absolutely have to commend them. Commiserations to them. Lovely attempt. But ultimately, ITBA, the better team, and can't wait to see them on Wednesday in the semifinals.
Well played from both teams. I mean, both of these teams did absolutely fantastic. Even for the standings, NXT did a fantastic job. I mean, they put up a fight. They even made it look like on bank, like they were actually going to win. But in the end, ITB takes the W, and it's going to be GG's. And well played from both of these teams. We don't get to see Cafe. Not today, but we'll eventually get there.
All right, and with that being said, just getting a good look at some of the past rounds that we saw here on Bank. Once again, beautiful performance between these two teams. I especially want to give a shout out for NXT, I think, to Goody. I think Goody had a great performance here on the second map. Tried their hearts out. NXT, close but no cigar, so ultimately, hey, it's kind of what everyone expected going into this match, probably assuming some of the players themselves. But you gotta play the match to know for sure. And ITBA certainly showed up today, and so they deserve to be the winners going forward. Very clean victory, like I said, and so they deservingly get to go up against Lumina in the semifinals on Wednesday. Looking forward to that one. Until then, we'll have a bit of a off time for Voltage to just recover in that one day. The teams will have an opportunity to regather their spirits after today, because a BO3 is no small feat. Yeah, for most of these teams, it's basically one scrim evening. But being able to debrief, and especially being able to VOD review official matches, has to be huge going into this. And maybe prepping for the next opponent, because that one is coming around the corner very, very soon. And with that said, I will just bring Avrona in. Hello.
Hello. I am here, and I've been watching a fantastic game of Siege, and I think it was a great way to send off this day of quarterfinals. Now, it's been a long day. We're all very hot, but don't go anywhere, because we do have an interview lined up as well very soon with the winning team ITBA, because we're going to discuss their performance here. It was fantastic. There's definitely a few things we can nitpick, obviously, but overall, still, really, really well done. NXT, commiserations to them. They tried their best, but they went against just an objectively better team in almost every regard. Still, they honestly took quite a few more rounds than I expected. But either way, don't go anywhere just yet, because that interview is coming very soon.
Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep me lost. Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep me lost. Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep me lost. Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep me, keep me. Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep me lost. Giving every piece of my soul. All to keep me, keep me.
And we are live once again with Halva from the victorious ITBA. Guys, congrats on your victory. You did in a clean 2-0. In terms of the actual difficulty level going into this, was it about what you expected, or was it a bit easy or harder than what you thought going into this?
Maybe a little bit harder. Thought it would be easier, to be honest.
I mean, you still managed to end it in just 2 games and with a pretty good score in both maps. So what was kind of the main advantage you would say that you guys had that really allowed you to get over the finish line so quickly? Like, what was the kind of, key ingredient in today's game?
Maybe Erkkari. Erkkari is just good player and carrying the team. So
And-
I think that is the secret.
Well, he definitely did a lot for you guys today, and now you have Lumina Gaming as your next opponent. So, do you think you have what it takes to not only beat them, but to also go on and win the final of this season of Voltage League? Because you guys have been performing extremely well so far. Do you have what it takes to go all the way?
Who plays in Lumina Gaming?
It is the former
Nixon,
Order 66
Nixon.
squad. Yeah.
Nice. I think we lost to them before, so I think we need to win them. Right
Okay,
now.
very confident. And any kind of final thoughts, any kind of final things you want to say to your fans watching right now before we let you rejoin the team and finally relax after this long day?
Thank you to everyone who's watching, and have a good night and sleep good.
Short and sweet, just like that. Short and sweet, just like the rest of that game. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for giving us such an entertaining match tonight, and good luck to ITBA in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if we can just bring our casters back in so we can recap on what we just saw. It was a great way to end off this day. I'd say I am boiling alive here, and I think we're all just kind of wanna go and cool down somehow. Do you guys want ice cream? I kind of want ice cream right now.
I want ice cream.
I could go for
We
ice
all
cream.
want ice cream.
Yeah. Might look in the fridge.
And you guys watching at home, you better get some ice cream right now to celebrate the end of the Voltage League quarterfinals as we're on to the semifinals. As we talked about earlier today, they are coming on very, very soon, so you don't want to miss them. But for now, that's it from us. I'm Avrona, I've been your host, and our wonderful casters were Purple Bob and Reference. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you to the production team for today as well. Any final words before we leave?
No, I'll see you all on Wednesday. Until then, stay tuned.
So bye-bye for now.
Giving every piece of my